All right. Well, Madam Mayor, if you are ready to start, we will go ahead and call this meeting to order.
All right, thank you so much. For the record, Madam Clerk, it's Wednesday, December 14th, 2022. For the record, let's start out with the Pledge of Allegiance. I would love if my good friend, Mr. Phil McDougall, would lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, good job. All right, Madam Clerk, I'm going to send it right back to you for roll call.
All right. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Breckus? Here. Dewar?
Here.
Martinez, absent at this time. Ebert? Here. Taylor, absent at this time. Reese, absent at this time. Madam Mayor, you do have a quorum of the Reno City Council.
All right, thank you. All right, I'm going to send it right back to you, Madam Clerk. For,
Thank you.
Item A3, public comment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Our first item today is opening public comment. It should be noted for those in the audience that comments are to be addressed to the mayor and council as a whole. Comments heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the council's agenda. Please note that council may not take action upon any matter not agendized on today's agenda. When you are called on for public comment, please state your name for the record and begin speaking. The timer will begin when you say your name, and you will be afforded 3 minutes. If you're an attendee in the Zoom meeting and would like to make public comment, please raise your hand at this time. Lastly, while in this room, virtual or otherwise, please be respectful. Warnings will be issued by the presiding officer if there's disruptive behavior, and you will be asked to leave chambers if the behavior continues. Our first public commenter today is Mark Markell, followed by Jerry Mifsud, followed by Tammy Holtstill.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, City Council members, and City Manager. My name is Mark Markell, and I'm a concerned Reno resident. And back in 1989, I was involved in a drunk driving crash. We were doing 100 miles an hour, and we rolled 8 times. I was ejected, and the car landed on my head, putting me in a coma for a month and in the hospital for 5.5 months. And what I'm saying today, I don't want you to feel sorry for me. I just don't want this to happen to any of you people. I have trouble taking care of myself, and I lost my wife due to a drug overdose, sepsis of the blood, and I lost my, well, I didn't lose my family, but they don't talk to me because this is a hard time of the year to do this too. I miss my wife, and of course I miss my family, and I just don't want this to happen to any of you people that go through this. Getting in a car with a drunk driver. Drunk driving is bad enough, but this is something I didn't expect to happen to me. And if you drink and drive, of course you can take the chance. But I was a passenger, and I got the worst of it. And there's, anyways, it's just nothing to go through. 3 hours after the crash, I was intoxicated, so 3 hours after the crash, my blood alcohol level was 0.30. So we drank 4 gallons of wine, and of course, this happens to me, and I'm just saying this. I'm very stupid. I had a card on my head. I don't know what I'm saying half the time, but I do know what I'm saying when I tell you not to get in the car with a drunk driver. It can ruin my whole life. It can ruin your whole lives. Anyways, thank you. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Great message, Mark. Good job.
Jerry Mifsud, followed by Tammy Holtstill, followed by Terry Brooks.
Hi, Jerry.
Well, Hillary Louise Sheeby, congratulations on your recent victory. I just had cataract surgery for the second time. I have one more eye to go, and I can't tell you where that eye is at. But my name is Jerry Mifsud, and that's not an easy name to say, is it, Mickey? I don't think you've ever actually called me by my last name, yeah? Mifsud, like soap suds. Anyway, I'm the founder of ASAP Group. ASAP is an acronym for A Senior Area Project. And I've gotten a lot of, the group that I oversee is Anonymous Seniors, because we don't want anybody to know where we're at. But we've been meeting for quite some time, and there's a lot of work to be done, starting with the second annual Us Seniors Block and Roll Party, which you were a part of, Mayor, and I appreciate that. And I think a long time ago you said that you might want to throw in $500. Okay, I'm gonna hold your feet right to the fire here. But the point is this, is that it was a great party, 3 bands, 2 food trucks, a face painter, a balloon sculptor, and about 12 different senior organizations had a table to guide and inform seniors into making the best decision in their independent life. So I want to bring back that party. We also have in the back burner a senior prom night. And since I'm going to be doing things in Ward 3, I would like to get the card of Mr. Martinez before I leave, so we could potentially have a sit down like I did with Oscar Delgado. We got a lot of work done. How you doing, Mr. Martinez? Welcome to Ward 3. I live in Ward 3, and there's a lot to be done. We also want to bring back what was once called here in Reno, sheep dip. Now, that was a great comedy thing. Now, I'm working on that because it drew some interest from at least one of the people up there, and I don't want to hold her feet to the fire, but I'm talking with other comedians. You see, I think I'm funny. I think I'm funny at your expense. But I'm going to spawn a comedic career. I'm negotiating now with the Saint. Okay, I'm going to give up this guy's name to hold him a little bit, put a little pressure on him. I'm not going to say his name is Johnny Bailey, and he owns the Saint out there in South Virginia. But I'll appear there, and the name of my comedic act is called. What was it called, Carl? Not inappropriate. That's what it's called. I'm inappropriate. Anyway, I wish you all the best and a Happy New Year and a Merry Christmas to all the members. Can I get a card from you? Thank you, Mayor.
Jerry.
How many times are you going to read that?
Tammy Holtstill, followed by Terry Brooks, followed by Russell Gordon.
Good morning, Tammy Holt still. The effluent's still there, the poopy water's still there, so I'm still here. I haven't been around for a while, but I wanted to congratulate Megan and make it aware to you that we support Megan and we expect for you as the council to respect her and to help the North Valleys get back on its feet after you were found liable for the flooding. The water is coming back up again because of the storms we had, because of the 2 million gallons of effluent you're putting into Swan Lake. It is effluent. It is dangerous. It is not drinking water. It is not storm water. It is effluent. It does have the nutrients or nitrogens that create the smell and the odors that we had, and it needs to go away. It needs to change. You need to change. You need to start working with us again. You have somebody that wants to deal with having everybody inclusive. She wants to make sure that things get changed up there. You guys didn't, the ones that were on the last go-around of elections, you did not win by a landslide. People are not liking what's happening here. You keep using the word stakeholders on a lot of stuff. Every citizen in Washoe County that pays taxes, has a home, are stakeholders. It's not special interests and special developers. It's time to stop with the special use permits. It's time to start looking at the mess you've created in the North Valleys and to change it. Fix it. Fresh water. Easier traffic, more shopping, more restaurants, less development of warehouses right next to homes where people are hearing beep, 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 beep all night and lights flashing. And from my side of the lake, I can see all of the warehouses. The only one that has not affected me because of somebody else is Makita. But the rest of those warehouses reflect on the water that you put in there that is not water. It is poopy water. It is effluent. It's not useful. It needs to change. There is, with all of the development that you have done to the front of the valley, you are making it so that the residents in the back of the valley flood again because the stormwater runoff is greater than the size of that lake. And it will flood again, and it will be your fault again. What you see up here right now is a picture of Mr. Walls, may he rest in peace. Shame on you people for making him and his wife live in a fifth wheel for 5 years. He died 2 months after getting into a home outside of Reno. Oh, he was a veteran. He needed to stay close to the hospital, and he had to go where he could live, which was in Silver Springs. So he died. And I blame that on you guys.
Terry Brooks, followed by Russell Gordon, followed by Danny Cleus.
Good morning, it's me, Terry Brooks again, and today I'd like to address following a good example to mental health in the case of homelessness. Last time I was here, I spoke of a man who helped people with poor physical health. Today I'd like to speak of that man helping people with poor mental health. He cared a lot about the health of all the people, as well as about the mental health of all of those people. He helped a Canaanite woman's daughter who was mentally ill. He helped a man who could not speak because he was mentally ill. He helped a young boy and a grown man who were mentally ill, and later helped another young boy and grown man who were mentally ill. He helped a mentally disturbed man who called himself Legion, and helped many other disturbed people all over the region. There were many mentally ill, disturbed people who were brought by others to him, and this good man did his best to try to help all of them. In that day when people were stressed and severely depressed, most people saw such victims as being demon-possessed, and they considered such a demon as an evil spirit. Many would really fear it and wouldn't want to come near it. But this really good man had such a love for people that he would do anything to help to heal such people. He seems to have started a movement by doing all he could to help those in need and showing us all what is good. When we see mentally ill people, sometimes we feel annoyed, and they seem to be the kind of people that we may try to avoid. But if we try to help them, it might be a way to show them that we care, and they might wind up okay. Thank you all for listening to me. I hope you're not annoyed, and I hope I'm not someone that you might want to avoid. By the way,
Okay.
just so you know, this
Two
is
more.
chapter 45, and I've got one more to go.
One more.
Yeah. So next time I come here, I'll bring the whole thing. This one more is going to be my conclusion. I'll bring the whole thing in a 3-ring binder, and it's going to be it's going to have the table of contents, all the pages numbered. It's going to have exactly 100 pages.
Okay, good.
So-
All right, and then you're going to give it to me.
I'm going to give it to you.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah. Oh, and by the way, I'd also like to say, I hope each and every one of you have a wonderful holiday.
Oh, thanks so much,
Yep.
Terry.
Russell Gordon, followed by Danny Cleus.
Good morning. My name's Russell Gordon. I'm here for the Senior Care Amendment. And I own a home on 102 Mountain View, which is right in front of this new project. And what my concerns are is already with the dog park and the Virginia Lake, the parks there, is that our streets are overloaded. There's people trying to get to the dog park and they're already parking every which direction. And I'm just saying, with 600 more residents behind us, it's going to be a nightmare. We're just having the streets redone right now with partial sidewalks and new curbs and stuff. The street has now been narrowed even more. So if there's parking on the street and emergency vehicle needs to get through, I think they're going to have a hard time. So what I'm concerned about is, the parking, the safety with the kids at the park, and the more adding more traffic to Mountain View. And also with our house, it's going to back right onto this new development. So we're going to have people looking into our yards. It used to be 2 stories, and now they're going to 3 stories. And it just is, my concerns more is the property values, the safety, and the traffic concerns and the parking. So I don't know. I know most people have more than 1 car, and usually these developments only have 1 parking space for one unit. And there's going to be extra cars, just like along Lakeside and Brinkby. It's like a nightmare along there with just cars abandoned and parked, and just it's a zoo over there. So we just don't want to bring that over to the Virginia Lake neighborhood. Okay, thanks.
Danny Cleus.
Danny Cleus for the record. City of Reno has a few new faces, and hopefully you guys get it right. It's almost 6 years of the flood in Lemon Valley. Nothing's been done. Somebody's campaign says when City of Reno sees a problem, they fix it. 6 years. When's it going to be fixed? Nope. We get a new on-ramp. That's a nightmare that City of Reno is so proud of. It took 20 minutes for me to go from Buck Drive to get on the freeway. That's not an improvement. Just because you guys show up there in the afternoon and say, oh, the traffic's all moving fine. You know what? Be there at rush hour. I was almost late for surgery because of that intersection now. But, hey, campaign slogans, if the City of Reno sees a problem or a problem is addressed, we'll fix it. Almost 6 years and nothing's been fixed. It's getting worse. building more in floodplains, making more of a mess out of our streets, new roads that just went in, getting tore up and refixed, and all the old stuff, who cares? Along with Tammy, there was 2 other people that died before anything got resolved from the courts. Mr. Johnson was the first one. Mr. Walls was the second one. Mr. Cleus, my father, was the third one. You guys really proud of that? I don't think so. It makes me sick. We came here for 3 years every meeting. I even stayed until 1 o'clock in the morning to get my last word in. Nothing's been done. You guys just want to keep on building. We need to build. No, you don't. You ruined our valleys. Our valleys weren't made for that. There's nowhere for your effluent to go. There's nowhere for the drainage to go. But you guys keep building. Building in floodplains. Hey, let's bring in more 1,000,000-square-foot warehouses. No, that's not the answer. And then you give them a tax break. How are things supposed to be fixed out there when you give big companies tax breaks? And our property taxes keep going up. Nothing in my neighborhood gets fixed. 6 years, my house still isn't fixed. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, we have no additional public comment registered in the room. Additionally, we have no hands raised in Zoom. For the record, I would like to mention that we did receive one comment, which was general in nature or not directly associated with an agenda item prior to 4 p.m. yesterday, December 13th. These comments were written correspondence received via our online reno.gov online public comment form or by email to our office, and copies of these have been distributed to the Reno City Council and are available on the reno.gov meeting portal. One letter in favor. And additionally, we have 2 voicemails, which we'll go ahead and transition to now.
Hello, my name is Andrea Butrica, and I was yesterday at the public speaking meeting. Anyway, I have another comment that I would like to have addressed, and that is why do landlords think they can treat their tenants like garbage? There's people who've lived in their places for 25 years, and a landlord will have one little major issue with someone and evict them, or as in retaliation or whatever. It should be more the tenants have the rights than landlords do, and they don't. I don't feel that's right or unjust. So I just would like the mayor to hear this comment, because that's not right. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Why is it that there's nothing being done in regards of fitting issues between McCarran and Conway up on 7th Street in Reno? This is an ongoing problem. Why is nothing being done in regards to the problem? There's a big issue, speeding. No problem. Nothing's being done. I'm tired of complaining about this. I'm sorry, but something has to be done. Thank you.
All right, Madam Mayor, I apologize. We have one additional public comment from Matthew Chisholm.
Come on up, Matthew.
Thank you. My name is Matthew Chisholm. I'm a resident on Mountain View Drive, and I want to speak in opposition of the development project. I do have a written comment that has been submitted to be read later, but I have some serious concerns about the zoning and the way that it was conducted. It's upon reviewing some of the original intent and rezoning of the area, appears that the proposed does not match. And one of my neighbors is going to share some additional information later about that. Another primary concern is the traffic impact. I did review the traffic study, and while it does seem to correspond with established traffic impact, it does not seem to acknowledge the new recent development that's been done on our street. Mountain View, along with a lot of the other streets in the neighborhood, have been narrowed. We've been given sidewalks, which is great, but it has also shrunk the size of the street. So I'm not entirely sure that the traffic impact study is going to address that. Additionally, the impact to the park, the parking around the park, the traffic circulation and protection of the users of the park isn't really indicated in the traffic study. So I have some serious questions about whether or not that traffic study should be reconducted. And third, actually I lost my train of thought there. That's all I have to say on the matter. Thank you. I know there's others that are going to speak about this a little bit later.
Okay, thanks, Matthew.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, we have no additional public comment. We're moving on to item A4, approval of the agenda.
All right, thank you so much. Before I do that, I'm going to hand over to our city manager, Doug Thornley, for some updates.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Just a little bit of air traffic control today. We did receive a request to continue the annexation item by the applicant there. So I think it might be prudent to take items C4, C5, C6, and C7, open them up, take whatever public comment might be in the room or online for those items, and then make a decision on the continuance before we move too far into the agenda. I also think taking the liquor license items out of order and moving them to the front end of the agenda might be prudent here too, so that we can get people moving on with their day.
All right, thank you so much. In case we do have someone in the audience for those C items, I would like to move forward with those so we can get them going on their day. So at this time, let's do approval of the agenda, and then we'll jump back. Okay, I have a motion from Councilman Reese. A second from Councilwoman Taylor. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. All right.
All right, Madam Mayor, we're moving on to item A5, which are approval of the minutes.
All right, thank you so much. May I get a motion to
Madam
approve?
Mayor, I have comment on these.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so A51 was a special meeting on August 12th. And in that meeting under public comment, it states that I was a public commenter, which I may have done, I don't recall. I think I might have said, I'm here, I'm leaving. I don't think the council should conduct this meeting. I think we should go to election of the people. That's fine. But then on the next meeting, the agenda on A52, the mayor also is shown on page 1 of making public comment. And she may very well have. She may have said, you know, I don't know, I can't recall. But I think if a member of our body is going to make public comment, there needs to be some description of what the member is saying. I've learned recently, because of our transition to the new program, how easily the record has been lost or hard to find. I've had trouble for this meeting. So I've learned under state law, I can say for the record, and then they have to say, any board member can say exactly what we said. But I just want to call that out to the note taker. And then oddly, very odd, on October 26th, those minutes, Council Member Delgado, who was not even a member at that time, is shown as absent.
Oh.
So, you know, I think, here's my ask, is once things get uploaded, and I'll denote something out of order in another agenda item, maybe over the weekend, someone does a read-through to just make sure how it posts up, that it makes sense. You know, I don't know, you know, these come out of the clerk's office. I don't know who's doing quality control on those, but, you know, the other two maybe could go forward. I I would like to say, you know, I'll say for the record from now on, by the way, this is all for the record that I'm saying, but we can't have those minutes adopted with Councilmember Delgado shown as absent when he's not even a member of the body at that time.
So we can move to approve A51 and A52, and I'd be happy to make those modifications to A53. It's a constraint of the new system that he was not removed yet, and so it just auto-populates, but we'll have to go in and manually remove those by hand. So we're happy to do that. So I'm just looking for a motion then to approve A51 and A52.
Okay, thank you so much. So I have a motion.
So moved.
I have a second. All
Second.
those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
And I would say
Motion
A5,
carries.
A53 can be adopted with the correction of his name getting run out so that they don't have to come in and to an agenda again. But again, you know, it's just eyes catch that, and
Yeah.
it was my eyes that caught that one. Okay,
And I
thank you.
read them pretty regularly, Madam Clerk. They're usually pretty good, but I do agree with Councilwoman Breckus in the sense of making sure that they reflect exactly, especially I think if the body is giving public comment, that would be extra helpful. So thanks so much.
Thank
Madam
you.
Mayor, I'll move to approve A53
All right. thank you.
with corrections as noted by Councilmember Breckus.
All
Thank
right.
you.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right. So let's skip over to, I think we should go to C. So if there's anyone here, they can get going with their day. So that would be C4, 5, 6, and 7, Madam Clerk.
Thank
And
you.
so at this time, let the record reflect that we will now open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, was proper notice given? Any correspondence received?
Thank you, Madam
And
Mayor.
any council members need to make disclosures?
Proper notice
Very
was
good.
given. No correspondence was received on C4, C5, I do think we have comments on C6. But if you'd like, if we're going to continue them, we can reserve those for when we move into discussion, or would you like me to read them now?
Yes, go ahead, read them now.
Okay, so we did receive one letter of opposition on item C6. That has been distributed to the Reno City Council, and I don't have any in-person registration for right now.
Okay. And we will not take a presentation at this time. So I would ask Vice Mayor to give me a motion. I have a motion to continue. Do I have a second? I have a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Madam Mayor,
Yeah.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, go right ahead.
just a quick question in terms of, for our manager, in terms of continuing and for our clerk. Is it just indefinitely continued because that's how the letter came in, or was it requested to a certain date or time?
For it to be continued, it always has to go to a certain date. The letter didn't come in with a request, so we'll just have it on the next agenda.
And Mr. Thornley, also, as I recall, the code states that if it's continued more than twice by the applicant, then it terminates as an application. We have to take action because we're doing procedural things of running our meeting, but this is their request. And so I didn't get a chance to get that in there before the motion, but I hope staff who tallies up who continues at whose request, this is their request. And so if they ask on our first meeting in January to continue it, that's their second request.
So that's, of course, a correct statement of our policy, right? Is that if the applicant requests twice, then it gets kicked. But without specifying a specific date, the options are that we can put it on a specific date and they can make a decision, or it can go to a date uncertain. But if that's the case, then it would need to be completely renoticed. So continuing to a specific date saves the noticing that's already gone out. If they want to push it out past that, which would be their option, they would have to renotice.
Okay, and it's
Well-
ordinance.
May I speak?
Please, go ahead.
Yeah, the reason I asked that question is I know we often continue to a certain date, but that's when we're continuing it. And if they did not specify a date, I would almost consider it as continued indefinitely until they request it back on the agenda. But I don't really know what our procedure is, but that's why I was asking. I wasn't sure what we were exactly voting on, so.
Well, I'm happy to take that direction as well. If it's your preference that it be just an indeterminate future date and they have to renotice, that's fine as well. They did not ask for a specific date.
I guess I would lean towards our ward, it's in Ward 4?
Yes.
I mean, I don't know if they contacted, Councilmember Ebert, or we just received this letter, or if she has a preference, or I'm not there.
Esther.
So
Madam
I
Mayor.
would assume it's just indefinite unless they pick a date and time or something.
That's fine. We'll move forward with that posture.
I
They'll have to
belie-
renotice.
Madam Mayor,
Councilwoman Breckus.
I believe it's best practice because cards went out, people are expecting something's up, that we roll it to the next meeting. And so there's certainty. I've seen, when I first came on, there were, University Farms was on a 19-month continuous. Continuance, development requests that lag and lag and lag create problems for public participation because people get tired, they have angst, what's going on, that uncertainty. I've seen that time and time in the neighborhood. I think we need to put them on a fast course. And the way for them to go indefinite is to withdraw the request and reapply, in my view.
Well, I would agree with that. That's why I was just seeking clarity. And Mr. Manager, you did say you would be assuming it would go on the next agenda. I just wanted to make sure that was part of the motions, so we all understood what the plan was and there wasn't confusion later.
So it
So
feels to me like we've talked ourselves in a bit of a circle.
Well, I'm more asking a question than making a statement.
So the specific date was not part of the motion. The question was asked. I said we could roll it to that one, but we don't have specificity in the motion or the request. So it does seem like the right answer is probably to say, all right, it's an indeterminate future date at this point, but they'll have to renotice when it occurs. So the application lives, but the noticing would have to occur again before it comes back to this body.
And just for the record,
Put the
Mr.
residents on
Manager,
notice.
and just for the record, as the applicant is the one that requested it without a date and time certain, they would be responsible for
Right.
the public noticing.
Okay.
Yeah, well, that adds clarity, so thank you.
All right, I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Okay. Madam Clerk, I think now we're going to head to consent. Correct?
Mr. Manager had also requested to go to the D items, but if that's what we would like to do, I'm happy to go
Let's
either
do
direction.
consent.
Consent
Okay, we'll
agenda.
do consent, and
Okay.
then any items pulled will come back.
Okay,
Sound good?
so we're opening the consent
All
agenda.
right. Thank you so much. At this time, Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment on consent?
We do not have any public comment registered in the room. Additionally, we did not receive any correspondence.
Okay, thank you so much. We're going to start with consent items being pulled. I'm going to start to the left of me since I started to the right last time. Councilwoman Ebert, any items?
Reading something. What was
Do you
that?
have any items you want to pull?
Yes, B3 and B4.
Okay.
Or
All
B1.
right, Councilwoman Dewar.
And B2. Yes. Oh, me? I would recommend
Hold on, Councilwoman
pulling.
Dewar, hold on one second.
Sorry,
It's
Councilmember
okay,
Ebert.
Councilwoman Ebert.
B2 and B3, I'm sorry.
Okay, so for the record, B2 and B3. All right. Councilwoman Dewar. Councilwoman Dewar?
Sorry, those were the same two I would have pulled, so.
Okay, thank you so much. Vice Mayor Reese? No, ma'am. All right. Councilwoman Taylor? No, Councilman Miguel Martinez? No, all right, thank you so much. Councilwoman Jenny Breckus?
Yeah, thank you. B4, B5, and B9.
All right, may I get a motion to approve all the other items on consent? So moved. So I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Okay.
And Madam Mayor, may I
Yes.
make just a comment? I just wanted to applaud I didn't want to pull this, but I just wanted to applaud the Arts and Culture Commission for all of their work on item B6, B7, and I think it was B8. We have about We have several $100,000 of arts projects going to small arts organizations to encourage the arts here. And I think that there's been a comment publicly about the economic result of these arts investments is something on the order of 3 times larger than most cities in terms of the economic benefit of these arts investments. So I just wanted to get that on the record. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do so everyone's sort of following along. Usually it's not this sort of a little hectic jumping around like this. What I would like to do is we will start with our consent items, because usually we'll pull them and then we'll come back to them. But we're waiting on some staff. Okay, I'm fine with that. You want to what? Oh, okay, so let's take B2. We'll get into that. And then we may jump to D items. Okay? All right. Councilwoman Eber, I'm going to start with you since you pulled item B2. Wasn't it B2 and B3 you pulled? Okay, go ahead. Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
Doing well. How
I
are
think
you
this
doing?
is two.
Two.
All right.
Number 2.
All
Probably
right,
many more to
welcome.
come too. So.
All right. Go ahead.
So I'm here to present on with Matt Brzezina to present on items B2 and B3. I do have a short presentation. If you guys would like me to run through it, that goes over the project. Sounds good. Cool. For the record, my name is Jonathan Smith. I'm a senior civil engineer with the Public Works Department. I'm here today to present on Mayor's Park Phase 3. Oops. Short presentation on Mayor's Park Phase 3. Also joining me is Matt Brzezina, the Parks Manager with Parks and Rec Division, who will discuss item B2, the approval of additional funds. Mayor's Park is located in North Reno in Ward 4, sandwiched between Stead Boulevard and Military Road. It's near Lear Boulevard, and it shares a border with the Reno Stead Water Reclamation Facility. This is Phase 3 of the proposed improvements. Phase 1 and 2 improvements included a new restroom, access road, and parking areas for fields, and some new turf for the baseball fields. The proposed improvements for Phase 3 include a new 100,000 square foot recreational field that will be fenced and lighted, shown as letter A. Then we'll upgrade irrigation to supply the new demand using effluent from the Reno Stead Water Reclamation Facility. This will replace the reuse pond that is currently being used to irrigate the park, which has reached its service life. Then letter D, we will install a new ADA ramp to access the fields from the parking area. Or sorry, letter C. And then letter D, we will remove the old playground equipment from Dorothy McAlinden Park and install a new 8,000 square foot ADA accessible playground that will have a rubberized safety surfacing. Here's a rendering of what the Dorothy McAlinden playground will look like. It's very exciting, a lot of fun, new features that will be appropriate for all age groups. Another cool feature of this park is it's fully ADA accessible, which means a wheelchair can access the components of this park or playground. Here's a rendering of what the Mayor's Park recreational field will look like. As you can see, it will have LED directional lighting to illuminate the fields for nighttime activities. It will also be fenced that will help protect it from vandalism. Some project milestones. Council, in September of 2018, Council approved the master plan for Mayor's Park. In May of 2021, Council adopted the fiscal year 21 capital improvement plan, which included Mayor's Park Phase 3. And in 21-22, the Parks and Rec Division presented different playground options to the Reno Access Advisory Committee, the Ward 4 Neighborhood Advisory Board, the Recreation and Parks Commission, and they also did an online poll. And then in September of 2022, City Council did approve the purchase of that playground equipment. And if awarded today, this would go to construction in the spring of 2023. There we go. Now I'll hand it over to Matt to talk about item B2, approval of additional funding. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, City Council. My name is Matt Brzezina, City of Reno Parks Manager. I'm briefly going to discuss the funding mechanisms that we have in place for the Mayor's Park Phase 3 improvement project. So this project was approved in the fiscal year 21-22 capital improvement plan in the amount of $1,265,000. $150,000 of that was designated specifically for the playground improvements, and the remainder was designated for the rest of the construction project. The final estimated cost is going to be $2,565,000, which leaves us a difference of $1,300,000, which we are requesting to use Residential Construction Tax District 1 funds for that. And with that, I move to recommend the use of additional residential construction tax funds in the amount of $1,300,000 for the Mayor's Park Phase 3 improvement project. And also I move to award the contract to Powerhouse Construction for the Mayor's Park Phase 3 project in the amount not to exceed $1,848,275,000. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brzezina. Thank you to the Parks and Recs team for the excellent presentation. I'm going to start with Councilmember Ebert. Did you have some commentary? Or you?
No, I
Okay.
don't have anything.
Let me, before we get to any other colleagues, let me ask Ms. Schroeder to the dais, of course. Ms. Schroeder, thank you so much for being here. One of the things that I wanted to sort of say on this agenda item, and it made more sense to me when we had the prior slide up, so maybe our clerk can move us backwards to the timeline, is, you know, one of the most frustrating things to me that happened when I came onto this body 3 years ago is thinking about time and space. And so I've been doing a lot about that of late. And when I saw the timeline on there, really it took me a moment to really connect the dots back to something that involves you. And that is very early on when I joined the body, you came on as a parks director, but you've now been with the organization almost 25 years? Is that
27.
27 years. I couldn't remember which you bought and which you were here for. But what an absolute joy it is. And I understand today is your last meeting before you'll go on retirement status after the first of the years. I understand it. So I just wanted to really extend my heartfelt thanks to you, because when I first came onto this body, you drove me out to this park one afternoon. And you said it's going to take a while, and you're going to not like that, because people who sit in these seats oftentimes are thinking more about immediate results. And, you know, 5 years is when that planning process, thank you for putting that back up, but September 2018 to the construction in September 2023. But here you are, having served for 27 years, and you have made a difference. You have made an impact on this region. And this park is a good example of that, because I had not been to that park before. It was a park unknown to me. I didn't grow up in the North Valleys. But driving into it that day, you said, I have a vision, and we're going to do some things here, and I need your help. And isn't that what we're all here to do, right? Is to join together in the goals of the organization and to move the city forward. But this is something that is squarely under your leadership coming to pass. And so I thank you for that. I know that there will be other times for us to thank you for your service. There will be opportunities to harass you unmercifully to come back as an unpaid volunteer. But for today, I just think it is an important point to pause, think about the moment of this being brought to us, and think, hey, you had 27 years of impacting this organization, and this is a good example of how that time kind of doesn't mean a whole lot when you've been here as long as you have been. So appreciate you so much.
Thank you so much. And I will always give the credit to the team behind me. This council needs to be super proud of the organization that has been built over the last few years. We have all the right people in all the right places, and it's very exciting to see where this organization is going to go. And it's bittersweet for me to enter this next chapter, but I'm super grateful for the opportunity to have been here and do all the cool things that I've been able to do.
Kudos to you. I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Breckus.
Yeah, and echo that, and good luck to you, and best wishes.
The question I have, and I've been serving, it's for probably Mr. Britzina. I've been on the CDBG subcommittee up until we changed our seat assignments last week, so I have a little background on, the cost increases in the project scope. Got a little bit of shade over that facility, and there's been a lot of discussion about shade needs as we have increased temperatures over our play structures, but not as much as I'd like to see. Why is that? Is it cost, or is it just you're buying these packaged play structures and they just don't come with an option that fully shades?
For the record, Matt Brazina, City of Reno Parks Manager. In this instance, it was a custom build, and so we left it up to the playground company to give us a rendering of how they best saw the playground layout. That wasn't a whole lot of shade wasn't incorporated in this one. We do have the ability to plant trees surrounding this playground to help with that, but you're correct. The shade is limited on this playground.
Yeah, trees are tough. We love trees here, but they're tough. I just want to keep bringing this up because I think we need to get it there. I mean, you may be at points in some of this equipment, and we can query this further, is at what temperature is the surface temperature not usable for these young little fingers, and they're running all around, and just we need to address shade and climate impacts. One city I did some research actually has a whole plan on shade throughout all their public spaces. So I'm a little disappointed. We did one off of Audie Boulevard recently that we're going to redo that I think has a retrofit opportunity for a lot of shade because it's smaller. Maybe that's the one we can pioneer it. And I also want to explain, when you go to those structures, the users, which are young, have attendants, adults, or young teenagers, and they need places to sit that have shade also, and those could be easy in my view. The bus stop technology is really nice for seats for shade, and I just want to keep reinforcing shade in these structures, particularly in the outlying areas that don't have the tree canopy that we enjoy in many of the older neighborhoods I represent. So got a little. Let's get more. Let's put it in the budget, I think. Thank you.
All right. Councilwoman Dewar, I think you have your hand up.
Thank you. I do, and ironically, I have comments that are referenced. Both of my colleagues, both my previous colleagues have spoken. First, Jamie, huge shout out. This is not your only achievement. You have had many, many achievements since you have become director. One of those is the Moana Pool, working with Carrie Koski in Public Works. I mean, truly an amazing legacy project, as well as this project. I mean, and you've had others as well. So I know as Councilmember Reese said, we'll have plenty of time to talk about that, but maybe not. Maybe we won't all be there. So I wanted to make sure at this juncture too, to do a huge shout out to you and what you've accomplished with your leadership. And I understand the team is very, very important, but you have the vision and you are the leader of this department, and you set the standards and you push the projects forward. So we would be remiss if we did not truly recognize you at this moment. So you can nod your head. I see you on the Zoom. Thank you that you've heard this. Okay, because it's always good to know that it was heard. As to the specific project, I love the project, but ironically, or maybe not surprisingly, I have some similar comments to Councilwoman Breakfast. I was going to say that recently I visited some parks in South Reno, and the ones that have the rubberized field are very hot to the touch. And I looked at the different colors of this material, but it's very, very hot. And we recently did a tree planting project in South Reno. We planted about 60 trees, and we tried to focus them along the edge of the rubberized material. I think we could have even gone a little bit closer to the material. So what I was going to ask is that while you are constructing this, it is very easy with the heavy equipment, first of all, to not over compact the soil or re-aerate it around the edges so that it's not all compacted. and to dig the holes for the trees and plant the trees. The trees are incredibly inexpensive. You know, within your own agency or department, you have the urban forester. You could pick the right shade trees for this area, but we should just put them in at the time so that they grow up as this park grows up immediately, and we don't wait 5 more years and shade doesn't come for 10 more years, if you see what I mean. So I just think that should be done as part of the project, without question. And then number 2, I think Councilmember Breckus made another good point about just the need for other shade to really enjoy this park. So we've got to figure this out. It's only getting hotter, not cooler. And I understand in the winter you want the sun, but in the summer you don't. And so maybe there's a removable structure, I don't know. But I really do think we have to figure it out as sort of part of the whole playground package to make sure that it's fully usable by everyone, little kids and adults, everyone. So I just wanted to get that on the record. Thank you, Councilmember Breckus, but had exact same concerns. Concern, but in light of a beautiful project, I want to make sure you understand that. This is a fantastic project. I think just with a little bit of fine tuning, it could be even a more fantastic project. Thank you.
Oh, Madam Mayor, may I ask one more question?
Go ahead.
Mr. Britzina, the lights over the recreation facility. We had a public commenter who lives up there, and there is a lot of lights because we've got a lot of industrial and they can go 24 hours, most of them. And so there's lights going all the time there. I've observed it myself. Now, we're going to have some hours of operation there, I presume 10 o'clock, 9 o'clock, whatever we have with whomever we are leasing those to. But they looked very tall. And they have the best cutoff, the LED, and they have cutoffs. But is it the best strategy to have them that tall, or if you have them lower, do you get less bleed out into the neighborhoods?
For the record, Matt Brzezina, City of Reno Parks Manager. Yes, to minimize the amount of poles, the height needs to be a little bit higher. However, the LED lights that we're installing are directional, so they face directly at the field where they need to be with very little light pollution to the neighborhood.
Okay.
And this is just a rendering. This isn't
Yeah.
necessarily.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. I think, and I am always, we're rolling more money into this thing. That's not a good thing. But no one's going to be happy if we get light pollution complaints from residents who are already experiencing light pollution. And did you who's the person who's helping you with this technical, understanding of lights and how to do lights? Do you have a lighting expert?
We do. Loomis and Associates is our consultant.
Okay.
And they've hired PK Electrical to
Oh,
go through
okay.
the
So
whole-
they did hire someone
Yes,
with lighting expertise. Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I want to say thank you, especially to you and to Jamie. We've had long talks about how important our parks are, and it wasn't too long ago. I'm trying to think, how long ago was it that we did this park? 5 years ago, 4 years ago?
I believe 2020 we finished the previous phase.
And so we had, I don't know, about 100 children here saying, we've got to get on this, and you guys were amazing. So I want you to know that. It's so easy for us to get up here and say, we want this, this, and this, but we're also very limited a lot of times on funding. So I think you've done a tremendous job. And I know it's so hard because we're always like this at you and telling you the things that we would like to see. So I guess I want to stress to this body and also to the community, this is why I think it's so important to have a parks district so that we can have the funds to continue to keep our parks amazing, because now more than ever, people want to be outdoors. But I want to remind you, I think you've done a phenomenal job, and you guys got on it, and the park is absolutely beautiful.
Thank
you. I don't want to criticize you at all. I think you've done a tremendous job. And Jamie, I'm a huge fangirl of yours, and we'll wait to have your celebration later. Anyway, okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Do you have another comment? Go ahead, Councilwoman
I do have
Ebert.
some questions now. So regarding the shade, it looks like this is like a canvas canopy. I know we have a lot of wind and UV damage happens quickly out there. Is it possible to get a more permanent type of shade structure out there over the play equipment? Because I can't imagine this will last very long. just like I said, due to the wind and the UV damage out there, I don't think it will hold up. The other thing I wanted to call out is if we have more shade out there, it might actually make the equipment more usable in the winter months if we're keeping snow off of more of the play equipment. So I don't know if that's possible. And then to Naomi's point about the temperature on the rubberized surface on the playground, is it possible to make it a lighter color so that it's not as hot? I don't know, like, what kind of flexibility we have on that.
We do, thank you. So regarding your first question with the shade, weight is a real factor. So with the current design of the shade structures, we don't have the ability to make them a solid structure, but those canvas canopies are fairly durable. They last 15 to 20 years if they're properly taken care of.
Okay.
So we're confident that they'll hold up to the elements.
Okay. And is it possible to add more to the parking or the
We can look
playground?
into that.
Okay.
I can just reach out to the manufacturer and
Okay.
see if there's additional elements that we can
Okay.
incorporate shade with. One problem that we do have when we shade more area of the playground during the winter time is that we tend to hold snow and ice underneath under the shade.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. And then with the color of the,
Yes, I can definitely look into alternative colors. Tan is one color that
Yeah.
usually decreases the heat, so
Okay.
I can look into adding
Okay.
tan into the blue color.
that was all my questions.
Okay. All right, no further questions from the body. I'm going to send it right back to you, Councilwoman Ebert, for a motion.
Motion to approve?
Perfect. Okay, I have a motion to approve. I have a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those
Aye.
opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. All right.
Thank you.
And Madam Mayor, if you would like, there were two recommendations in there, one for D2 or B2 and B3. Were we taking motions on both? So was that motion to approve items B2 and B3, just for clarification in the
All
record?
right, I will get clarification. Councilwoman Ebert, can you give me a motion for item B2 and B3?
Motion to approve on B3?
There you go. I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries
Thank you.
unanimously. Okay. Hold on one sec. Are we gonna jump to D items? Not until probably 11:45? Okay. All right. Then we are gonna head over to item B4, I believe. Is that Councilman Breckus?
Yeah, I understand, but I was not briefed on this, and I do like briefings when there's going to be work on some of the subsidized housing projects in my ward, because they cause a little disruption and constituents that raise questions. And I didn't get that. I didn't know this was coming forward. So, from the staff report, I do have some questions for Ms. Cochran. So these are three, do you have a map, maybe?
I do not, I'm sorry.
Okay. These are three adjacent to one another. Maybe the staff report did, or did this? No, I don't even think the staff report had those map. These are three adjacent subsidized housing projects up on the Summit Ridge area.
That is correct.
And are they owned by the same owner?
The three properties, Monica Cochran for the record, the three properties that are in question with this action are three units that are getting ready to, their tax credit affordability period is getting ready to expire.
Yes.
And so what is happening is Vintage is coming in and buying all three of them.
Okay.
And going to rehab them and preserve them and add another 30 years of affordability on them.
Okay, because I was unclear from reading the staff report. If a lot of times we have AC rehab, I thought this was maybe just rehab by the current property owner. So these constituents, and it's a lot of units. How many of the units altogether?
I
It's like
believe
five,
it's
four,
293.
293. So 300 units are going to have a new landlord. And they're going to go through a phase period of rehab. And there are provisions for the rehab, I mean, there's displacement, right?
I believe with this property, they're going to be rehabbing them as they become vacant.
Okay, that's the plan.
Right.
Okay.
And the income requirements for these units are in the 30 to 60% AMI.
And they'll stay at that.
That's correct.
Okay, so
and with these projects, they had only $6,500 left in their home loan, and that's all being restructured to allow for that home loan to be transferred to the new owners and add the 30 years of affordability.
Okay. And that's a good thing. It's just, on the other end, the questions come from the constituents, what am I going to experience? And that's why it's good for the council members to know where they are and what the time frame is for the constituents who, reasonably do have concerns. But upon vacancy, you'll see a rehab. How, in the world of everything that is out there for financing subsidized housing right now, and the need for the projects to have layered, subsidy, like you just mentioned, home fund, how likely is this one to move forward in a rather, quick progression in terms of other competing demands out there? Are you confident that it's going to be get the other allocations it needs in a timely manner?
From discussions that we've had with Vintage and the Housing Division, it seems like they're going to be getting the other funding that they're requesting. This resolution is in support of volume cap from the state, and they're going to IFC in January.
Okay. And then we're done here then? Or
Yes.
will they come through for home with us?
They are not coming forward for any more home funds. It's going to be a tax credit and volume cap project.
Okay. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
I have one last statement, just real
Okay.
quick.
Go
I think it's a little bit important, just with the rising costs of, with building and everything. I believe the developers said this was going to be about $45,000 a unit to rehab, and we're looking at about $300,000 per door for new construction. So,
Yeah.
I think it's an important point to make.
Yeah, we've lost a lot aging out, so it's, kudos to everyone, you and your office in, we're not losing that affordability. That's a real headache for a council member to hear. I think Ward 5, we lost 2 in the last couple of years, and those really slipped through, and those were real headaches downtown. So kudos to everyone in putting these back into affordability periods.
Monica, I want to say great job and thank you to Green Street on this. And it's really nice to see actually this be in Ward 1, because typically we see them in other wards. So I think it's important that every ward is able to get affordable housing.
Yes.
So, that is not my concern, because I want to make sure that it's equitable and fair, because we tend to typically see more affordable housing in certain wards. And I just don't think that that's how you should plan. But I do want to commend you. I think it's tremendous, and their product is really, really good. So congratulations, good job. All right, Councilman Reese.
Madam Mayor, thank you. Ms. Cochran, thank you to you and also to Ms. Weissman for the excellent staff report. I thought it was very well done, meaning it was comprehensive. So from my perspective, the work that you put into it to educate us is a very important component of these processes. So I just want to go over a couple of things. So first, as I understood it from the staff report, which we received about 2 weeks ago, this is a volume cap project, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and am I correct that any relocations would have to comply with federal law as it relates to the Uniform Relocation Assistance Act?
That is correct.
Okay. Am I correct that this is a rehabilitation, meaning not new ground-up construction?
That is correct.
Okay, am I correct that the affordability component, that 30 to 60%, is built into the program for the life of the use by the new entity?
That's correct.
And then last but not least, I want to understand the 3 properties being rebranded, it allows them to seek a larger portion of the volume cap. Is that a fair assessment?
That would be fair, yeah.
Okay. Well, Again, I want to thank you for the excellent staff report and appreciate receiving it so far in advance. I really do think that that's an important component so that we are able to have those conversations with our constituents and with the public who listens at home. So you and Ms. Weissman continue to do excellent work as always, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. She's watching. She's home very ill today.
Oh, well, we're so sorry. Get better. Get better. Elaine, I know you're watching. All right. With that being said, go ahead, Councilman Dewar, go ahead. And then.
Yeah,
No?
thank you. I too wanted to thank Monica Cochran and Elaine, because this is so difficult when projects lose their affordability status. I mean, think about it. There are people living there right now. The status is lost. They're either evicted or they are invited to pay a much higher price with or without renovations. And what a win this is. They have a renovated apartment, plus they maintain the affordability. I mean, it's really remarkable status as compared to some that we have dealt with. Suddenly they're unaffordable and we're getting the cries for help from residents. So I can't say enough to Dane and Green Street, Jim. I mean, I think this is fantastic. The other question, I did have a question, and that's, in addition to rehabbing the units, do you know if they'll like rehab the hallways, or if there are any common meeting rooms or those kind of facilities, garbage areas, HVAC? Do you know what is being rehabilitated?
I don't know the extent of everything that's being rehabilitated, but I can get that information and get it to you.
Yeah. Well, just a word to pass on. Something that we've, working with Vintage and Green Street, what we've noticed is just the lighting in the hallways, can always use some improvement, no matter whether it's brand new or being rehabbed. Especially, and I wasn't sure if this was senior or just generally affordable. Do you know?
It's multifamily.
Multifamily. Okay. So, all right. Well, just some things to think about. I know they've been learning as they go in terms of what's working in the other units, what features are most welcome and which ones maybe they built a pool and no one used it, but maybe they built a library or a fitness room and that everyone used it. I have no idea what they're finding over the years, but anyway, I'm just really, really glad to see this. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? None? May I get a motion, Councilwoman Breckus?
It's written on the staff report. It says, because I think we're doing a resolution here. Whoops. I'm on the wrong one. Sorry. It's a resolution, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. It's move to adopt.
All right, thank you. I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right.
Thank you.
Great job. I'm so proud of you. How are you feeling? You seem so calm up there.
I'm awesome.
I just wanted to say, I think you look so calm and you're doing a great job. Go. Love it. All right. Moving on, I believe Councilwoman Breckus, we're going right back to you at item B5.
Is a change to our investment policy. And I think we have.
Point of clarification, do we need to open item L5 for this item as well? Or Madam Clerk?
I think do that later.
Oh, yes. I think we do.
Okay.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Reese. So I will go ahead and open the Redevelopment Agency Board at this time.
All right, thank you so much.
So I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilmember Breckus.
Here.
Dewar.
Here.
Martinez. Ebert. Absent at this time. Taylor. Reese. Sheevy.
Here.
Madam Mayor, you do have a quorum of the Redevelopment Agency Board.
All right, thank you.
We'll go just down the list very quickly since we have it. I have no public comment registered, so I'm going to go ahead and close item L2. Item L3 is approval of the agenda.
All right, thank you. I have a motion. Do I have a second? I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Back to you, Madam Clerk.
Item L4, approval of the minutes from August 24th.
All right, thank you so much. Do I have a motion? So moved. I have a motion.
Move those.
I have a
those.
second
yeah,
by
move-
Councilman Breckus. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Motion carries.
All right, so now we're opening L5-1 with item B5.
B5.
Yeah.
All right, Ms. Van Buren.
Maybe we could get a staff report on this one.
Yes, that's what she's doing up there.
Good morning, Mayor Sheevy and council members. Vicki Van Buren for the record, Director of Finance. I do not have a quick presentation for this one. This item is just an update to our investment policy. We periodically review our investment policy with our investment advisor, PFM, and in this case, 2 items were identified that we're proposing to be updated, and it's based on a change that was made in, both changes were made in NRS. The first change is a change from a AA to a single A rating, and that would be for investment in a bond or a note issued in the United States by a foreign financial institution, and they would just have to have a rating of an A at this point instead of a AA, as previously required in NRS. The second item in NRS that changed was the elimination of the requirement that the issuer of these type of investments be publicly traded. So it's not that the issuance is publicly traded, it's that the issuer would not have to be publicly traded. And in this case, that would be the financial institution. So those are the only 2 changes. Provided with the staff report, I did provide a red line version and then also the final version for your consideration. But these 2 changes are just to make it in alignment with NRS.
Well, if I may.
Go ahead.
And I thank you for, the red line in our existing policy. I think this is the 12th amendment that, has been proposed. I wanted to read that NRS, and so, in particular, the legislative history of it. So my new liaison helped me find the bill from the 21 session. It was AB 338. It was brought forward, I read it both on the Senate side and the Assembly side. It's brought forward by a legislator I've never heard of from Las Vegas. The Treasurer's Office was neutral, not a lot of other conversation, but it was certainly enabling. And, the legislature thought it was okay to enable. The governor signed it. But I am uncomfortable. We're going to get to the AFCR here in a little bit. The AFCR has a quote about how I think the words are, our dramatic portfolio drop because of the market conditions. Going into lesser rated bonds, even if it's a minor one, cause me concern because we know that volatile economic times. We've lived them before. I think we're moving into them again. I don't want the pressure on our money managers to push return into places that, are not comfortable. It makes me very anxious. The issuer not being a publicly traded persona or and it's not the issuance, but it's the issuer, also gets into a place that makes me a little more nervous. I would like it fleshed out. I presume you have an analysis of these law changes and recommendations from our financial advisor?
Our financial advisor did come and present to the Financial Advisory Board,
Okay.
and this was approved by our Financial Advisory Board to move forward as well.
And that's fine, but it comes to us. And the other research I did is I did not see, and I looked, I didn't see that any other jurisdictions in Nevada have moved forward with these changes to these sort of going into these instruments. Do you know of, I know you get together with some of your financial colleagues. Have you had any discussion with anyone? Do you know who else has moved into, in response to this law change?
I have not had discussions on that. It's typically been our policy that we go ahead and bring it forward, and so that our policy is in line with NRS.
Well, it's not necessarily in line with NRS. I mean, NRS is not saying, come here, like a lot of laws, we have to pass laws to equal their laws. It's just an allowance, and that doesn't necessarily mean it's a good idea. And I know you brought it to the FAB, you brought it to the, your advisor who, manages our money is supporting it. I'm not comfortable, particularly with what I see going on here and other economic trends. Cryptocurrency was a legitimate thing a year. A lot of people were boosted on it. Now it's blown up. And I'm not saying that crypto is any piece of this because I don't see it is, but it is getting into private issuance. And I'm not willing to go there until I see a analysis from your office of what other jurisdictions have moved in response to this NRS. It's just not a place of comfort for me right now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. I want to say, great job, great staff report.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. I'm going to send it to you, Vice Mayor.
Move to approve staff recommendations.
All right, thank you. I have a motion. Second. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, motion carries. I'm going to send it back to you, Madam Clerk, because I believe this is the only L item in redevelopment. So let's finish redevelopment. A little complicated today.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So item L6 is redevelopment agency board comments, announcements, etc.
All right, any comments? Seeing there are none?
Thank you. Item L7 is closing public comment, to which I have none. So I'm looking for a motion to adjourn for item L8.
All right, I have a motion to adjourn. Do I have a second?
Second, Madam Mayor, and I'd just like to comment that my comments were for the record.
All right, thank you. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So we're moving on to item B9 as pulled by Councilmember Breckus.
All right, Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, so these are some, let's see, could we get a staff report on this one?
Sure. Carrie Koski, your Director of Public Works and City Engineer. This item here today is a reimbursement to the RSCVA, the Reno Sparks Convention Authority, for capital expenditures that were performed at the National Bowling Stadium between November 2021 and January 2022. The amount of those expenditures is $203,036.61.
All right, thank you so much. Give us a little background exactly what those were for.
Sure. Those particular capital expenditures were for to keep normal operations going during the women's tournament. They were for scoreboard repairs and replacement parts, audio-visual, lighting panels, HVAC, and network upgrades. Okay. Those things are typically covered in our contingency that we have in our $2 surcharge. So these are.
And according to the contract, how come it's not the other way around?
Because these are capital expenditures.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I just want.
As opposed to operating expenses.
Okay. So that then the city is responsible for.
Correct.
All right, Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, so this is an item related to our agreement. It's a three-way agreement with the bowling conference, yes, which will be bringing an open tournament here in March, and the RSCVA. And while we have a revenue source for the surcharge, we can use it for other needs downtown, infrastructure needs downtown. This body can decide, where we have needs, and we haven't. I think we've been in good faith, but just like in June, when we re-upped and recommitted to this arrangement, we're flying blind, I believe. In June, the minutes, when I did not vote for the extension of this agreement, the mayor talked about the need for a marketing director for the venue, to activate it more. I said, this is our second most valuable asset downtown, and we need to understand what's going on, because while we have a surcharge for the capital, we're paying the debt service for this, the ballroom, and the event center out of general fund. And when we go through the AFCR, we'll talk about how much we're paying out of general fund. And I think it's problematic of our partnership to put more money into this here at the end of the year as the year closes out, when we re-upped considerably back in June on this without any analysis of what is being delivered to us in terms of their room nights and the tourism and the market and the economic engine it's supposed to be creating. Again, and I looked through my file, I have a very long, big file on the bowling agreement, and we haven't had sorry, Miguel. We haven't had an agreement or an update from the RSCVA since 2017 on how this agreement's working for us, but we continue to pay the debt service. And I think that we're going to continue to be asked to throw more money into this facility under the general fund to pay the bonds, which we are on the hook for, and these, which could be used for other downtown needs, until we put the hammer down and say, no, we want you to come back, RSCVA, and they're not happy customers either, but they're the ones who keep upping this agreement, to say, no, we're not going to put the money in, we're not going to reimburse you until you come and tell us the plan for this, and let us know in July when the bowlers leave if this deal worked for the city of Reno. So not voting, not supporting, hoping the body will hold everyone accountable for this deal, because in budget, we always have to park money for the debt service because this thing does not pay for itself, even though the bonds were underwritten on it paying for itself. It is a complete fleecing of the Reno General Fund, over $20 million in the decade I've been on the city of Reno.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate those comments, and you know that I share a lot of the concerns. I tend to be the no vote over there regularly. And I am glad we do have, finally, after 8 years of sort of banging my fist, of having a marketing director, because it's so critical to get those facilities activated on so many different levels. I know Trent LaFerrier's here. He does a tremendous job. Thank you, Trent, for all you do. You're awesome, and you have been awesome. I would also say, I agree. I feel like sometimes we are an afterthought, especially downtown, to Mr. Harris. So I would like to request for him to come and update the council, because I have similar concerns as Councilwoman Breckus. That would be very much welcomed, and maybe Councilwoman Bybee might be nice. So thank you so much. And Carrie, you have done a phenomenal job, because this is not an easy contract, and it's been painful oftentimes. And you have just been so gracious with, sort of how problematic it's been. But, we're kind of like, we've been into this for so long. There's really nothing else we can possibly do. However, I am very grateful, though, to the support of the board members, which would have cost the city about $30 million had we continued on like that. So, but thank you so much. You worked so hard on this, so appreciate it. With that being said, I would like a motion, or would you like a comment? Go ahead.
Yeah, I just have brief comments, and then I'm happy to move to, a motion forward, Madam Mayor. Ms. Cossey, thank you. First of all, I have served on the Capital Project Surcharge Committee since my time on the body, and so I want to very narrowly tailor and focus my comments to you. I may have some agreement with my colleagues, both Madam Mayor and the gentlewoman from Ward 1, but the concern I have is that those things related to whether it's being managed appropriately, whether it's being marketed appropriately, are really not of concern to me on this particular agenda item. And so this one is very specific and narrow, and it has to do with the necessity that we had, now it's been almost a year ago, where we had some replacements that had to happen in the building. There were some technical issues related to the scoreboard, and I think, as I recall, the boiler, and these were expensive repairs but had to be undertaken fairly promptly, especially the boiler. And so under the agreement, the contract that we have involves our need to reimburse for capital costs. And the reason why that's true, as I understood it, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that sometimes those things have to happen very quickly, and given that the part shortage for some of these things, there's oftentimes lead times, and so the capital improvement costs have to happen very quickly, and sometimes we don't have a lot of time to think and process through all of it. And so when this item came to the $2 surcharge subcommittee, of course, all of the members of that body are looking for accountability, and they want to see the facility used well. But we also acknowledge that these were necessary components of keeping our significant asset working and functioning. And so there was a unanimous decision at that body, of course, to approve these reimbursement requests. And of course, I think that it comes to us because we have to essentially ratify the decisions of that surcharge subcommittee. I also think it's worth pointing out that over the next 5 years, the economic impact of the bowlers is going to be measured in billions of dollars, not millions, but billions with a B. And so those Congress conventions and convenings, I guess is what they would call it, will result in an enormous amount of room, heads and beds kind of requirements. And of course, all of that requires that we have a facility that is heated and has scoreboards that function. And so all these projects were very much, you and Justin, your team, all worked very hard to make sure that what was being requested was in fact what was reimbursed. So there were some questions there. But at the end of the day, as many of the questions I have that are related to the RCVA or the marketing, they're not my concern on this agenda item. So Madam Mayor, I'm happy to move to approve staff recommendations.
Madam Mayor, may I speak again?
Go right ahead.
Yeah, under our rules, for those who don't come up, and we are allowed to speak twice on an item unless the council waives and wants to continue discussion. But we do have finite time on these, and I don't mean to belabor, but a lot of these comments about this agreement, what it's delivering, were made on June 8th when we made a substantial reinvestment, recommitment to this. And they've had 6 months almost to come back and tell us, here's how it looks going forward. Here's what 23 is going to look like. COVID hit us. They're going to be in Vegas in January, so they can wait till March. So where were they? Why don't they come? A lot of times when these come, we've got some issue, some bid that's running stale. We don't on this. All we have is a reimbursement back over to the RSCVA, our counterparty. So if the motion fails, I'll make another motion to say, we're going to continue this item to the second meeting in January and take it on immediately after the RSCVA lets us know the landscape, particularly the metrics by which we'll evaluate if they're delivering the economic engine they're supposed to in 23 when the bowling teams come. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. All right, any further questions? Also, I just want to reiterate, Trent, you do a phenomenal job. Thank you. Really great job. Give me a motion, Councilman.
Mayor, I move to approve staff recommendation.
All right, I have a motion. Second. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries. Thank you. Councilman Breckus, I will make sure that I reach out to Mr. Harris.
And make time, when you set the agenda with the manager, make sure that will come here. Okay,
Yes,
I'll
I'm
look for
gonna
that.
have
Thank
him
you.
Give us a presentation, and I
Thank you.
appreciate your concern.
All right, Madam Mayor, we are going to go ahead and move on to item D4. D is in David 4.
All right. All right, Madam Clerk. At this time, do you have any public comments on item D4? Do we need to open 3? Okay, so we're gonna jump to D4 and then D3. So what we'll do is we'll take public comment, staff presentation, and then 10 minutes for the applicant, and then questions from the body.
Okay, so for the record, we did receive written correspondence on this item as 16 letters in support of staff recommendation, which is to deny, 1 letter of concern for a total of 17, and additionally, we do have 2 voicemails, which we'll go ahead and play at this time.
Okay, thank you so much.
My name is Jim Galloway. I'm a downtown Reno resident. And I'd like to comment on the Right Way and Lake Mill market licenses. I recommend that they permanently be revoked. They both cause many problems, and we have no need for these unreliable businesses in downtown. Thank you.
This is Vicki Carlson. I am a resident of Reno, and my address is 6142 Carriage House Way, Reno, Nevada, 89519. My phone number is 845-549-4668, and I am calling to encourage the Reno City Council to permanently deny the liquor license for the two downtown Reno markets, the Right Way Market and the Lake Mill Maxi Mart. Thank you. Goodbye.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, we have no additional public comment.
For staff presentation, and before Mr. Woodley gets into it, happy birthday, happy belated birthday. How old are you? 25?
40 forever, ma'am.
Well, good. We want to wish you a happy birthday.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, City Council. Alex Woodley, Director of Code Enforcement. So what we're going to talk about today, we have two packaged liquor licenses before the council for consideration on renewal or not to renew. What I want to do for the benefit of the council and the public is to provide a little bit of history and background as it relates to packaged liquor licenses in the city of Reno and specifically for the downtown area. So since 2003, the city council had identified the need to create a moratorium and also a cap on the number of liquor licenses, packaged liquor license downtown, and that cap was 14. And that was in response to issues and concerns that the city council had with regards to the negative effects of the sales of packaged liquor in the downtown area. Not to mention the influx of these licenses in the area, the amount of resources from both police, fire, and REMSA responding to issues within the downtown core. That area that was identified for the benefit of everyone was to the north, we have 9th Street, to the west, Keystone, to the south, California Avenue, and to the east, Evans Avenue. So that'll give you an idea of the area that we're speaking of. So over the years, this packaged liquor license issue has been a problem for the city of Reno, for our Reno Police Department, for our fire department, for our REMSA, for our EMS services. And this council in 2019 requested that staff look into revamping the ordinance because the concern was that the cap wasn't working because we were not getting below the cap. We were not getting to 14. We had over 20 packaged liquor licenses. And then there was also the issue of, and the specific question that was asked by this council was, do we not have any authority with these liquor licenses? Do we just rubber stamp? Do we just approve these licenses? And then they never come before us when we receive our constituents' complaints, issues and concerns, and we're spending all these resources with these businesses. So at that time, the city council requested a moratorium and put in place a moratorium. That was in May of 2019. That moratorium stayed in effect until December of 2021. So that was over 2 years, 2.5 years that the city council did not approve any packaged liquor licenses throughout the entire city because it was of that much of concern. For your benefit, I'll tell you that we have 144 convenience stores in the city of Reno as a whole. So at that time, back in December and later in January, the second reading, the city council did approve new ordinances, revamped ordinances related to packaged liquor licenses, which has a lot of restrictions and a lot of authority for the city council to consider the approval, denial, and the review of the renewals of these packaged liquor licenses. Some of the other things that we had in there in that ordinance was the requirement for security at these packaged liquor stores, convenience stores. And then we also had the mandate of not allowing any sales of single sale alcohol. Now, during the process of that ordinance, the council listened to the business owners, took into consideration their concerns. One of the biggest things that was expressed by many of the business owners was the fact that why is the city penalizing all of us when we know that we have some bad players? Why won't the city focus on dealing with those bad players? So some of the things that were changed to minimize the impact was the removal of the security requirement. So the council had that removed, and then also allowed the sales of alcohol items over 20 ounces. That was something that they were very happy with as a majority. And those were changes that the city council made with the understanding that moving forward, we are going to make use of the rules and regulations that we're adopting to make sure that we hold businesses accountable. So what I'm going to share with you is two sections of the code. First and foremost is specifically to privilege licenses, and that's the definition of privilege license. So 5.05.007 of the Reno Municipal Code states, approvable revocable privilege. No applicant for a privilege license or permit has any right to such license or permit. Any license or permit issued pursuant to the provisions of this title is a revocable privilege, and no holder acquires any vested right therein and thereunder. Another section of code that I want you to be aware of, 5.07.121, and that relates to council action on licenses for packaged alcohol, beverage, and packaged wine and beer. And item number C, which states, and this is specific to what you take into consideration when looking at approving or denying a privilege license specific to packaged alcohol. Item C states, the city council may deny any application if it determines in its discretion that granting the privilege license will not be in the best interest of the welfare, health, or safety of the city, or if the applicant or location of the license is determined by the council to not be suitable. So those are the things that you can take into consideration when you're looking at a license. What we will tell you is that based on the information I'm going to share here regarding these licenses, that if these were to be brought in today for you to consider as a brand new applicant, you would have grounds to deny the approval of the license, period, based on the circumstances. Now, on these particular, both these particular licenses, staff did pursue a suspension license through the administrative hearing officer per the Reno Municipal Code. And the hearing officer, as part of the process, listened to staff's presentation and then also listened to the business owners. And in conclusion of that hearing, he concluded that he was going to suspend the license, which is what he did for both businesses. And that suspension was also with the caveat that upon suspension, upon the expiration of the suspension, that staff would bring before the council consideration for the renewal of said packaged liquor licenses. So that's a little bit of history.
Could we follow up with questions if he's taking a break? And you might have mentioned this.
Yes, hold on one second.
Yeah,
Can I just, can you just finish and then we'll go to questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay. So I'm going to start with giving you some details specific to the Right Way Market. It's located on Evans Avenue. It's a retail sales of groceries, liquor, tobacco products, and general merchandise. In 2021, the calls for service for this location was 705. Now, what I will tell you is that in response, prior to our suspension hearing with the hearing officer in September of 26, staff had conducted inspections of 5 stores, convenience stores in the downtown area. This was as a result of a recent homicide that occurred in front of one of the stores. Based on that and taking into consideration the council's concerns with making sure that staff was monitoring any bad businesses or businesses with negative activity or that could be a public nuisance in the area. Once again, keeping in mind that this was a concern of the council because of the amount of complaints that you would hear from residents in the area. So what we did was we identified 5, and we took the CSAS approach, it's Community Service and Safety Team, and it involves the Reno Fire Department, the Reno Police Department, Code Enforcement, Business Licensing, and the Building Department. And we inspected 5 of the properties in the area. We identified them based on numbers of calls for service, their proximity within downtown area, proximity to the occasion of the situation of the homicide that we had, and then also businesses that we deemed might have more activity based on its proximity to the downtown area and the CARES campus. So what we have here, this is information for you for comparison. Specific to the Right Way Market, you'll notice that for 2021, we had 705 calls for service, and 410 of those calls for service was specific to Reno Police Department. For clarification, call for service is a 911 call. That means that someone called 911 and 911 dispatched city resources to that location, whether it was EMS, the fire department, or the police department, and sometimes all 3 together, they would respond to these calls. So as you can see the proximity within this map and in the downtown area, we use Golden Gate Gas and Jackson's number 130, which is at the corner of 6th Street and Wells Avenue. Let's take, for example, Golden Gate Gas. If you notice the total calls for service, these 911 calls, we had 371. Compare that to Right Way Market. Right Way Market had almost 100% more calls for service. The same can be said for the specific Reno Police Department calls for service. Now, I have with me Deputy Chief Miller, who can provide you a little bit more information with regards to the specific of the types of calls for service, but this is just to give you an idea of the comparison. And as you can see as well, in 2022, we have similar numbers and similar comparisons as well. So as I stated before, in September of 26, we conducted site visits of 5 locations. This location, based on a comprehensive approach, which was obviously the calls for service and any code violations or fire department violations that we identified on the property, that's how we determined the 2 businesses that you have before you. And October 18th is when we issued our joint memo to the business license seeking suspension of the license. And November 15th is when the hearing officer suspended the license. The suspension began on the 28th per the request of the business owner. And today, as you know, today is December 14th, and it's before the council. I just want to reiterate that this is a revocable privilege license, and that any license or permit issued pursuant to this provisions of the code is a revocable privilege, and no holder acquires any vested right therein or thereunder. Today, staff's recommendation, staff includes the Reno Police Department, Reno Code Enforcement, Reno Business License, and the City Manager's Office is recommending denial of the renewal of the packaged liquor license for Right Way Market. Thank you.
All right, Councilman Beckus, go ahead. So, Mr. Woodley, and if I did not pick it up when you mentioned it, and I'm very familiar with the cap because I was a city planner back when it happened and helped administer that. The cap was 14. The cap's still in place, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And how many do we have right now?
Right now, since we expanded the area of the restricted area, as you can remember back in January with the buffers,
Yeah,
the cap is currently 18.
18.
Yes,
So if we, these 2 went away, it'd be down to 16.
Well, we are still above the cap because we
Yeah.
currently have 21, so
Oh, we have 21.
yes, ma'am.
Okay, so if we had 21, we'd be down to 19.
That is correct.
Still above the cap.
Yes, ma'am.
And the cap is
18.
18.
Yes,
And the
ma'am.
reason I ask this is, you know, and I understand why the council did the cap at the time. No one here was involved. But there's people sitting on the sideline who could be, you know, eyeing those and wanting to come in and get that tenant opportunity to real estate that they have. And that's not in play. You know, you're still not going to be an opening even if we revoke these. So that's not a factor of some of the testimony or input we may receive. Now, the other one is the problem I've had with this, and I think it informed my vote against
the liquor license before, I think I was the only one who voted for that, is my own experience. I visited the Right Way again. I visited it in January. I visited yesterday. And it is a circumstance of its location. The bus station, our CAC, the facilities, it's sandwiched in between two. When I went there in January, I saw a gentleman walk out, kind of followed behind him. He had a white bag, there was sandwich bread in it and other essentials. And I said, well, that guy is walking to wherever, and he doesn't have, like me, a car with a wine box in the back to drive all of his wine off. He's got to carry what he can get, and this, you can't carry a tall boy to your home with your bread and your ketchup, was problematic to me, to those who are not, have cars, live this more urban life. Again, yesterday when I was there, right as I was driving up, I saw two people, a man and a woman, they weren't together. They were both carrying sacks and both moving over to the bus lobby area. So to me, it looks like they're shopping. And I'm having a hard time, because whether it's alcohol or non-alcohol, the Right Way to me, and I went in, I saw socks, I saw onions, I saw where the liquor's been closed up. The Right Way seems to me to be a grocery store for people, whether it's people who live around there or people who take the bus. It's their grocery store, and then they bus their groceries home. So I have a real hard time doing that on the evidence you're bringing forward to us, which is calls for service. You compare the calls for service to two gas stations. Well, one would really hope that there's more sobriety at gas stations because people are getting in their car, getting gas, and driving off. Whereas here, we know that people are more on foot and would, could legally be in a different frame of mind. And also, the number one call for service here was unwanted subject. Is that a problem of them? They're calling and saying, we've got someone, say it's someone who's riding the bus or someone who's just left the CAC. Is that a them problem, or is it a downtown population problem that we're seeing at their location?
All right, Councilwoman Burgess, there's 30 over, so I just want to point that out. Okay, go ahead. At this time, Your Honor, if I may, I'm going to defer to Chief Miller because he can provide more detailed information with regards to the types of calls for service. All right, thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Oliver Miller, Deputy Chief, Reno Police Department, for the record. Thank you for having me here today. So, first and foremost, I heard you make the comment about the folks walking down the roadway with a tall boy. That's not against the law. As long as you don't open it on a city street, that's where it becomes unlawful.
If I may, it was at the time, and maybe I'm not using my term, it was what I understood we were prohibiting being sold from packaged from those, and the restriction that went in. And at the time, I knew the ounces and the volumes, and so that vote, I took that vote based upon what prohibitions those residents could do. But it wasn't about open container. But thank you.
So what I'd like to do, and I think I can answer a lot of questions if I can kind of dive into these calls for service to some extent and describe them to you and tell you what it means to our community and how it impacts community safety. I think you heard Director Woodley actually state that out of 144 convenience stores in 2020 and 2021, that the Right Way Market was number one. Number one in terms of top calls for service location. Number one in terms of violent crime and being a hotspot attractor for those violent crimes. And this was affirmed, of course, on November 15th by a hearing officer at the Reno Municipal Court who affirmed and supported that mismanaged alcohol sales by suspending the liquor license of the Right Way was a causal factor. So what we really did was we took a look at these calls for service, and maybe if I can just back up to the calls. You see before you, we have 705 total calls for service in 2021, 595 in 2022. That goes from January to September, so we didn't get the full calendar year in there. Regardless, number one for both years. You talk about unwanted subjects being the top call for service there, subject stops, etc. What I'm also looking at, aside from the nuisance calls, is that we had 36 assault and battery calls for service, 5 assault with a deadly weapon calls for service, 5 battery with a deadly weapons, which could be a shooting, a stabbing, 4 narcotics calls, 2 robbery calls, 7 sexual offense-related calls, and 81 reports for open container in the area. So we begin to do comparatives, and we look at the Golden Gate gas station, which is just down the road and near the new CAC, as well as Jackson's 130, which is at 6 and Wells, within close proximity to the CAC, and we understand that they're servicing the same clientele from the same neighborhood. With that, there's a lot of foot traffic in the area, despite the fact that the 2 other comparatives have or are attached to a gas station. And before I move on, I think it's important for me to just reflect on the assaults and batteries for a moment, as well as the other felony crimes that I mentioned. In my 23 years of experience in being a law enforcement police officer, former detective with the Reno Police Department, I know that there's a link between violent crime and alcohol. With that, that link is supported by the BJA, our Bureau of Justice Assistance. We know that 25% of victims of violent crime report that the suspect, their attacker, had imbibed, consumed alcohol just prior to the attack. And my point is, and this supports the mismanagement of alcohol sales definitively related to crime occurring in that area, and a lot of those crimes that I just described. Really, the Golden Gate gas, I think Director Woodley kind of ran you through some of the stats. We look at that 81 times that we had open container events as a nuisance crime around the Right Way Market, and the 1 event at the Jacksons, the 1 event at the Golden Gate gas. There is a stark difference there. Simply put, the Right Way Market is the common denominator for crime in that area of Evans Avenue, Evans Street. This can be attributed to improper management, as I already stated, so a lack of on-site security, clutter in the windows, obscuring the view inside and out, allowing folks to loiter outside, responsible alcohol sales. And what I mean by that is not selling to inebriated customers, not allowing minors to handle alcohol or sell alcohol. What it comes down to is this, and I heard this the other day from one of our officers: bad actors know where they're welcome, and they're welcome at the Right Way Market. The last thing I want to add is we did take some statistics since the suspension of the Right Way Market's liquor license. That occurred from November 28th to December 7th. So we took the calls for service in 2021 and looked at them during that same time frame of this year while they were suspended. In 2021, there were 5 unwanted subject calls for service, 3 subject stops, 1 fight, 1 assault and battery, 2 EMS calls, 2 RFD calls, and 1 Washoe County SO civil call at that location. This year, in the 10 days following the suspension of the liquor license, 0 calls for service. 0 calls for service from the business, 0 call for service from passerbys, 0 officer-initiated contacts in the area of the 300 block of Evans Avenue based on the closure, I apologize, based on the suspension of the liquor license. We have not closed down that business. They still have their business license. They are still able to serve and sell groceries and serve our community in that way. The Right Way's privileged liquor license resulted in, that suspension resulted in no calls for service for the Reno Police Department, Reno Fire Department, Code Enforcement, EMS. So there is an absolute connection between their alcohol sales and violent and nuisance crimes happening in the area. So I hope that answers some of your questions, but I'm happy to entertain any other.
All right, thank you so much. Councilman Breckus, you've already had 3 minutes, so I'll get back to you after I ask the rest of the council if they would like to weigh in.
I have some questions.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Councilwoman Ebert.
Thank you. So this is just in regards to the right way market. I'll have other questions for Lake Mill if we have time. So in regards to right way, I know that there's some comparisons on here regarding Jackson's and Golden Gate. But looking on Google Maps, I see Fireside Market on here, and just in the Google images, it says market, liquor slots, deli. Now, this is exact same proximity to the RTC bus station. It's diagonal across the street from Right Way Market. Are we just gonna shuffle this problem from Right Way Market to the Fireside? It's equal walking distance from the bus station. So that's question one. Question two, how long did you say their license has been suspended at Right Way Market?
It's been 10 days.
10
So,
days.
well, 10 days from the time of our report. So
Okay.
I think it's actually been more like 15 now.
Okay, so pretty small sample
And
size.
can we clarify that when you say license has been suspended, that's just strictly for alcohol?
Yes, it's their
So, yeah,
privileged
so I want to
license
make
for
that
alcohol.
clear that everyone
Alcohol
understands
license, yeah.
that you can still buy food there.
Yes.
Okay.
So my next question is, has there been an increase in calls to the Fireside during this 15 days? Is that data that we can get? Another question I have is, okay, you've already answered, number of calls has been impacted. My next question is, are we gonna have the same discussion in the future if we permanently remove the Right Way's liquor license? Is this just gonna shuffle to Fireside and then we'll be back here having the same conversation about Fireside? It's almost the identical location. They sell the same items, and frankly, I don't know why they're not included in the comparison given their closer proximity and the fact that they're a more comparable business. My
I
other
can speak to
question is, what kind of patrol do we have there? I mean, we have a lot of calls for service, but outside of that, what kind of police presence do we have there to kind of discourage this kind of activity in these locations? So that was it. Thank you.
Okay. I'll start with your last question. We've got high police presence in the area of 300 Evans. It's in close proximity to the Reno Police Departments and one of our main thoroughfares from moving around in and around town. So there's a lot of police presence. We are consistently in that block near the Aces Ball Stadium and beyond. When we start to talk about will we push crime to the Fireside Inn, I don't believe so. I believe that the Fireside Inn, and we have it as a comparative when we make our Lake Mill Lodge presentation, is more of a responsible actor when it comes to the management of their alcohol sales. We have far less crime, nuisance and violent occurring there because of responsible alcohol sales at the counter. So I don't believe that we will see an increase in crime there. Why was it not compared? We didn't want to, again, confuse the matter when we start talking about the Lake Mill. The Lake Mill, when we get into it, you'll see that it's situated with a convenience store and a motel on premise.
All right. Go ahead, Vice Mayor Reese, 3 minutes. I want to remind everyone on council you have 3 minutes, and then we'll go back around if you have more questions. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Deputy Chief Miller, first of all, thank you for being here. I wanted to start with something that you said very quickly and make sure that I heard it correctly. How many years have you been serving in this capacity?
23.
So in 23 years, your professional recommendation based on those years of service is that we do not renew this license. Is that correct?
That's correct, and if I can expand, it's not only my opinion because we didn't want to do this in a vacuum at the police department. It's the opinion of my counterparts at the Reno Fire Department, my counterparts at code enforcement, my counterparts in business licensing.
Look, you can appreciate, Ollie, that one of the things that concerns a body like this is that we want to be fair and reasonable to the businesses who appear in front of us. that we want to be even in our dealings, that we want to make sure that the information we choose is not selective, meaning that we are looking at data-driven solutions. And from my perspective, you've done that, right? We have very rarely in the city, if ever, not renewed a privileged license, but we have the power to do that. That was the presentation that Mr. Woodley started with. And I think it is important to understand that the safety of this community is what comes first and foremost. I'm not going to base my decision today on one council member's visual surveillance of the thing on a particular date where she saw someone buy ketchup. That's not data-driven. That's not an argument. That's not analysis. What I am going to do is I'm going to trust your 23 years of professional judgment, Mr. Woodley's years of professional judgment, Chief Soto, who's in the back of the room. Those are the people whose opinion matters to me. And the reason why I said that is because I don't put on a gun each day and go down there and try to make the calls for service that you are. I think it is incredibly disingenuous to believe that this is not a safety issue. It is absolutely, as you said, an operator issue, right? If an operator allows their employees to serve inebriated persons, punch their license. If an operator is proven to have used the resources of this community because of their laissez-faire attitude about how they enforce sales, or whether or not they have any enforcement of that, or allow people to loiter there, or allow people to use that as a base for doing bad, punch their ticket. And you know what? The other convenience store operators downtown have similarly reached out to me and said, we're not coming to this operator's rescue because we know they're a bad actor. And at the end of the day, this council, again, is a pro-business council. We want to make sure people are secure in their opportunities to build their business and be successful. But when you prove over a period of years that you do not care about the law enforcement community and you don't care about the safety, then we have a choice, and that choice is not to renew this. I also think it's interesting, just as a procedural posture, this started with the administrative hearing process, right? Some people in this body love the administrative hearing process when it agrees with their ultimate conclusion, but when it doesn't, they then take pot shots at that process. I have consistently said that our administrative hearing officers do the work. They get into the business and the weeds and they ask the right questions. So that is also an important decision calculus for me, is how it got here. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you so much. Chief Miller, thank you. Appreciate it. I would say now more than ever, we have got to do whatever we can to crack down on crime. And I think we need to send a very clear message. So with that, I'm curious to know, do you have the numbers for 2019, 2020, 21? Give me some past idea of what this looks like.
I've got the numbers for 2021 and 22. I do know that I believe this
Do they
store.
look similar?
Yeah, this store has
They look
been
similar.
the top call for service for the last
So
decade.
shame on us for not doing this sooner, to be honest with you. And what I would like to see from here on out is, and I don't know, Mr. Woodley, you're the expert, so you know it really well, what this would look like. I want to send a really clear message about cleaning up our city, about cleaning up the crime. I don't think it's fair for the other residents to have to live in fear and then hide behind, yes, this is really a market. The one that really gets me going is the one right outside this door, and I will not forget, and I would love for them to come back and request their presence to come back and talk a little bit about when they came to this body and told us it would look like a mini Whole Foods. And it looks nothing like a mini Whole Foods, and there's a lot of calls for service there. There is a lot of crime, and these licenses are privileged licenses for a reason. And so I hope everyone that has one of these privileged licenses is now on notice that this is what's going to start to happen. And I want a regular update to this council, whatever you think is sufficient. Mr. Woodley, you're very good at your job, so I want to know, is that 6 months? Is that a year? Like I said, shame on us for letting it go on that long and allowing, and it comes down to operation. A lot of times there's so much you can do. I know, I'm a business owner, and part of that looks like installing cameras. It looks like installing lighting. It looks like maybe your hours of operation are different because you know there are some bad actors. It's also, you can pinpoint those bad actors and also really say, I'm sorry, you are not allowed in the establishment anymore. And the reason they don't do it is because the alcohol sales are what make them the most amount of money. So let's call a spade and do the right thing for the community and get it cleaned up. So that's just how I feel. And I want to say thank you so much, because when we talk about police presence, I want everyone to understand much of your resources in this city are going to things like this, when they really need to be out in other places saving other people's lives from other crime, not this. So that's where I get really, really upset, because there are a lot of residents that really need our police. And so when we exhaust our resources on things like this that could be preventable, it's unacceptable.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to provide you the information because you are correct. We did do the research when we brought the ordinance before you in January. So Right Way Market was the #1 calls for service in 2019 with a total of 718 calls for service. And in 2020, 606 calls for service. Once again, the top call out of 144 convenience stores.
So the message should be, if we don't do this, that this council allows that kind of activity. Thank you so much. All right. Councilwoman Dewar, go right ahead.
Yeah, you could probably put that slide up again if you wouldn't mind, Madam Clerk. But I had two types of questions. One is a process question, and I want to be clear on our use of terminology. So in this conversation, I've heard the term not renew, I've heard the term revoke, I've heard the term permanent. And I don't know whether it's Mr. Woodley we should hear from, or our licensing section or division in terms of what these words mean. So today we're being asked to not renew, not take away a license that is midway. And I think they have to get a license quarterly. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. Quarterly, they're up for renewal. That is correct.
Okay. So it's not that we're in the middle of the quarter. We're at the end of the quarter and we have an option whether to renew or not renew. And I just want to be clear. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. That is correct. That was public comment that used the reference of revoking, but
Right.
staff's recommendation
And
is.
then the other thing I want to make sure is I've heard this word permanent several times, and I'm not sure what that really means. And I just want to make sure I understand in terms of due process. When I don't think we mean to be saying that we would permanently not renew. I understand that this area already has more businesses than are allowed that sell privileged alcohol. So they could potentially not renew in this area because there's no more allowed. But could they renew in another area?
They could apply it any other area within the city. Yes, ma'am. And of course, it would go before this body, and it would be your duty to deny or approve.
Well, I just think I'm generally very supportive of the direction you're going, because I think it's very important that our codes mean something and our rules mean something. And if we don't enforce the rules, then the rules become irrelevant. So I think it's very important, and I agree with the mayor. I think we probably should have been doing this quite a few years ago, but we're here today. One of my concerns is how long would they not be allowed to renew? We don't have to decide that today, but if we don't renew it, I would like our staff to look into what is a procedure, or is it case by case? Is it up to the licensing division? I know all of the privilege licenses come back to the city council, but the staff review them and make a recommendation. And I would like them to think about it. What's the process after this? And number two, I want you to look at this list. The reason I had it put back up is Golden Gate Gas is headed towards 400 calls for service itself in 2022. My question is, that seems like a lot also. And I know we're not here to discuss them today, but you have them up on the chart as a comparative. And I'm not sure 400 calls for service in a year, that is more than one a day, is appropriate either. So I guess as we move forward, I'm asking our staff to look at what is doable and reasonable. And I'm not sure 311 is acceptable either. And again, we're not even through a full year. That's a little bit more than 3/4 of a year. So do you see where I'm going, Mr. Woodley?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. It makes complete sense. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I mean, and then I wanted to follow up on Councilmember Ebert's question about the fire side. Is that they're diagonally across from right way?
Yes,
Do
ma'am.
we
Yes,
have
it
data
is.
on that one?
Yes, we do, and it'll be part of the next presentation as we use it as a comparative for the Lake Mill license.
Oh,
So, but I will tell you,
Okay.
just for your benefit right now, for those 2 years, we're looking at 267 and 217 calls for service.
216 and 217 for the one diagonally across?
Yes, ma'am, 267 and then 217.
So that's half of and below these others, 389 and 311 and so on.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
that's a very compelling, I think, in terms of the fact that presumably it's the same transit population that is using that store. I mean, are they similarly situated in terms of the kind of products they sell?
Yes,
They don't
ma'am.
also have gasoline. It's a walk-up convenience store with alcohol.
Yes, ma'am.
But they have, it sounds like what you're saying, if we're looking at 2022, half of the calls, and I don't know for 2021, or maybe you were, I might have got confused which year you were speaking of.
No, you are correct, ma'am. Less than half.
Okay. So the last thing I wanted to ask, and I'm sorry, I don't have a clock, but if I may, just going forward, and I'm not presuming I know what we're doing because I'm not really in a position to make a motion here on Zoom, but I would like to be able to know if this comes up in the future, who is making the call? Like, as for example, I would not want to penalize someone, let's just say Right Way Market, for calling themselves, let's say they saw an altercation happening outside their store. Calling the police. I won't want them to call the police and report that. I don't want that to be counting against them. So I think going forward, I think if we could also track who is making the call, I'm sure that's in the detail of the report, but I think it should be easily countable so that as we go forward, these 389, the 311 example, with the other stores or any other stores, it would be good to know, are they themselves calling or someone else calling?
Right.
It might influence our evaluation.
All right, Councilwoman Dewar, I'm going to cut you off because you are a minute over.
Thank you,
so
sorry.
much. I agree with her in the sense that it depends on what type of call, obviously, what that looks like.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, any other questions? I'm
I
going to
have-
send it to Councilman Martinez. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate you all giving us this information and doing your research to keep us informed while we make this decision. I'm wondering, Mr. Woodley or Mr. Miller, if you all can tell us if we've experienced anything like this with another business in the past and what action has been taken there.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Martinez. The best recollection that I have, that I can recall something similar to this area, and when I say similar, I'm referring to the amount of responses that we've received as a city from the community, from the neighborhood, and in communication with the police department. I believe it was in 2008, 2009, Pat Baker Park, that's the border of Ward 3 and Ward 4. We have a lot of residential people there, and there were two businesses there that were identified, and they were constantly coming to the city saying, hey, we know Pepe's Market and Gloria's Market, they are the anchor of all this criminal activity. And the approach we took back then, unfortunately, is one of those situations where they say, you hear this a lot, you can't police your way out of the issues. And that's what we were looking at with those particular stores. We had a lot of police presence in the area, a lot of overtime, a lot of undercover operations. We did not take the comprehensive approach that we do now today. And what the city did at that time, ultimately, we changed traffic patterns to try to have an impact. We did a lot of overtime assignments over there. We did neighborhood cleanups. We try to make a big presence at the city. We did a lot of parks and recs projects at the park. All in all, the city ended up spending $3 to $4 million in that area trying to acquire the businesses because we weren't able to get that criminal case, that criminal conviction, to be able to connect it to the businesses. And the city ended up spending about $3 to $4 million ultimately acquiring the businesses to get them out of business is what they did. That's what the previous council did.
All right, I appreciate the context, and I would just echo what Councilmember Dewar and Madam Mayor said. If there's a way that we can continue to monitor the calls for service, not just in this area, but other privileged licenses that we have, and see if we can get a report on a regular basis about that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. Mr. Woodley, and maybe this is a question for Chief, just really quick. One of the things some council members love to fall back on is we're gonna get sued. They love that, okay? With that being said, you know, think about the liability too that the city runs whenever there is that crime going on that we clearly, you know, we're seeing these past numbers. If I was an attorney, I would, you know, hold them up and say, what have you done? So is there a liability issue there? I'm just curious. I don't know if Chief wants to speak to that or.
I absolutely believe there, Ollie Miller, Deputy Chief Reno PD for the record. I absolutely believe there's a liability to our community there, and that comes in terms of community safety. The draw of violent crime to the area. You look at a heat map of this area, which I wish I had one, it would be lit up like a Christmas tree. And primarily just this area because of the draw of both nuisance and violent crime to the area. So the answer is absolutely yes. Not only in terms of the violent crime itself, and I think you made the point earlier yourself, when I'm sending 2 or 3 officers there, or we have to send a ladder truck there, or the station EMS is busy there, they're not able to be somewhere else, which is another important aspect of it. So absolutely.
Right. Thank you so much. All right, Councilman Breckus, go ahead, 3 minutes.
Yeah, Commander Miller, you mentioned improper management by this operator. We do alcohol stings, you know, underage stings. Have they been, have we had a sting and have they failed? Have they sold to minors in recent history? Have you?
Well, we don't have any record of them selling to minors recently.
Okay. Do we have any evidence of crimes by these owners, recent crimes?
Not that can be discussed at this time.
The word homicide was mentioned twice by Mr. Woodley. Is that homicide at this premise or the Lake Mill?
The Lake Mill Lodge, and that homicide is still under investigation.
Okay, I'll bring that up later.
Okay.
I want to understand, when I went to the hearing officer brought up, I presume that was a recorded, deliberated area with a transcript. Was the transcript provided to us in our record? I didn't see it.
I'd have to check with our city attorney who was on site with us, Brian Sudi.
Mr. Manager, is the transcript in our record right now?
The transcript is not in your record right now.
Okay, I would have liked to have read that transcript. I just want to let you know because I think there's a lot of conversational discussion going back, you know, informal proceedings that the hearing officer directs, and that would have been helpful to me. I'm also struggling with the comparisons, and I do know land use in an urban setting. I would have liked to have seen a report from RTC about the issues they're experiencing. I know that they have on-site patrols there or security, so they don't maybe generate the calls for service, but they see some things, and I'd like to have seen their trend because I'm concerned that there's background noise of our downtown that is deteriorating, in my view. I was a victim last month of as an innocent bystander who experienced physical harm due to downtown violence. So, and you know that, and I know that. So I do believe that, but I don't want to assign that responsibility to this operator that I do believe is providing a public service and economic concern there. So, and say, we're good, because I can point to 5 or 10 other things in our downtown plan that we are not doing. And why aren't we doing those? That's my concern here. I am not hearing it at this point. Maybe I would have seen it in the transcript. I want to ask one last question. That is, if the council decides to allow the operator to relicense, we can give them 3 months or so of a revocation to I presume they're in compliance with, you mentioned the clutter in the windows, but I didn't hear that they're cited on those standards. But we could give them a short revocation to get maybe more in order, or could we limit them in some way? The buses stop running at go on to night service at 7, so you need to shut down at 7 because you're not providing that service to, the traveling public after 7. Is there parameters that we could put in the license if we wanted to? And this is really for Mr. Ferrato, I think. Condition the license a little bit if we wanted to continue to allow them to serve?
Lance Ferrato for the record. Yes, that is within your power to do so.
Okay, thank you.
It's not generally recommended as conditions can be cumbersome to staff, and we don't want to create a trail of conditions that staff cannot follow up on easily or cannot monitor, and then we get into this position again. But it is an option.
I appreciate that, and I am sensitive to that. Thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Right ahead. Councilwoman Taylor, please.
Thank you. Mr. Chief Miller. I'm fully supportive of businesses providing economic and public support to our community. I'm curious, is there any economic impact in 173 calls that required REMSA? Is there an economic negative impact to the city of that? And 25 Reno fire medical responses and over 700 calls for service. Is there an economic impact negatively to the city?
Ollie Miller, Deputy Chief Reno Police Department for the record. Thank you for the question. So with regard to REMSA, not an economic impact necessarily, but an impact nonetheless. That REMSA unit will not be available to police, fire, when called upon for the violent domestic occurring, several blocks away. So, the issue or the impact with REMSA, of course, is, we need them when we need them. With regard to fire, there is absolutely an impact for the city of Reno, especially when you have to move a large fire apparatus through the city, rolling code 3. And I would add, there's a safety issue for the community as well. Anytime that you're moving a large vehicle, in an emergency manner, that's going to be a safety concern for our community. So yes, there's risk everywhere.
If I may, Chief, please.
I don't know if we really need to get into this. I'm looking at the numbers and I'm not sure what I'm missing. I'm a journalism major. So, there's an opportunity cost. There's 700. Yes. This is the most calls for service of any convenience store we have.
That is correct. Yes, ma'am. And there is a cost. My colleague is a police officer. They don't like connecting what they do to money, but I do. Yes,
I think they like connecting what they do to money.
It is a negative cost to the city. Absolutely. Resources. There is a number to it. Thank you, ma'am.
All right. Any more questions?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Councilwoman Ebert.
Thank you.
3 minutes.
I have a question. One is, there's a downward trend, it looks like, from 2021 to 2022. Is there a probationary period possible for them? I'm just curious as to that potential. It seems like they are doing something. So that's part one of my question. But also, was there a specific event that occurred that triggered this? And if so, what was it? Or is it just the number of calls? And is this going to be a metric that we use going forward and be equally applied to other liquor stores? Or was it just, hey, these are the top 2, so we're going to look at them? I want to know if there's going to be an equal enforcement across the board, across these remaining 18 establishments.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Alex Woodley, Director of Code Enforcement. So with regards to the question of probationary period, that is an administrative decision that this body could take if they wanted to. Once again, as Mr. Ferrato stated, staff is not recommending that because of the nightmare that it is to try to keep in contact and monitor businesses, specifically with different conditions. However, I will tell you, so what we did was we intentionally, with regards to the event, we intentionally took a comprehensive approach. So we figured we're not going to go just with the calls for service. And I apologize, I didn't mention this, go into the details of this earlier. I was trying to give the history and I skipped some of this. But what we also did was we said, okay, let's look at the top 5
top 4, and one in the area. And then let's also take into consideration that we were aware of 2019 and 2020 because of the ordinance. I did that research myself. So I already knew the top calls for service, and I made that determination to identify these 5. And we said, let's comprehensively look at the condition of these businesses as well, because that goes to the management of the property and the business. Are there any code violations? Are there any fire code violations? Let's see what's going on there. I can tell you for the Right Way Market, one thing that stood out for us immediately was upon arriving at the location, we identified vomit on the front wall of the store. So from code enforcement perspective, we're thinking, wow, obviously there's not some good ownership management of this property. So that was number 1. Then, of course, we identified several code violations, numerous code violations. This is a public space. This is a public area. It's open to the public. We want it to be safe for the public. These are violations that we did not see at the other businesses, but we did see there. Same thing for the fire department as well. So when you take those into consideration, comprehensively look at that, we're not looking at just the number of calls for service. We're looking at how is this business or this property being maintained? Is this something that they do have control of or they don't have control of? So looking at it as a whole with the different disciplines that were there, that's how we determined the 2 businesses that we did.
Okay, so would your answer be no, that there's not a specific set of requirements that would bring a business up before us to review their license?
If there is an event or if we identify, because we have to compare it to something, right? There's a top 10%, a bottom 10%, then we will use that criteria to make sure that we can identify the good players and the bad players.
Okay, so no.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
All right, any further questions from the body? Seeing that there are none, Councilwoman Breckus, you want to give me a motion? Oh. You what?
Public comment?
Oh, that's right.
Are we gonna get?
Go ahead.
Do we have public?
Madam Clerk, the applicant at this time? The name of the applicant? Do you have?
I don't have anyone associated with this item that has checked in with me at this
Okay.
time, so.
All right, Mr. Woodley.
You're D4?
All right, Mr.
Okay. We do have
Woodley,
the
we
applicants
have the applicant,
represented.
I guess, are you the applicant? Come on up, you have 10 minutes.
Could I have the PowerPoint that we submitted uploaded, please?
Can you tell me the name it came from?
Good morning, Mayor Shivi, ladies and gentlemen of the City Council. My name is Bianca Dodov. I am an attorney at Sierra Crest Business Law Group here in Reno, and I am here today as counsel for Right Way Market to urge this council to renew its privileged liquor license. According to the show cause order prepared by Business License Manager Lance Ferrato dated October 18, 2022, the suspension was based upon 3 factors. These same 3 factors are set forth on the staff report for this hearing today as the reasons this council should deny the renewal of the license. These 3 factors are, number 1, certain code violations generally relating to property and premises maintenance. Number 2, a data report detailing calls for service purportedly linked to Right Way Market. And number 3, a comparison of Right Way Market to 3 other stores selected by the staff. Ladies and gentlemen, as I will describe in detail, these reasons set forth by the staff are not sufficiently related to Right Way's sale of alcohol, such that they provide a rational basis for this council to deny the renewal of Right Way's liquor license. I'd like to first provide the council some important history of Right Way Market. Right Way is a small family-owned business that has been in operation since 2010. For those of you who haven't been there, it is a convenience store with a large selection of drinks, snacks, fresh and frozen food, and other essentials, including fresh coffee, cleaning supplies, pet and food supplies, and basic auto part supplies. It is also part of the Supplemental Nutrition Assistant Program, better known as SNAP, and is one of the only businesses in the area, if not the only one, that accepts EBT cards from its patrons. It also sells alcohol, has an ATM machine, and has a small gaming area. Right Way Market is owned and operated by Opinder and Devinder Dillon. Opinder and Devinder are immigrants, like my parents are. Shortly after they were married in the mid to late 90s, the Dillons moved to Reno. They saw an opportunity here and saw a place where small businesses are encouraged and supported and promoted by local government. So they put everything they had into opening and operating Right Way Market at its original location next to the old bus stop, and then 12 years later, they moved the location to where it is today. Ladies and gentlemen of the council, for over 25 years, the Dillons have operated this market between the two locations. They have put their blood, sweat, and tears into this business, which has allowed them to make a life for themselves, raise their 3 children, and put them all through college. No small feat. The Dillons give back to the community as well. For 13 years, Opinder served as vice president of their church, playing a key role in fundraising efforts for organizations like the Red Cross, among others. Mr. and Mrs. Dillon's story is quite literally the American dream. Yet small businesses like Right Way are still recovering from COVID-19 and profit margins remain tight. A liquor license provides economic value to its holder. Anytime a customer purchases alcohol, any type of alcohol, they are twice as likely to also buy food. When you sell alcohol in combination with food, your profit margins jump significantly. Even though Right Way's current privileged liquor license permits it to sell packaged alcohol on just 500 of the 5,000 square feet of retail floor space available, the Dillons depend on the revenue it receives from alcohol sales to pay its staff, its rent, and to keep the doors open. In other words, if this council denies their license renewal, you are effectively signing a death warrant for Right Way Market. Ladies and gentlemen of the council, the Dillons have taken this matter and their compliance with the law seriously. Not only have they sought legal support, but they have also hired contractors, electricians, and engineers to rectify the deficiencies on the citation notice. I have pictures here to show that Mr. and Mrs. Dillon have fixed or caused to be fixed every single item listed as out of compliance in the show cause order and the staff report related to this matter, plus additional items pointed out to them but not included in any report. All the exterior walls and trims and surfaces have been repainted, repaired, and cleaned of any debris. Right Way employees clean the surfaces and the street and the sidewalk in front of the building multiple times a day. They hired a commercial electrician and contractor for all of the electrical work that was identified. New plugs were added, exposed wiring was covered, cover plates were added, a push bar was put in place of a dead belt on a rear exit door. And the final item, which I don't have a picture of because it's in progress still of getting fixed, is a outdoor staircase that was identified as needing a rail. In addition to documenting their restorative efforts, Mr. and Mrs. Dillon contacted the Code Enforcement Office themselves to request a second walkthrough so they may show the code enforcement officers that all these deficiencies had been fixed correctly and to code. This second walkthrough took place 2 days ago on Monday with Mr. Alex Woodley, the Code Enforcement Director, and his staff present. Mr. Woodley verbally confirmed that all issues were resolved or noted substantial efforts were underway to resolve them. Finally, in a good faith effort to demonstrate their spirit of compliance, Mr. and Mrs. Dillon are already working to bring their store in full compliance with the provisions of RMC 5.07.123, even though these requirements actually don't go into effect until June 2023. They've ordered signage to be placed around the premises. They've ordered height markers for the exit doors. They have begun moving an ATM machine that is within 10 feet of the exit door. And they're re-examining their floor space layout to ensure that 10% of the square footage is dedicated to fresh or perishable food. I would like to now turn to the calls for service report and note that this report requires further review. At first glance, the CFS report appears voluminous. However, a review of the underlying dispatch call logs associated with these calls on the report revealed a number of contaminations with the data. We conducted as in-depth a review as time allowed of the call logs from the police department, the fire department, and the dispatch office. Nearly half of the calls that we looked at were either canceled, redundant logs, or calls for incidents in the area around the intersection for which Right Way was named only as a landmark location for responders. I am confident that we would only find more issues if we had more time to review the records thoroughly. And ladies and gentlemen, Right Way is a landmark, as you can see in the pictures. It is the first stop you see when exiting a bus at the terminals. It cannot be compared to the other locations mentioned in the show cause order, Jackson's number 130 and Golden Gate Gas, nor can it be compared to the relatively nearby Fireside Market, as was raised in the initial hearing regarding the suspension. You can see, you walk right out of Right Way Market, you see the bus terminals. It's located in a known food desert in the area. It has a bright red awning with its name and address prominently displayed on it. Compared to Fireside Market, which is also adjacent to the bus station, but as you can see, it's not facing the terminals and it's shielded behind this main structure. So an individual getting off the bus would have to walk all the way around this to even know Fireside Market was available. Also, importantly, Fireside Market, Jackson's 130, and Golden Gate Gas are all zoned for mixed use, whereas Right Way is zoned as mixed use downtown entertainment zoning. As was already noted before, Jackson's and Golden Gate are gas station mini marts. They're about a mile away from the bus station, give or take. Both are owned by large corporations, and both are zoned along with Fireside for mixed use zoning. Now, the key differences in the zoning districts. The downtown entertainment district is intended to support the most intensive transit supportive development, which obviously includes Right Way given their location. It's also intended to function as a 24-hour gaming area. Compared with your standard mixed use, not promoted as a 24-hour, not for gaming, and much more generally located near high-frequency transit corridors, for example, the freeway, rather than a pedestrian area. As a result, none of these stores provide adequate similarities for comparison purposes. Ladies and gentlemen, in the 12 years Right Way has operated in this location, we could find no history of any other violation or citation issued against Right Way until it was targeted by this community and safety team. There have been no sales documented to minors. There was just a sting operation conducted in September, and Right Way was one of the markets that properly carded the underage individual. There's no evidence presented that bad actors are allowed at Right Way Market or that the Dillons particularly allow such bad actors. If anything, you will see in a more in-depth review of the calls for service records that many of the calls were placed by the employees themselves for assistance. They were placed by RTC, security, or employees, and many of the calls that were included on the show cause order and memorandum specifically reference incidences occurring in front of the store or around the store. Additionally, some troubling news articles have appeared naming Right Way Market, using a picture of their prominent red awning, and suggesting that the loss of their liquor license is a foregone conclusion as part of a citywide initiative to target, and I quote, small family-owned convenience stores. But Right Way Market is a unique market that provides key services to residents and visitors in the area. It is located within a food desert, meaning food options are severely limited. It also appears to be the only store in the area that accepts food stamps, or one of the only ones. So my question to this council is, where will these people go if Right Way is gone?
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you for your time.
Appreciate it. All right, any questions for
Madam Mayor, I have
Go ahead.
questions. Ms. Dodov, am I
Yes.
pronouncing that right?
Yes.
Let me start at the beginning. You indicated that there was no rational basis for us to make this decision. Is that your position?
Yes, because the reasons that are given by the staff for the denial do not relate to Right Way's sale of alcohol.
But of course, rational basis is a judicial construct, right? It's the question of whether or not the legitimate government interest is tied to its own governmental purposes, correct?
And whether the decision, was not arbitrary, capricious, or oppressive and discriminatory.
Right, but those are decisions that a court makes, not a decision that a legislative or an executive function body makes. Is that accurate?
That's the standard by which the court would review your decision.
And so would a privileged license holder have to withstand rational basis, or would it be some other level of scrutiny?
The decision by this council would have to withstand a rational basis test.
And where is the support for that claim?
For which claim exactly?
Well, you're making a legal claim, and I have two lawyers over here who are probably going to dispute that this body has a necessity to provide a rational basis for their actions. You've injected the question of rational basis into an executive or legislative body, so I'm trying to understand what the relevance is to this body, who are primarily not composed of lawyers. I am obviously a lawyer. So I don't understand the concern that you have raised that there's no rational relationship to the decision.
The point that I am making is that there has not been enough evidence presented that these calls for service are a result of right-way market selling alcohol.
And how much evidence has to be presented on a privileged license?
That would be an issue decided by the court. There would have to be some connection, some link between the sale and the non-renewal of the license.
And what evidence do you have suggests that it's not related?
Well, as I explained, the 3 reasons that were set forth as to why the liquor license should be not renewed do not relate enough to the liquor license, the sale of the alcohol. The code violations, first of all, have all been fixed. The presence of extension cords or other exposed wiring, while could be a cause for concern and a violation of the code, is not related to them selling alcohol. The calls for service was the one spoke of the most as the evidence that the problem is with right-way selling alcohol, but as I explained and as other members of this council have noted, they are in a high pedestrian traffic area. It's not if you look at those numbers and the dispatch records underlying those numbers, a vast majority of them are phone calls that were made because of a disturbance on the street, and the person looking around tells a dispatch officer, "Oh, I'm right by Right Way Market, 3:30.
Well, I don't think that's what the records indicate, but I appreciate your advocacy on behalf of your client.
I'm happy to
I'll have
provide
a second round of questions for Ms. Dodov after my colleagues do.
All right, Councilman Becca.
Yeah, so these operators, I wanted to ask a little bit more about their business plan. They were over by the old bus stop on Center Street. Whereabouts were they? Were they on the back of the Palace Jewelry and?
I'm not sure what direction they faced at the old location. Mr. Dillon could
Okay.
provide that answer for you.
Yes, sir. So where?
Hello.
Okay, yeah.
Yes, we were behind, we were next to the Jewelry Palace in the alleyways.
Oh, you were in the alleyway.
Yeah, where the
Gotcha.
buses were going out.
Okay. And then when the local government, the RTC and the city, because we were at a part of it, decided to move the bus stop over to where it is now at Lake Street, in that intersection, you followed and rented a property in proximity to the bus.
Yes, we were there, the old location, we were there for 15 years.
Okay.
And spotless record. We have no violation.
Okay.
We have no ticket selling to
Okay.
minor. We are here 12 years and we are going to the 13-year, no violation at all.
So your business model is to serve transit riders, because you moved with the transit station. Is
Yes.
that correct, sir?
Yes.
And so that's a model to serve a unique population in our town. We only have a ridership of less than 2%. And they are a different population. So it would seem to me that we have to look very narrowly to what's going on there and in that environment. Let me ask you another question. What percentage of the customers do you think are related to bus transit's use?
Okay, let me give you my full name for the record. My name is Opinder, O-P-I-N-D-E-R, last name Dillon, D-H-I-E-L-L-O-N, and I'm Devinder's husband. She's the licensee.
Okay.
So back to your question. I believe, I'll say 80% people are from the bus station.
Okay.
Or maybe more. And my alcohol sale is only 10%. My
Okay.
90% sale is grocery. People buy on SNAP sales. And also, I don't think the problem is related to alcohol. There are a lot of,
Yeah, okay, so 80% is bus users, bus related. You take EBT, so that's serving also a unique population. There is a correlation between low-income people in this community and transit riders, so that would make sense. What time do you close? Because I see that the bus schedule of where people go off to areas where they may have a 2-mile walk to grocery store change at a certain time. Although your attorney said you're in a 24-hour zone. What time do you close down?
we are 24 hours.
Okay. So that, could be an issue if we were to allow you to keep your license and your 80% transit. I see the transit reduce the schedule at 8 p.m. frequency. That could be something,
All right,
but.
thank you.
Thank you.
Councilwoman. All right. Any other questions from council? Go ahead, Councilwoman Ebert.
Okay, so I just wanted to call out that I was not able to get more thorough records on what these calls were. I was given a brief memo with kind of high-level examples of calls. I think it would be beneficial if the council members were given more thorough examples of the types of calls that they're receiving at these locations, just so that we can make informed votes. And I just wanted to ask Carl if you think that that's an issue that the city should address. Should we be given more information on these calls before we make votes?
You can always ask for more information. I mean, the question is whether or not you believe the information you've received thus far is sufficient for you to make a decision. But, if you're receiving the staff report and you think you need more information, then certainly staff is ready, able, and willing to give you additional information.
Okay, so that request was made specifically for more detail on these calls, and I was told that I could not receive that information, so I just wanted to call that out. So that was it for me. Thank you.
When did you request those?
I initially requested it of my liaison, I believe 2 weeks ago, and then reached out to Doug on Monday.
Okay, on Monday.
And then
That was 2 days ago. Okay.
Yeah, after not receiving anything for 2 weeks. Last Friday, I was given these brief memos after following up that day, and Oliver reached out to me on Monday as well. I asked him also for additional detail on these calls. I was told that we didn't have that, and I am not sure what other staff members I need to reach out to receive this information.
And I also think, I believe in, I don't know if we have any staff here, or maybe Jackie, just from the fact is, we have 2 new liaisons. I have not met, I think they're like brand spanking new. So that's not typical. I just want you to know that. Usually you can get everything. I would say, and I'm glad you submitted it 2 weeks ago, but I know with Doug, we got to give him way more than 48 hours, but usually you can get everything. So I apologize, and I will make sure that you get whatever you need.
Thank you.
Yeah, because that's not good. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Dodov. I have some additional questions. You were here when Deputy Chief Oliver Miller gave his presentation, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and also with regard to our Code Enforcement Director, Alex Woodley, you were here then as well.
I believe I missed the beginning part of the presentation, but I did catch part of
So
it.
both of those gentlemen described this particular location as a nightmare. The #1 call for service over a decade. #1 out of 300 other locations. What is it that you believe explains that calls for service being so high? Is it your position or your client's position that that is related to their location and proximity to the bus station?
I think there are multiple factors at play, many of which have been noted by this council as already.
Well, not by me. I haven't noted any of those. So if you're
Not by you, by other members.
other members, so the Ward 1 member has noted some questions, and those are the ones you're referring to?
Yeah, so
Okay.
part of the situation, the unique situation of this store is its location, its proximity facing the bus terminals, the fact that it is the only one in the area that has a real selection of fresh and refrigerated food. They serve fresh coffee. They have other, it's more than a convenience store. It's essentially like a mini grocery store. That's different from the other stores in the area.
Well, there's nothing that would prevent your clients from operating a grocery store, correct? They just wouldn't be able to serve packaged alcohol. Your client just told us that 90% of what they sell is grocery related.
Yeah.
Now, I'd like to see some evidence of that, and certainly you're welcome to provide it. But it doesn't sound to me like the business model is going to collapse if the 10% of their sales cannot be related to alcohol. I mean, that was his testimony.
So we can provide additional records. My understanding is 10% of the sales are strictly alcohol. However, there's another 10 or 20% of sales that occur as a result of a patron buying alcohol. You buy other stuff when you buy alcohol. So it leads to others. And eliminating that revenue stream will severely impact their financial health. They have a very high rent in the area, and they won't be able to sustain their operations.
You suggested that this body was targeting small family-owned businesses. What evidence do you have of that?
That was a direct quote from an article that was posted on thisisreno.com.
So you're
I'd be
saying
happy
a
to
blog
provide it.
post provided you the evidence
It's
that you
a quote
suggest?
from a city of, I can provide you the article if you'd like to read
Well, I
it
know
for
what
yourself.
This Is Reno is. It's a blog, right? So that's not evidence. What evidence do you have that this body is targeting families?
A direct quote of a city official from within that blog.
Yeah, I'll have to look at that offline.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
I'd be happy to provide that, and also the records that we were able to obtain from our records request, which we were told the records only go back 2 years, so we weren't able to look at 2019 or early 2020 numbers. And I also want to note, one thing about the decline in sales from last year's 2-week period, November to December 7th, 2021, in this year's period. You also have to take into account the fact that in between those 2 weeks, in January of this year, this council passed the ordinance eliminating or prohibiting single-use sale of alcohol. So that has also contributed to the downward trend in some of these calls. I don't think it's the full picture to only look at the suspension of the liquor license when there's other factors at play.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Woodley, curious, or Lance, but Alex, you would know this. When someone comes in for a privileged license, do you go over with them what the rules are and what a privileged license means?
I believe so, yes, with Mr. Ferraro.
Lance Ferraro for the record. So when somebody comes in and applies and there's a privilege license, yes, it's explained that this is a revocable privilege. They know right off the bat that there's more involved in this. There's a background check. There are higher fees. It's a different level of investigation.
How much is it to get one of these licenses?
To get a packaged alcohol license, you're looking probably up front. You have to pay 9 quarters in advance, which is approximately $7,000. And then the normal application fees, which are processing fees, inspection fees. You could go anywhere between $7,000 and $10,000, I suppose. So just under 10.
But is that just one time or every year?
That's one time to get in the door.
So I want everyone to understand that. So, and then every year it's much.
Every year, then you're reporting your
by
quarterly.
Sales.
Yeah,
Yes.
Well, it's sales, and then there's also a flat fee for the packaged alcohol.
So
cost.
it's relatively affordable.
I guess relatively compared to what you're able to do. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and then, Mr. Woodley, this would be a question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
When these calls for service happen, or your code calls as well, how well do you work with businesses? I have been with you many times, like when we would do a lot of the motel inspections and those types of things. How well do you work with businesses and helping them rectify a lot of the issues and things like that?
And we're very proactive in working with the businesses and the business owners, and we meet with them as much as necessary. We try to avoid, our goal is compliance, oversighting, so we try to make that our initial goal and try to work with them all the time.
So should they be surprised today that they're here?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
No.
All right. All right, that being said, Councilwoman Dewar, 3 minutes, and then I'm gonna ask for a motion.
Okay. Well, I just had a couple questions. One is, the owner seemed to testify that they had had no violations in a 13-year period, and this seems very much at odds with both our code enforcement as to the condition of the building. They showed a lot of repairs, but on the other hand, he said there was no violations. And then also, I would imagine that when the police are called, especially if they come to the business, that would be counted as a violation, I guess. I didn't know how to interpret what he was saying. It looks like his attorney is prepared to answer.
I believe the point he was making is that this is the first time he's received an official citation of violations, such as what was received in relation to this matter.
So in what form did he receive this notice of violation? It was like a letter from the city saying what?
I believe the first step was a order to show cause following the, I don't want to call it a sting operation, but following the examination by the team, the safety team and the community team.
Well, I don't know if it was a sting operation. I mean, we periodically have our staff go out and evaluate different areas of town, not just downtown, but different areas of town. We've had them look at motels. We've had them look at lots that have debris. We've had them look at boarded up buildings. We've had them, in this case, apparently look at people who had a lot of calls for service related to demands on our police and fire. So it seemed very at odds with what Mr. Woodley reported in terms of the amount of activity from our police, fire, EMS, and the statement. So I just was trying to square that, but I do understand what you're saying now. Second, I will just share with my colleagues, I do not want this I'll call it bad behavior for lack of a word, this number of violations to continue. I was I don't know if the word is moved or impressed or informed by the data that Mr. Woodley provided about with and without alcohol. Without alcohol, no matter who is making a call, whether it came from within the business or external to the business or from RTC employees, these calls weren't happening in that 10-day period once alcohol sales stopped. And it is perhaps coincident, not causal, but this is hard for me to say, but it appears to be related.
I think we lost you.
Councilmember Dorr, we have lost sound.
We have lost.
We can't.
From me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
there you
now we
go.
can hear you.
You're back.
Okay.
Okay, sorry. It seemed that all calls stopped once alcohol sales stopped. So there does seem to be a correlation anyway between alcohol sales, whereas alcohol sales did continue with the other nearby places. So I'm noting that because I think it is very informative that there appears to be a causation or a relationship between the sale of alcohol and no sale of alcohol from the same business and the number of calls. So I think that's probably one of the most informative things that we've been provided with, a pre and post condition. The question I have for staff, though, also is just a time frame. You know, I always have a problem in terms of permanency, but I do know what the effect of this is, that we don't allow more licenses. A license is essentially grandfathered in as long as it's in operation. And if it goes away, we've been working for decades, apparently, or at least 15 years or 20 to reduce the number of alcohol sale businesses within downtown. by the previous council setting numbers that we did not even set. So I just wanted to share that with the rest of the council. Is just, is there a point at which, how permanent is a non-renewal and what is the effect in this area? Those are just questions I have in my mind. So I'll just leave it right there.
All right, thank you so much. Okay.
May I respond to one point
Yes.
that she made? I just would like to also note, again, my office did not have as much time as we would have liked to really dig into the data underlying the call summaries, but we have noted a downward trend in these calls that appears to have begun before the 2-week suspension. So I'm not saying that the suspension from selling alcohol during that 2 weeks contributed to the decrease. I'm not disputing that, but there was also other factors, including the fact that it was already trending downward.
Okay. All right, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Breckus, you want to give me a motion?
I am not going, what is the motion from staff? Where is the motion from staff?
The motion is move to deny the renewal of the quarterly packaged liquor
I
license.
apologize, this is Miguel's word. And I assume that you had additional comments.
I don't.
Okay. All right. Councilman
Yes,
Martinez.
thank you so
Go
much.
ahead, it's all you.
I move to deny the previous business license renewal.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Go ahead, Councilman Breckus. There, see, I was right.
I don't believe that this revocation, which I understand to be permanent in nature, is supported by the evidence that's been provided to this body. Notable to me is, one, the lack of the record from the hearing officer, where other facts may have been brought forward or a more robust discussion. I don't know if that's relevant or not. I didn't hear it, but I would have liked to have seen it. I don't know if we sit de novo or not, or if we rely upon that evidence, but it would have been more information on this matter. Two, I think the record is incomplete with the calls for service. As someone who called 911, who was rear-ended by some people who were fighting in a car behind me, I've done a fresh 911 call downtown, and I know how you do describe an area, and I could see a use like this on a block be picked up through the record keeper. I don't know how that's tabulated, but I could see how the right way, as the owner's representative mentioned, get kind of globbed into, I'm on the block across from the bus terminal, and I would have liked to have looked at those in more detail. And so I don't think there's evidence there on the calls for service. In the contrary, what I see is a business model based upon proximity to transit stations. They've moved with the transit station, and that comes with a pedestrian environment. And what if a lot of that activity is related to pedestrians who have nothing to do with the right way? They just happen to be in the area because they are transit users. That's what I see more than the evidence that's been provided by staff. I also question, if we're going to look at calls for service, the reality is this could be a vacant building. How many problems are we having with vacant buildings downtown? Are we willing to see another one come in? That could be a reality with this decision. Now, I do see reason from the business model as expressed to put some parameters possibly around this license. The buses don't run for 3 or 4 hours in the wee morning hours. Maybe there's a shutdown for them to, one, tend to things that appear to have mounted up in terms of internal issues, clean, etc. Or two, even limit it more so when the buses run onto the hour frequency in other hours time, because one would presume that their business model of serving transit users diminishes during those hours. Those would have been all reasonable approaches for me, but the motion on the table is to pull away this license, and I think it's an unfortunate and a wrong approach to solving mounting downtown problems that need to be tackled in other approaches. So I will be voting no.
Great, thank you so much. Would you like to speak,
Yeah,
Councilwoman Ebert?
I have one more comment.
Go ahead.
Again, I just want to call out the lack of detail on the information we were given. If there are more specifics about calls relating to the business itself, I wish they would have been provided. And also, I want to bring up again that since there's not a specific triggering event or something that we can apply universally across these businesses, I'm just concerned about the fairness of the not renewing this license. Is this being enforced equally with all the other businesses? That's it.
All right, thank you so much. All right, go ahead, Vice Mayor Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For my part, I'll be supporting the council member's motion. A couple of things are important to my decision. Number one is the calls for service data. Contrary to what was represented by the applicant's counsel, the calls for service are out of control. Right Way Market had 705 calls for service in 2021. In 2022, it's 595, but of course it does not include a full year. The data is only through October 18th of 2022. We have issues. We have for far too long ignored those issues, and this body is now at a juncture where we can address those issues. I think also instructive in my decision today is, the Assistant Chief Oliver Miller, or Deputy Chief Miller rather, and Mr. Woodley have made a clear correlation between the presence of alcohol and violence, and that's undisputable. The BJA report says that when you involve alcohol into the, when you inject it into the area in which you're talking about the crime statistics, the number of incidences for domestic partner violence increases by 66%. The victims of violence crime increases 25%. And I go back to something that both gentlemen spoke to, which is it's about operators, because not every place is having that same call for volume or call for service volume. So contrary to the Ward 1 members' claim that there is no correlation, there is an absolute correlation. The evidence and the statistics are mounting, and claims to the contrary, I think, are misguided. It's a form of apologetics at the end of the day. It's a claim that there is a defense of something which, in my opinion, is indefensible. This is not the kind of business that we want to have privileged licenses with. Obviously, this is the question about a renewal of a license as it happens. The suspension of that license resulted in a definitive decrease in violence and calls for services at that location. And my hope is that whoever operates there, or if this particular applicant continues to operate there, they'll do so without selling alcohol at that location. Or if someone else moves into the building, or if that's what happens, they would be an operator who believes that the rules that are set out by this city council and by our code enforcement and law enforcement community are ones that are going to be things that are abided by and believed in. So at the end of the day, I am a firm supporter of the motion and will be voting in favor of it.
No? Okay. All right, thank you so much. I just want to apologize to our police department for having to spend an exorbitant amount of time in this area, and this not coming on our radar a little sooner, so that we can use our resources much better. I think we have an opportunity. What kind of city do we want to be moving forward? And I keep hearing, let's revitalize downtown, let's turn the lights on, let's get it clean, let's get it activated, let's get tourists wanting to be here, even the community. I'm not seeing that. And I'm not seeing that from some of the comments that I heard up here, quite frankly, from my council, which is really disheartening. And then someone mentioned something about what event has triggered this. I don't know if over 700 events is not enough for you. It certainly is enough for me. Which gives me great heartburn. And then I kind of see now maybe a different thinking process to like other revitalization of downtown, such as 4th Street. And now it seems to be, let's let crime and bad activity continue to foster while we still have the doors open, instead of shutting them down and making and actually raising some of the motels that were in some of the most horrific conditions that I have ever seen in my entire life. Not hundreds of bed bugs, let me tell you, thousands of bed bugs, 200 square feet, no kitchen, mold. You can ask Anjanette Damon. I took her in there. She saw that we couldn't even go in the front door. They were so disgusting. And not only that, they charge $300 to $400 a week for one of those rooms. You do the math. That is not affordable housing. That's preying on those people. And quite frankly, this is the same scenario. For me, as the mayor of the city, I'm going to send a clear message. Either we're going to clean it up, or you're going to go. And maybe I do have the votes and maybe I don't, but we will see. And I think at this point, I'm tired of saying we're gonna clean up downtown. Let's put our money where our mouth is and get it done. But, you know, if some people on the body don't wanna do that, that's unfortunate, but this is the stand I'm taking. And I hope everyone understands, this is going to be a new day downtown. I want people to be safe there, and especially you, Councilwoman Breckus, whenever you just said you were, witnessed violence downtown. You know, that's problematic, clearly. So I will support you all day long, Councilman Martinez. So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
Aye. Opposed.
Opposed.
Motion carries. All right.
What was the?
Well, I'm going to send it to you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Are we wanting to move on to item D3 this time, or are we wanting to take a break for?
Here's what we are going to do. I do not want to take a lunch. There are a lot of people that have stepped away from their very busy days and schedules. I do want this council to, and to everyone in the audience, to get up, move your legs, go to the bathroom, maybe get something to eat. We will come back in 15 minutes, but we are not going to break for lunch.
Okay, so for the record, we will reconvene at 1:50.
You there?
All right, Madam Mayor, if you'd like, we are ready to reconvene this meeting.
Okay, perfect.
All right.
Thank you so much. I
So
appreciate it.
we're reconvening at 1:53 with all members present. And we are going to go ahead and move on to item D3, D as in David, 3.
All right, thank you so much. So I'm going to send it right back to you, Madam Clerk, for public comment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We do have public comments associated with this item. Our first public commenter today is Conwal Barr, followed by Phil McDougall, followed by Vicky Savini.
All right, come on up.
Honorable members, on the behalf of Lake Mill Lodge Broad Hotels Incorporated, we are here to present why Lake Mill Maximart liquor license, package liquor license should not be revoked or suspended. Response to Reno Police Department. Business history. Response. Honorable members, these calls does not belong to convenience store only. Calls are from Lake Mill Lodge as presented on the memorandum, which also house 125 low-income families with casino workers, veterans, and seniors. Lake Mill Maximart convenience store has its own phone line. These are the calls for Lake Mill Lodge. Reno Police calls for service. Response. Honorable members, REMSA, Fire Department, and Reno Police Department are very essential for families who are staying as they are for every human being. Majority of the calls are not related to convenience store. Convenience store had an accident which is still in court of law for justice. Comparison. Response. Honorable members, Fireside has 46 rooms and a convenience store. Assessor report attached. Lake Mill Lodge has 125 rooms and a convenience store. Lake Mill Lodge is 2.7 times bigger in size as compared to Fireside. Lake Mill Lodge has capacity of 171 more families by room volume and has only 103 more calls in year 2022. In this comparison, Lake Mill Lodge has less calls than Fireside. Lake Mill Lodge is a weekly, monthly, low-income hotel. It's not an apartment, so should not be compared with an apartment complex. These are two different businesses. Code enforcement. Response. Honorable members, convenience store is in compliance, inspected couple of times by the city officials in last couple of weeks. No liquor selling to a minor or alcohol at the convenience store. Liquor store active since last 24 years with good standings with code enforcement, fire department, and police department. Recommendations. Response. Honorable members, service calls have nothing to do with liquor license at Lake Mill Maximart, as stated above. City of Reno is comparing individual liquor store call count with Lake Mill Lodge call count, which has a liquor store and 125 families also. In this respect, we would like to request dismissal of this memorandum. As far as Lake Mill Lodge, I have a few minutes left. As far as Lake Mill Lodge is concerned, we were inspected on the 8th of December. We passed with flying colors by mechanical unit and by code enforcement.
Okay, thank
Thank
you
you,
so much.
appreciate it.
All right, Madam Clerk.
Phil McDougall, followed by Vicky Savini.
All right.
Hello, hi. My name is Phil McDougall. I'm the president of the National Automobile Museum. It's directly across the street. I'm here in opposition of the renewal of the liquor license. I want to talk just about three things in the time I have. One is just to talk about who we are, where we are. The other one is talk about the costs, but most importantly is the safety issue. That's 80% of my conversation here today. We've been around since 1989. For those of you who aren't familiar with it, we were voted #1 on TripAdvisory, favorite places to visit when they're in Reno. We're very proud of that. We have 100,000 people that come in. What's happening, though, is that on a daily basis, and I can talk about now what I know to be true, not hypotheticals. I can mention to you right now what I know is true, that my predecessor's predecessor, they had the same problems that we're experiencing. We have events here on a regular basis. We have an amazing environment. We have children. It's a family environment, but we also have, and we're open 7 days a week. 7 days a week, I'm dealing with a safety issue. So I can say personally what I know to be true is that as recently as this morning on the way over here, I couldn't get out of my own building. On Monday, I was confronted with people, and that happens every single day. I can tell you on a regular basis, I have guests that since we did the renovation, that you have to enter now going through Lake Street, down Mill Street, and Museum Drive. That's the only way you get into the museum. A family-friendly location is not walking by that location. So again, you have a lot of data to go through. I'm just giving you perspective from a neighbor right next door. We also have, I'll talk about costs a little bit. So we want to be a great neighbor. We want to have that vision. We have that vision in terms of cleaning up the downtown. And our board has recently, in the last year, out of their pockets, put down over $2 million to renovate that corner. I'm currently going to recommend to the board that we don't put any more money into this outside of the building, because the next renovation to help make this a really friendly environment is on the corner of Lake Street and Mill Street. I'm going to switch gear just to cost, because it's mostly about safety, but on that corner, I am constantly going back and forth. We make $15 a person that comes in. Every other day or every other week, I'm replacing a panel directly across the street from that location. Again, you can factor in whether you think that's significantly tied to the liquor or not. I'm just giving you some more data points. I'm currently investing $23,000, and if you want to take that towards how many, what our admission is, $15 a person, to make up that $23,000, I have to have over 1,300 people come through that museum, and that's not easy, just to put up a barricade on that side because we're getting damaged on a regular basis. So from a good neighbor and cleaning up the area, we're opposed to it. From a safety issue, there's not a day goes by that I am not dealing with that corner. And if anyone, I've had the pleasure of meeting some of the people here today, like to take a tour, we'd love to have you come down there. But I guarantee you on that corner, you're gonna see needles, you're gonna see cans, and you're gonna see a lot of things that you're not gonna wanna see. And the last thing I mentioned is that we have a lot of people coming through. My hope is that, my question to you is, would you want to come down with your family, your friends, your group at an activity at 6:30 at night and the only entrance is walking by that building? It's a significant safety issue. Before anything else happens, I ask you to factor in that into your decision as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
Vicky Savini.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Vicky Savini. I am the general manager of the Renaissance Hotel, located across the street from the Lake Mill Lodge, for the record. The negative impacts of the Lake Mill Lodge have existed for many years, but have graduated significantly in severity over the last 12 months, and now have become a serious public safety concern. The number of complaints from guests regarding the Lake Mill Lodge, specifically activities stemming from the liquor store and those that would congregate in front of it, is adversely impacting our business. I'm going to read a comment card, and we get thousands a year. This is something I pulled off this morning. The location, the ambiance, the decor, luxury was all part of a successful stay. I would definitely recommend the property. However, I thought the location was great near the 1926 Reno sign. However, there were some elements of local society yelling and screaming in the street adjacent to the property that was very concerning. That's a lucky one. Sometimes they're in our lobby doing just that. Here is a letter we received recently from a national brand that most of us here in the room would recognize. Dear Renaissance, I was able to speak with the travel team. We did, in fact, not renew our contract based on the incidents we had with a few of our team members. I know I shared this feedback in the past. The hotel is amazing, but the location in the downtown area is not ideal to those traveling to Reno for business. The negative impacts are both financial and psychological. In addition to the loss of revenue, guest complaints, and having to increase our budget for security and maintenance, we are most concerned about the very warranted stress felt by our staff and for their personal safety. The revocation of the liquor license is only one step in what hundreds of documented service calls confirm is a much bigger problem, but it is a very significant and obvious step in the right direction. I obviously have a front row seat to this every day. I see it every morning. I see it throughout the day and when I leave at night, and in listening to our guests and ambassadors daily. It is unacceptable that one property can utilize so many resources and deprive not only us, but all businesses and residents in Reno of services intended to serve the entire community. One person was recently killed while a stray bullet lodged into our fence at head height. This could have killed another. We are doing what we can to ensure the safety of our guests and team members. We request the support of the City Council to do the same. We ask that you support the permanent revocation of the liquor license, which we wholeheartedly believe is not only a significant step in the right direction, but also a step from being complicit due to inaction should another civilian or public safety officer be hurt. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, Madam Mayor, we have no additional public comment registered at this time. However, I will state for the record that we did receive 11 comments, which were directly associated with this agenda item prior to 4 p.m. yesterday, December 13th. These have been distributed to the Reno City Council and are a part of the reno.gov meeting portal. 8 letters in favor of the staff recommendation for denial, 3 letters in opposition, and 0 letters of concern. Additionally, you heard 2 voicemails earlier today associated with item D4. Those are also applicable to item D3. And so at this time, we have no additional public comment.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, with that being said, I assume, Mr. Woodley, it's all you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Alex Woodley, for the record, Director of Code Enforcement. I'm not going to go through the history of packaged liquor licenses here in downtown and City of Reno. I already expressed that earlier. However, I will repeat 2 sections of the code that I think is important for us to all remember and keep in mind, which is 5.05.007 as it relates to privileged licenses being revocable. It states, no applicant for a privileged license or permit has any right to such license or permit. Any license or permit issued pursuant to the provisions of this title is a revocable privilege, and no holder acquires any vested right therein or thereunder. I would also like to repeat 5.07.121, which is the section that covers what you consider as a board, as a council, when approving a packaged liquor license. And it states the City Council may deny any application if it determines in its discretion that granting the privileged license will not be in the best interest of the welfare, health, or safety of the city, or if the applicant or location of the license is determined by the council to not be suitable. So very similar to the item I discussed earlier, staff conducted a CSAS operation, Community Service and Safety Team. And just to give everyone an idea of what the CSAS operations are like, we conducted one during Santa Claus. We visited over 40 businesses downtown. And of those 40, we identified 5 businesses that had code violations. And they were specific to alcohol awareness cards. Those were the violations that we identified. We did not identify any fire code violations. We did not identify any electrical code violations or building code violations. So, and we do inspect for the same type of code violations when we conduct these types of inspections on properties. So, that being said, I'll move on to the item at hand on the Lake Mill Maximart. For 2021, the calls for service was 696. This, in comparison to the 144 convenience stores that we have throughout the city, the entire city, this was number 2. I believe you already understand that number 1 was the right way. And then to provide you some comparison, here are some calls for service in comparison with the Fireside Liquor and Lake Mill Maximart. The reason why we used Fireside Liquor was because we wanted to take the similarity in the location with regards to the use of the actual packaged liquor license and the business that is on the same property as a residential use, which is a long-term motel. So as you can see in the numbers, Fireside Liquor on average has 100% less than the Lake Mill Maximart. Lake Mill Maximart has 100% more calls for service for those 2 years compared to the Fireside Liquor. With regards to the code enforcement violations that we identified at the Maximart, we identified, similar to the Right Way, a lot of electrical hazards, some fire code violations, some work that was done without building permits, without the benefit of building permits. There was an extensive use of extension cords for large appliances that, per the code, are required to be installed directly into the outlet. And I'll discuss a little bit more about those facts. But here's the timeline as it relates to the Lake Mill Maximart. As you can see here, we conducted our joint memo to the business licensing department. A hearing officer suspended the packaged liquor sales on October 25th with a starting date of November 1st until today, this date. So we've had 45 days, approximately 45 days of no sales of alcohol at this location. We did conduct a follow-up inspection from code enforcement this Monday. I personally was there with staff, with the senior code enforcement officer who originally inspected, and we did our follow-up. We did find some issues of concerns. Keep in mind that the original inspection was conducted in September of 26, approximately 3 months ago. What I observed was there was a cardboard. Some of the code violations were taken care of, but we observed a cardboard that was screwed into the wall, which was very odd because you don't normally see a piece of cardboard screwed into the wall. And what we were able to identify by removing the cardboard was that we had a significant number of violations under it with regards to electrical code violations and excessive use of the extension cords. At that time, the owner, to come into compliance, just completely ripped out everything and just unplugged the refrigerator and just moved it to the side. I expect that it's not plugged back in today, so hopefully it is still unplugged, which would make it in compliance. But in the current condition that it was this Monday, it was not in compliance. Also, I took a look at some of the medication that was being sold and some of the food items. Several of the food items were expired. There was some medication that was expired 6 months. There was some medication there for children's medication, probiotic and other types that have been expired for over a year, but they were still there for sale on the shelves. That is not something that we typically address from the code enforcement perspective, but I think it does give you an idea of the management of this business, the fact that they have so many items on the shelves that were expired or that are expired. So just to remind the council again and the public that any license or permit issued pursuant to the provisions of privilege licenses is a revocable privilege and no holder acquires any vested right therein or thereunder. Before I go to staff's recommendation, I would like to turn the podium over to Chief Miller to provide you some detailed information related to the calls for service.
All right. Good afternoon, Council. Deputy Chief Ollie Miller, Reno Police Department, for the record. I wanted to take a moment to go through some of the stats that Director Woodley was actually looking at. So if I can just get us there. Okay. So again, what we're concerned about as a law enforcement agency, the mismanagement of alcohol sales being a causal factor to many of the violent crimes and nuisance calls for service in the area. Director Woodley already took you through it. The 696 calls for service in 21, 442 in 2022. I believe in 2019 and 2020, the Lake Mill Lodge Maximart was the number 2 call for service location for all the other 144 convenience stores. What I wanted to dive into was just the content of some of those calls for service. We're not only looking at the number of calls for service, we are looking at the content, what they involve. And I can tell you in the last 2 years, we had 9 assault and batteries, 5 assault with deadly weapons, 15 fights, 1 robbery, 2 sex-related offenses, 3 reports of gunshots. These calls were in addition to a homicide that we had right in front of our Lake Mill Maximart on August 29th. Now, I cannot discuss the details of that homicide because it is still under investigation. These numbers are astronomical when you compare them to other areas of town. Despite the murder there at the Maxi Mart, I think it's also important to reflect upon, and I don't want to skip over these, some of the family disturbance calls that we've also had in the general area. 96 family disturbance calls in 2021, 48 in 2022. And again, that goes from January to September, not a full year's worth of data yet. And I discussed that link between alcohol and violence by the BJA, by my own experience. And I can tell you, and I think Councilmember Reese read it off earlier, I'll go to it since we're talking about family crime. 66% of victims of intimate violence, domestic battery, reported that the offender was consuming alcohol at the time of the attack. And that's very, very important, especially in a state where we lead the nation in some cases in terms of domestic homicides. They're very, very important. With that being said, to validate this, we took a look at the Fireside Inn. Again, Director Woodley mentioned it. Similarly located, co-located convenience store right on site there. The Fireside had 429 fewer calls for service than the Maxi Mart in 2021, and in 2022, 225 fewer calls for service. The majority of these calls were business checks, subject stops. They don't require a two officer response like the Maxi Mart for the most part. So it's also worth noting that there is no way for us to distinguish between calls for service that originate in the motel and at the actual convenience store. Our computer-aided dispatch does not allow us to break out those. It's also worth noting that while the Fireside has only 45 rooms, the Lake Mill Maxi Mart has 123, so Lake Mill is actually bigger. And why I bring that up is that might account for some of the additional calls for service, but it certainly doesn't account for the sheer amount of violent crime happening in and around the Maxi Mart, the sheer call volume itself. And again, I'll mention it, family disturbances, 96 in 21, 48 in 22, which is horrendous. And a homicide on August 29th. Now, to further validate, our belief in and it being affirmed by Reno Municipal Court administrative officer on October 25th, we looked at other motels in the general vicinity of the Lake Mill Lodge. And we did this to validate our data. We looked at Park 160. That's located at 160 Sinclair Street. That's literally just south of the Lake Mill Lodge. Remember, the Lake Mill has 123 rooms. Park 160 has 258. It's more than twice the size of the Lake Mill Lodge. We also looked at the Onyx Apartments located at 695 West 3rd Street because they service the same type of clientele. They have 240 rooms, again, twice the size of the Lake Mill Lodge. Park 160, despite having twice as many people, 141 less calls for service in the Lake Mill Lodge. The Onyx the Onyx Apartments, despite having twice as many people, 484 less calls for service than the Lake Mill Lodge. And the content of those calls for service, again, primarily did not require a multiple officer response like the Lake Mill Lodge Maxi Mart. Regardless of the motel size, the Maxi Mart is the common denominator for attracting crime in the area of Lake and Mill. There's no other way to describe it. This can be attributed to improper management of the Maxi Mart, and I said it before and I'll say it again because mismanaged liquor sales, a lack of proper on-site security, clutter in the windows for individuals looking in and looking out to ensure that those robberies aren't occurring or that it's not an attractor for bad actors, allowing loitering to occur outside, responsible sales of alcohol. And that means no juveniles behind the counter selling liquor or handling liquor or selling to those who are inebriated. Since the suspension of the Lake Mill Lodge's liquor license, calls for service have remained relatively stable but increased slightly. During the same period last year, we had a number of calls for service. What we did see is the content of some of those calls for service change. And what I mean by that is in 2021, from November 1st to December 7th, which is the same time frame this year that the privileged liquor license had been suspended, we actually had a battery with a deadly weapon last year when they had a liquor license in place. We had a shots fired call, EMS, 5 RFD, and 1 Washoe County civil call additionally last year. So again, not a large time frame for us to look at. I believe that if we were to collect more data over time and did not have a Maxi Mart selling liquor, we'd be able to see that area heal itself. What it comes down to is this: the absence of the Maxi Mart's liquor license has been a contributing factor to the area of Lake and Mill becoming a better place to live for the residents that live there. And with that, I kind of run you through the data. I'd like to open it up for any questions that you might have.
All right, thank you, Chief Miller. Okay, Councilman Breakfast. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Miller, or Commander Miller. So, the record, like, either one of, the transcript from the hearing officer, isn't in here. But I wanted to ask, at the hearing officer, deliberations, were you there?
I was.
Was there more detail on each of these calls for service? Some of the ones you mentioned, you went into detail on battery and those. Did you discuss like who was involved in those and the parties? Is there any of that detail?
No, we didn't have more discussion. There was a Q&A period with the administrative hearing officer. But
okay. And we'll correct that. That hearing officer is not a part of municipal court. It's under our, it's not on the court side, it's on the city side. I think you mentioned that. I wanted to just clarify that. Yeah. So, have they been cited for having juveniles selling liquor?
No.
Have they had any robberies that you all have responded to in recent time that they called about?
I believe that we responded to one robbery there in the last 2 years.
Okay, one robbery. And then, but they were cited, I guess Mr. Woodley mentioned one on the civil, they were cited for not having, like someone not having a card, that you need a card to sell liquor, you go through the training, and maybe that's for pouring. No. What did they not have?
No, ma'am, that wasn't to them. That was the CSAS operation for Santa Cruz. It wasn't them.
Okay. Yes. So, much like the last decision, the aggregation of the residents and the use does not clear to me to show that a lot of the calls for service are related to this. I can understand that you can make that jump over that, for example, I think you said how involved alcohol is in domestic disturbances, but then you'd have to make a connection that the alcohol is coming from the convenience store and not, the bar down the street or, so on. But so that's problematic for me again. I want to narrow in on this homicide. And I heard about it before from people who I talked to over this weekend as I prepared for this item. And then a memo came from, I think, the chief that, can't provide any detail on this homicide. I did my own research. I saw that there were 2 arrests on this homicide. You have not made arrests on this homicide? It's not going through, there's not someone in jail on this homicide?
So, thank you for the question, Ollie Miller, Deputy Chief, Reno Police, for the record. We wait for the homicide investigation. We must wait for it to go and be fully adjudicated through the court. The arrestees will have their day in court.
Okay.
And that's one of the reasons I can't speak about it here.
Well, what I saw is there's a Mr. Patel and a Mr. Cruz who were arrested about 5 days later. And it was reported, and I think there was even spokesperson from RPD saying these are the people. Were those people who were arrested employees? Were they customers? That to me, as my colleague from Ward 4 said, the triggering event. I want to know, the proceedings. If there's been a court record, a court docket going forward, that's public record. We should know about it. I'm having a real problem with that because I want to go there, but I want some information. We can't talk about something. I'm having a hard time with that. It's widely reported in the media that there was an arrest of 2 people. What was their association? Were they in the business? Were they employees? Were they residents? What were they doing? Mr. Whitley mentioned it twice in his setup to the issue.
So for the sanctity of the investigation and so that we can ensure that they have an impartial trial, should they get one, I won't be discussing their involvement with the business.
Okay.
So the activity occurred at that location. We
It
know
absolutely
that.
did, yes.
And you cannot talk about the facts of those cases when I imagine this is going to take some time. You know that. So at this point, you leave that out of it, but it happened at this location. Are you denying that? I clearly think not. So with that being said, I just want to make sure everyone knows that's the reason why you don't get into the details.
Exactly, Madam Mayor, thank you.
All right, go ahead. Vice Mayor, take it away.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Deputy Chief Miller, and I apologize, I want to make sure you understand, I recognize you're the deputy chief. You're not a commander, you're the deputy chief, and that's important in your line of work.
Thank you.
The first thing I want to ask about is, so there's this logical fallacy. It's called post hoc ergo propter hoc. It follows, therefore it must be caused by, right? So it seems like we have some council members who want to know whether or not a person up on the 6th floor of the Lake Mill Lodge went down to the liquor store down below, bought the liquor, and went back upstairs where they committed a crime, right? You're not there when those purchases are made. You're not doing reporting on the purchase and the transfer of a person from the 1st floor to the 6th floor, right? But we're making an informed decision based on 10 years worth of data and your 23 years of experience that having alcohol sales at this location is contributing to the calls for service at that site, right? That's all you're saying, correct?
That is correct.
You're not saying where they bought it or in what manner it was consumed or in what volume. You're just saying this is different here than a block away where they do not have a liquor store on the 1st floor. Is that fair?
That is correct.
Let me ask you this question. When calls for service happen, and you described it earlier today as a heat map and lighting up like a Christmas tree, and of course it's the holiday season, so the Christmas tree analogy is one that I appreciate. When calls for service happen here, and we have acknowledged in the past in this room that we have fewer officers today on the streets than we have had, and perhaps a growing community requires more police officers. We've had that conversation before. When calls for service happen here, I assume that means people are coming out of service in other areas. We only have so many police officers on duty at any given time, and if they're all responding to this location and the other one over near the previous applicant, that means they're not being able to respond to calls for service maybe as quickly. Not that I'm disparaging the work that your men and women do, but there's just not enough people around. So it's not just that it causes an increased calls for service at this location, but my broader concern as the at-large member is that then those officers are not available for calls for service in Ward 4 or Ward 1. It's all part of it. Am I fairly making that assumption?
Thank you for the question. You absolutely are. I would say our primary concern is community safety, but the secondary effects are just what you're talking about. We are required to cross-dispatch from the South District, from the North District, from Ward 4, as far away as Stead, in often circumstances based on the number of calls for service that are generated here at this Maxi Mart. And it takes that long to get them back to their beat areas of responsibility. And, all the while, that portion of the community is unprotected, and there is a delay in us getting back. So yes.
Thank you, Deputy Chief. Appreciate your service.
Thank you.
All right, any further questions? Go ahead,
Yes, Madam
Councilwoman
Mayor.
Evert.
Yeah. First of all, too, I just wanted to clarify really quick when I mentioned, having a triggering event. I just wanted to say that I don't mean a specific type of event such as a homicide. I just mean some type of metric where maybe it's a number of calls that trigger a more thorough review of the type of calls that are coming through, or citations, something of that nature, so that we have a metric to know that, okay, we need to look into this business more thoroughly. And maybe that is simply the number of calls and citations, and then we take that into account and say, what are these calls? Are they just, people loitering outside, or is it violence in the establishment? So that was my intent in stating, is there a triggering event? Just wanted to clear that up. So some other questions I had were, obviously we don't have differentiating information on the memo we received. Almost 100% of the calls say they were for the motel. So I understand the statement that these are happening because of alcohol that was purchased at the Maximart. But I want to know, where does that sphere of influence end? If somebody buys alcohol at Maximart and then gets in a drunk driving accident somewhere else, is Maximart to blame for that? I mean, it's my understanding that these are two separate businesses. So at what point does Maximart stop being responsible for the behavior of other people at different establishments?
So if I could, Councilwoman, I would like to address your first comment. And you talked about a metric. For me, at the Reno Police Department, 696 calls for service is a metric where I start. A homicide occurring at a business is a metric where I start. Our plan is to look at these locations as a metric that are top 5 calls for service, no matter what they are. Convenience store, nightclub, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And evaluate them to see if there is a way that we can have an impact, to see if there is a causal factor there. So that's our metric. We begin to look at the Maximart, and you said, how can we determine if, they're making the alcohol sales?
No, just where that influence ends, because yes, that motel is the closest thing in proximity. So we're blaming that criminal activity on the Maximart. But where does that line end? I assume that there's also people buying alcohol and leaving the area. Do we still attribute those crimes to the Maximart? No. Is it just proximity that they're responsible for?
It's absolutely proximity, and the reason I took you through Park 1 and the Onyx apartment complex is to show that they're twice as large, and they have very close convenience stores that sell liquor and have privileged alcohol within walking distance, yet they are still responsible for less than half those calls for servants emanating from the Maximart Lake Mill Lodge. So that is the outlier. Okay. The Maximart, much like the Right Way Market, is the outlier.
Okay, so I just want to read a couple examples I was given in the memo. Recovered a stolen vehicle at the motel. Suspect charged with drug possession. Stolen vehicle recovered at motel. Victim vehicle windshield shot with unknown projectile at motel. These are all for the motel. From my standpoint, this sounds like a lack of security at the motel. So I'm not sure, agreed that this is a lot of calls, but, what responsibility does the motel have to secure this location?
What I would offer you, Councilwoman, and I said it earlier, bad actors know where they're welcome. With their stolen cars, with their narcotics, with sex trafficking, with robberies, and with homicides.
Agreed. So that would be at the motel currently.
The Maximart.
I did not see anything stating that this was happening at the Maximart. This was at the motel.
Yeah. I'm suggesting that the Maximart is the causal factor.
Okay.
Okay. Your 3 minutes is up, and we'll come back to you.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions?
Madam Mayor?
Councilwoman Dewar?
Yeah, just a quick question. I think it was, I believe it was Mr. Woodley, but it could have been Commander Miller, excuse me, Deputy Chief Miller. There was a comment of, remember on the last case, it was very important to me about the pre and post. You know, they had alcohol and there was this number, and then they didn't have alcohol for 10 days and the calls for service dropped to 0. But I wanted to just go over the numbers for this one. It sounded like the numbers stayed the same, if I heard you correctly.
Thank you for the question, Councilwoman Dewar. So the numbers were pretty much balanced. In 2021, we had 10 unwanted subjects. In 2021, we also had 5 domestic disturbances, 3 case follow-ups. Looking at 2022, while the liquor license, the privilege license was suspended, we had 7 domestic disturbances, 5 welfare checks, 4 unwanted subjects, 4 trouble unknowns. What I'm looking at, though, is we did not have any shots fired call like we did last year when it was open. And I didn't have a battery with a deadly weapon call for service, and that is an up to a shooting or a stabbing. So the violence, the nature of those calls actually reduced based on the Maxi-Mart being closed.
Okay, so there were calls.
Sorry, I said closed. I meant privilege license suspended.
Right. So there were calls, but they were much less egregious type of violations.
Correct.
Shots fired, no. You said one other category as well.
Yeah, battery with a deadly weapon, shots fired calls, fights.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions?
I do.
Okay, go ahead, and then I'll ask mine. Go ahead.
So are there any outstanding code violation? Oh, you're not code. I apologize. Let me get back to my other notes. I'm very sorry here. Something that was brought up a few times was the murder or the homicide outside of the location. That's horrible. Nobody's disputing that. But we had a homicide in front of the city hall a couple months ago. So I think that speaks to a larger issue that we're having in the city of Reno. And I feel like we're looking for someone to blame, and alcohol sales might be it. But again, we need more specific documentation that actually connects the dots from this place is the reason for these calls. And what I've been provided says that it's happening at the motel. So I just want to call that out, that there's violence and crime happening all over the city. And I think that we need to address that and not just hold one mini mart accountable for something that's technically happening, all through the city.
All right. Thank you. Do you have any more questions, Councilwoman?
No, I'm good. Sorry.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, I have one more. It sounds like you want to go last, so I thought I'd
Councilwoman Taylor?
ask my second.
Hold on. I want to make sure that it's fair because others can suck up the time, and I want to make sure that we're giving everyone equal time. Go ahead, Councilwoman Taylor.
Thank you very much. Deputy Chief, I have a question about the comparisons at the other locations that you did that have twice as many rooms. I want to make sure I'm saying this right. The calls that you're seeing there for service, are they similar to the calls that we're seeing here with the addition of Lake Mill Lodge with the alcohol packaging?
No, they're not. Thank you for the question. The vast majority of the calls for service at the Park 1 and the Onyx apartment complex, which are, you're correct, twice as large as the Lake Mill Lodge, don't require a 2-officer response or more, which means that primarily they're welfare checks. There might be civil problems that are a lower priority call for service. We're not seeing the extreme violence that we are in front of the Maxi Mart Lake Mill building.
So again, I think we've said this a few times, but in your expert opinion of 23 years, I think we can call you an expert opinion, this location has these type of calls because of the services that are provided in this Lakeview Lodge, Lake Mill Lodge with
the
alcohol.
Lake Mill Maxi Mart, absolutely. I believe that all of the violence that occurs in that area is built specifically on mismanaged alcohol sales from the Lake Mill Maxi Mart to include the homicide that occurred on August 29th.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Councilwoman Dewar.
No, I think my question was probably answered, but I just wanted to make sure. I think, just give me 1 second. I think my question was answered. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I would say this. One of the things, obviously, I always say a safe city is a prosperous city. And like I said, it is really important now more than ever that we do get downtown where we want it to be if we truly want it to thrive. And downtown, I always say, is a city inside a city. It's very complex. It has issues that other lying areas don't. So it is a little bit more challenging. So you are going to have crime, you know, all over the city, but what you have to look at are facts, and numbers are numbers. So when you have an exorbitant amount of numbers in one particular area, clearly there's a problem. It's not that you can sit there and say, oh, because yesterday over here there was crime, that's, you know, an issue. Of course, anytime there's crime, there's an issue, but numbers tell a story. And they tell a big part of the story. And also going with that, I don't care who you are, whether you're a liquor store, you're a sporting goods store, you're a motel, hotel, casino. If we are having repeat incidences of these types of issues, we need to know about it. And so, Alex, like I said, you're the expert. I want all of that to start coming to council because, you know, to Megan's point, if we have crime in other places, then we obviously need to be taking care of that. But again, when you have these such high call volumes in these locations, and you can say, okay, that's not violent, but clearly it really is. It's so much about the operator. It's, you know, about keeping it clean. How it is so important to have windows that you can see through. That's a safety factor. Bar none, but it's also, you can do cameras, you can do lighting, you're cleaning your sidewalks, you're also watching who's walking in, who's walking out, are you making eye contact with them? There are so many things that you as a business owner need to do to be a good business owner and to provide safety to not only your patrons, but the rest of the community that you surround yourself with in that neighborhood. Be a good neighbor, right? Clearly, this is not a good neighbor. And this goes on and on and on and on. And quite honestly, I think for so long, this council on so many levels too, I really believe it's been so lenient. And I just think the time is overdue. When is enough enough? And Alex, what's your thought on this and where to start? Because if we're not starting today, when do you start? Because this is, like I said, is long overdue.
Yes, Madam Mayor, and I'll just go back to the same question you asked me in January, which was, now that we have all these new ordinances in place, I want to see staff bringing this before us. So we are going to be doing that on a regular basis.
All right.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Okay, with that being said,
Mayor.
Go ahead, and then we're going to send it to the applicant.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I think this is just my second time. I guess I want to address a couple of things with you, DC Miller. So as I understood it from the staff report, your analyses of the different locations, it was the Onyx and the Park One, those are the strongest linkage between the correlation between the existence of on-site packaged liquor sales and the violence that occurs in the otherwise larger residential housing opportunities. Is that correct?
That is correct, as well as the Fireside Inn that actually has on-site liquor sales.
Well, and you and I have gone into the Lake Mill Lodge together the last couple of Christmases to deliver packages. And it really does break my heart that there are folks who might say, hey, we can't do anything at this location because over here we have a bad location. Well, the answer is we've got to address all the bad locations, right? It's a question of sort of economic injustice. It's that people who are on the lower end of the economic scale deserve somehow less police service or presence because their lives are not as valuable. If Rayleigh's up in Collin Ranch had 600, 700 calls for service, you'd be in here telling us to shut down that Rayleigh's, right?
Absolutely.
And this is where I think the rubber meets the road. We have some, we'll call it bad actors. We have some hot spots. I don't know if it's a top 10, a top 20, but I would say that business owners will now certainly understand that the message from this mayor and this council is that we are not going to tolerate bad actors anymore. And we can bemoan the fact that we have not had the bandwidth to address it before now. But I looked in the staff report, Councilmember Breckus as early as 2016 was asking about this location. I mean, that's the staff report. We're talking about 6 years later and still same location, lots of problems. It's time, right? It's time to make some decisions. And today we'll start with, we've done one. We may do a second here after the voting is concluded. There will be more, I assume. I assume that we've got to go out and make decisions about other bad actors. And I would say that day is now. So thank you for the work you've put into this, DC Miller. I appreciate it. And I'll be looking forward to going out with you and delivering Christmas presents again this year.
Next Friday.
All right, now 10 minutes to the applicant.
Damon Booth will be presenting on behalf of the applicant.
Good afternoon. And I do apologize, I may be jumping all over the place because a lot has been done considering we're following right way.
And Damon, will you move the microphone so that it's pointing at you? We can hear you the full time.
Yes. So again, thank you. Congratulations, Mr. Martinez and those councilmen and women who are new to the city council. This is clearly not data-driven. I am fortunate my client, Lake Mill Maximart, is following right way. Right way, it appeared Mr. Reese's decision was based on the time period the liquor license was removed and there were 0 calls for services, and therefore that's a good data, I believe only 10 days to support that decision. My client, unlike Right Way, did have a 6-week suspension of its liquor license, which today's presentation is twofold. One, it's asking for reinstatement of its liquor license, but then also the renewal at the end of the year. During that six weeks suspension, as RPD Mr. Miller explained, the calls for services were almost identical. One good point that Ms. Ebert pointed out is 100% of these calls are with the motel. I'm confused with today whether this is the motel, which is Lake Mill Lodge, or it's my client, Lake Mill Maximart. I'll try to do my best to go in order, but the October 18th memo from RPD does walk through in somewhat detail every violation in 21 that was pressing enough to put in this report, majority of which are the motel, recovered stolen vehicle. I don't believe a recovered stolen vehicle has any correlation with my client, Lake Mill Maximart. Multiple recovered stolen vehicles in 2021. Drug dealing, which my client is not in the business of doing. Walking in the area of the motel, there was a stabbing. Again, nothing to do with my client, Lake Mill Maximart. And the list goes on from January of 2021 till September of 2021. Oddly enough, no comparisons in the fall, which in comparison to 2021, fall, winter, in comparison to now, none of which is listed on the October 18th, 2021, October 18th, 2022 memo. So when you dive in now to February of 2022, there's really only 4 instances of violations, all of which relate back to the motel, not my client, the Lake Mill Maximart. So again, confusing when you guys are trying to be proactive, set a precedent, but none of this data relates to the Maximart. Yes, they sell liquor. Within a half mile, you have a weed dispensary. You have a casino right across the street that's gaming and alcohol. Across the river, you have the touted brewery district that's within a mile. So regardless of removing the liquor license from my client or suspending it, there's been no change. Regardless of trying to make a point and use my client as a prop for other liquor license holders. The motel guests, because it is a motel, they're going to find ways to get their alcohol. And I'm surprised from the October 18th, 2022 memo, none of these describe any alcohol-related instances. Yes, second highest in the call for services. I have not seen data that shows what calls involved alcohol. You use a federal, for the most part, a federal report indicating the alcohol-related domestic violence. You also use data from New Orleans, LA, and a larger metropolitan area, none of which have 24/7 gaming, alcohol, and weed dispensaries. So there's so much data that you guys are trying, that I believe and my client believes, that's trying to be used, that's flawed. And this is such a short term, such a short period from October 18th, receiving this memo or a notice. I believe the 25th was the hearing. Suspension on the 1st. They received 6 weeks suspension, unlike Right Way, who only received a 2-week suspension. So again, disproportionate, I believe, in the way they were even suspended. And you're using data that just requires so much more time, energy, and factors that play into this. Since COVID, we've seen an increase of homelessness. We've also seen an increase of population, an increase of drug use, and all those are contributing factors. This is not necessarily the greatest area, but there are small businesses and small thriving businesses, and hat tip to my client to maintain business even throughout the troubled times and survive COVID and still be in business today. One thing that I do want to point out as it relates to this October 18th, 2022 memo is this is a motel. All the calls, motel. Again, my client is Lake Mill Maxi Mart, yet they're the target and they should not be. The two nearby, Park and Onyx, those are apartments. Those are long-term rental apartments. The one thing that hasn't been brought up, wasn't brought up by code enforcement, wasn't brought up by our RPD. I commend all those agencies, fire department, EMS, REMSA, but that's a huge correlation that should be distinguished, long-term versus short-term, and that's not even considered. As it relates to the December 8th memo provided by RPD, Mr. Miller even said, more data over time. That's his quote today. Over time, yet what we're focusing on is such a short term for my client's license suspension and data to be used that compares really no difference, that even without the liquor license suspension, calls have remained. And again, none of these calls that below in the December 8th memo, excuse me, that do go over what types of calls, and the majority that are listed, unwanted subjects, in my mind, is loitering. I don't see where alcohol was involved. Yet that for 2021, when they did have their license in effect, that's their top priority. Their second is domestic disturbance. Again, no information to alcohol. I think before there's any decision to be made by city council, you guys need more data. You need to make a true determination. Did this liquor license, which that's what you guys are now trying to attack here, is a quote unquote privileged liquor license, which I would say any license that's received in the city is a privilege and should be treated that way. But it's data driven, and today's decision that I saw earlier, even in comparison to now, whatever decisions made by the city council, it's very difficult to make a thorough analysis, which is again used in your guys' determination. I just don't see what was analyzed appropriately and the true distinguishing factors between my client, that is a leasee, and the motel, Lake Mill Lodge, that's the leaseor, yet my client is being attacked. Again, apples to oranges as it relates to Park 160, an apartment, Onyx, an apartment. Mr. Reese, I believe that's what you made, a comment to Officer Miller that, yes, that's a great comparison. It's actually not. Again, short-term in a motel, or a long-term in an apartment, short-term in the motel. In the December 13th memo, and multiple times a day, whether it's the D4 Right Way or what's going on right now with D3, my client, Lake Mill, it was determined of mismanagement of on-site alcohol sales. It's stated in this memo, but there's no supporting facts. If you guys are going to be data-driven, I think it's only right for the small business, but for the public to know what mismanagement of on-site alcohol sales. It's stated in here, you guys are using it, but there's literally no support in here. Give me one moment, please. And I'll just close with that. Considering that I think my clients were victimized to receive a 6-week suspension. Again, very limited data. I do wish I was representing my clients during that hearing, and they were unrepresented at the time. They represented themselves. I think there's many attributing factors here that should be considered. Our downtown area needs to be cleaned up, but to make a decision in such short notice, short term, and really without the true data, and for you city council members to be on record saying, yes, that's great comparisons, but all that could be refuted, I think that's enough to allow additional time to truly collect the data, to make a determination what citations, the call for services involve alcohol, to then be able to make a decision whether or not to revoke a license altogether. So today I'm asking the reinstatement until the end of the year and a reconsideration for a renewal once their license expires.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, questions?
Yeah, I
I
have
have
Go
questions.
ahead. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Booth, thank you for the presentation. I appreciate your advocacy on behalf of your client to create a record. What explains the difference between Park 1 and Onyx? You seem to suggest that it's the difference between long-term and short-term tenancies. What about those makes one group more inclined to commit violence versus the other?
I think transients coming in, that I wouldn't know. Again, that's a good question, I think, for city council to take on.
So
Look
you
at the
don't
data.
know what the data is. You're just suggesting that there's some reasonable doubt that you've created by pointing out that one is naturally occurring housing, which, by the way, many of the people who live in the Lake Mill have lived there for 6 months or more. These aren't transients who are staying for a night. They are families living there, and they deserve the same safety that other families live. So I want to understand how you can say to this body that the difference between those subsets is the length of the tenancy.
I'm saying that it's a contributing factor. It's something that should be considered in your guys'
Okay, so we've considered it,
decision-making.
and now we've concluded that it is a good comparable. So now how do you get around that as being the justification for making the decision?
I don't think it's truly been considered.
Okay, well, I've considered it. You also stated that there was no data about a decrease in calls for service. Is that correct?
There, in the short term that my clients had their license suspended, there's an actual increase of calls.
Right, so that suggests we've got something more deeply seated there than just your client's sale of liquor. Is that your position?
My position is it shouldn't be the focal point shouldn't be a liquor license being the issue.
What would your focus be?
I think, like I said, there's many contributing factors. The homelessness, drug use is on the rise, increased population. Again, a motel versus an apartment. I don't know whether the apartment offers short-term. I don't know their types of lease agreements. And again, Lake Mill Lodge is not my client, so I don't know how they conduct business. I just know my client leases from them.
Well, and you heard the statement I made earlier, which is that since 2016, this council has had questions about this location, right? How long has your client owned this location or leased it?
And so that's interesting because my clients, I believe, in that specific area, and they are here, and I could ask them that for clarity, but I believe only 6 years. So that's, in my mind, for 6 years, if there's been an issue related to this, why such short or such direct, immediate response? 6 years in business as a local business, local family business owners, you're going to, suspend their license and then make a decision to revoke it altogether in a 3-month period.
Privilege license is by its nature something that can be revoked at any time. There's no property right in a privilege license, is that correct?
Understandable.
So that means that if there's any rational basis, not whether you agree with the basis, but if there's any rational basis, then revocation is a right of this body. Is that accurate?
That appears to be accurate,
Thank
but
you.
I will say, all the complaints that are being utilized on this state from law enforcement, from code enforcement, motel, they are not here
Mr.
today.
Booth, your client operates a business inside of a motel. If they were down the street and there were no calls for service that were related to that site, there wouldn't be an issue. But it's the location that adds and contributes to the alcohol sales of people using them in the building. That's all that it is. It's not an attack on your client. It's a fact that they lease a liquor store inside of a short-term, naturally occurring housing.
Right, so I have a couple of questions for you. And I'm glad we both agree that downtown should be getting cleaned up. This is where we start, first of all. So it's nice to know that we agree on that. Client's been there 6 years, correct?
That's correct.
They've been there 6 years, okay. And you would also agree that, do you think these calls for service, whether you agree that they're with your client or with the motel, are excessive?
I haven't seen data for other areas. Do I think it's?
So
Do I think it's?
700 is good?
I don't believe it's 700 for my client
Okay,
specifically.
what is it, Alex? What's the calls for service?
So, 696 was
Oh,
2021, and
okay, well, let's just
442
say
was
700,
2022.
Call it good. So 700 calls for service, right?
That is last year.
So even if it's the motel, it's still a lot. And you agree the motel has issues and there's all these things going on at the motel, correct? It's not your client, it's the motel. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to get that clear. With that being said, and they've been there 6 years, I would like some documentation of what you have provided to the motel owners. Do you have documentation to the motel owners of concerns of safety, how it's being ran? What do you have for me in proof? That you have concerns that it's the motel?
So really no proof I could hand over that was submitted, but I do know that my client is in the process of renegotiating a lease. They recognize the concerns that have been addressed here from the notices from the hearing, even for today's hearing. And I know that my client and their landlord are in good relations and working through those issues. So that's really all I could provide today.
Well, that's surprising because when I'm at odds with my landlord, whenever they're not doing the security, they're not keeping the lights on, those things, we're not in good relations. And so clearly there's been good relations there if you do not have any documentation of the last 6 years because there's been a lot of violations. So what you're telling me, it's the motel, but they haven't given any concern in writing to the owners. And that would tell me that they have had concerns with what's happening. Does that make sense?
No, it absolutely does, which is, again, is why I'd ask for more time. I think you bring up a great point, and I think for business owners who aren't being proactive, then that should also be a consideration. I'd also request that it be taken under consideration a probation type period to allow those types of documents to be provided and a thorough data-driven decision-making to be determined on such factors.
Yeah, well, they're not here, so, and usually you would bring those saying, you know what, we've had concerns too, blah, 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 blah. I mean, usually you do. I understand what you're saying. You just represent them. You're kind of like the one that just serves the food. I get it. So don't worry about that. I understand. There's one more thing that I wanted to ask you. Now I can't remember what that was. I apologize.
I will say, with that 700 number from 2021, and it was even brought up by Mr. Miller, the family disturbances have gone down in a year, so there appears to be progress happening at the site.
Yeah, okay. All right, thank you so much. Go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus. And then Councilwoman Taylor?
Yeah, so as you know, we have broad discretion on these privilege licenses. And Mr. Woodley discussed the expired medicines and food items. And you mentioned that it says in the staff report, mismanagement of alcohol sales is really, what we're trying to narrow in on. Do you find that that information that he brought to us, which I think was fresh from, this week, is that a sign of mismanagement of alcohol sales? I mean, it obviously, that's not good for consumers to go into an establishment and see dated out product.
I would actually not answer that question because that's not the reason why my clients are in front of the council today.
Okay.
I do believe, outdated medicine, yes, a concern, but nothing that was news to me today as well. And,
Okay.
and my clients did not inform me of that, but that is not
Okay.
why we're here today. It's the liquor
Okay.
license.
I mean, it's a consumer issue. Maybe it's taken by other regulatory environments. Now, this homicide, it was publicly identified. I think the press release, was a city of press release, that there are 2 arrests associated with that homicide. Are either of those people who are arrested or anyone else in custody or under any sort of investigation employees of the mini mart?
I know that's an ongoing investigation. I know that answer would be best provided by law enforcement or an investigating agency.
Yeah, I really wish I had that information. That would be very helpful to me to know, because I want to hear of mismanagement of alcohol sales. If there's an employee who's, up at par or somehow under arraignment or something, and that would be a big one for me. Okay. And that's all I have right now for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Taylor, go ahead.
Thank you. Alex, I have a quick question for you, and I think I might have lost it, or sorry, Mr. Woodley. In your timeline, did I understand that they had been given some notice, they were given a letter, they had a hearing, and then when you went back to the business this Monday, 2 days ago, were there still code violations?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, not only were there code violations, but it appeared to be that they were trying to intentionally hide the violations.
So we've been through all of this in your timeline. We've had the hearing, and we still have code violations
Yes, ma'am.
as of 2 days ago.
That is correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Another question, Mr. Booth?
Yes, and then I'm going to go to
okay.
Councilwoman Ebert. So
I want to know if you, while these are a privilege, it's a very unusual regulatory construct that these are also a capped privilege license within the city. There's only 14 of these allowed or so, and the elimination of these is not just any regular liquor license. It's one that has more value because they're limited. Outside of this area, anyone who has the zoning right can come in and get a packaged liquor, but here we have them capped. So once they're gone, it's gone, and at this time, no one else can come in again, but once we get below that 14, others can. So the loss of these is very unusual, but they have happened. I think the Best Liquors was one that went away at some point. That's the one I remember the best. Do you have any thought on that, we're not just talking here about a regular renewal, we're really talking about another regulatory scheme of how many liquor licenses the council could have, which, is the framework for the council to, at that time to clean up downtown, if you will.
So again, I think that's even more of a reason to have more time for a consideration, more of a probation period. Again, this is a report October 18th, provided by Mr. Miller and Mr. Woodley, says common concerning issues. So that's appears to be where the city council is making their decision on, is focusing on these common concerning issues, none of which are listed involving alcohol. So it's concerning to me, I'm sure it's concerning to the 144 convenience stores out there that they might be receiving these calls for services, yet they might not even involve alcohol-related issues, but now their liquor license is on the hook, and it could be a potential agenda for city council to bring down the privilege license to 14. I believe it was stated there at 21 or 22. I'm not sure how many are in existence, but I think there needs to be much more process, a greater process focusing on what are the common and concerning issues, and do they really impact their liquor license? Here from my client, Lake Mill Maximart, I don't believe it does, and I think it's too short of a time for I believe September was a notice, October was the hearing, the suspension in effect on November 1 really is not enough time, adequate time to suspend and revoke a license that more than likely they may never be able to obtain again, having that cap in place.
Okay, all right.
Madam Mayor, I do.
Yes, I'm gonna go to Councilwoman Ebert.
Actually, this is kind of just, I want to call attention to why it's so important that we establish some type of metric to do a comparison, because as this gentleman is speaking, I looked at the two different packets we have for Lake Mill versus Right Way. Lake Mill has had a, 254 drop in calls year over year from 2021 to 2022. That's significant. So they're down to, as of this memo was made, to 442 calls. Now, if we look at the memo we have regarding Right Way Market, the comparison we're using in Golden Gate Gas in 2021, they had 389 calls. Now, if we're using that as a comparison, that's only 53 calls less than what Lake Mill Maximart currently has. So he's right in saying this isn't an apples to apples comparison. We have all of these calls listed here, almost all of them state to be at the motel. We have inconsistent comparisons with the numbers of calls. We have a significant drop in calls year over year. And, unless we have a metric to say this is how we're enforcing the law or the rules, I understand that these are, special permits or special licenses, but even just within our own memos that we're comparing here, we're not using the same numbers to compare. We only have a 53 number of calls difference between Lake Mill and Golden Gate, and we're using Golden Gate as a comparison for Right Way Market. So then what are we gonna do? Is next up on the list Golden Gate because they have 389 calls?
Yes.
Okay, so I just want that to be clear. So there is an agenda here to go down the list of number of calls, and we're not using a specific metric. And we're not looking at where the calls are actually going to. These calls for Lake Mill Maximart are going to the motel. To me, this looks like a security issue at the motel. And if we're really interested in security of the city of Reno, we should be having this discussion about the motel, in my opinion.
Well, we will have that discussion too. Don't worry about that.
Okay, so that's my
like
comment.
I brought up earlier. And then also, Councilwoman Ebert, you got to look at the dates because I think it was from what, October?
All I have before me is these memos that just have a year.
Yeah, so really that's not an accurate comparison.
Well, all the more reason to have
I do want to point out, I
accurate.
think it's really important that everyone know they can keep their stores and their businesses running. They can provide food and necessities to those people that really need it. That's not what's happening here. It's the alcohol that causes a lot of heartburn on so many levels. I don't know about any of you if you've ever lived in a motel, and quite honestly, incidents happen of severe domestic violence, and a lot of times because things are really easily accessible, and that can just sort of exacerbate. And do children come into the store?
That is
I'm going
a
to
question
assume-
that I think would be more directed towards my client, but I do believe there are families who do come into the store.
And then also, I'm curious to know, were your clients, you made it sound like they had a great relationship with these owners of the motel. It sounds like that they were happily ready to jump into a new lease with them, correct?
Just good business working relations.
Oh, okay.
Which is why they're in the process of renegotiating
So that would
their
tell me
lease.
that also that they have not had any issues with the high volume and calls for service, is what you're telling me.
That the motel would have.
Well, if they were getting ready to sign another lease, clearly they were happy, and this standard was okay.
Well, I know because of what's going on with city council and the notices, that's part of the discussion. So I wouldn't characterize it as being okay.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you. I'm going to send it to Councilman Reese. Vice Mayor, go ahead and
Madam Mayor, I
give me a
had,
motion.
well, I have one more comment before I make a motion, and that was directed at Mr. Booth. And I just wonder, Councilmember Ebert has brought up a concern about security-related issues. And Madam Mayor has asked you a number of questions about the relationship between your clients and the owners of the motel. So I want to know, can your client sue the motel for negligent security?
I don't know on what grounds, like a specific instance.
So that's a no, or is that a yes?
I'd have to know more information.
Well, you've said that the reason why there's so many things going on here is because of violence happening in the motel, disconnected from your client. So you're placing blame on the motel, but your clients have a great relationship with the motel owner. So I'm trying to ask whether or not you can sue for negligent security, blaming the motel for the reasons why there's so many problems here.
I know that they have a good working business relationship. I don't believe for economic damages, they'd have a position to sue.
Okay, thanks. Madam Mayor, I move to deny the privileged business license renewal.
All right, thank you so much. I have a motion from Vice Mayor. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Councilman Martinez.
Madam Mayor,
All
may
those
I?
in favor, say
No,
aye.
may I discuss?
Go ahead, discussion. Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, I won't be supporting this one. To me, because it is permanent, there's gradations that we could act. I could probably be comfortable with a longer revocation if I saw that there was some relationship of this business, not just their alcohols, but some mismanagement of this business to, for example, that homicide. But a lot of the discussion went into calls for service, comparing it to other calls for service. And I don't think that is a correct data approach. One thing I'll show on here, and I don't know if the clerk can get it up, is, and this is information for our auto museum manager, who's I know a newcomer to that job, is, this is basically across the street from one of the largest vacant undeveloped parcels in downtown that also has river frontage. The museum has spoken to us about the problems that they see associated with, in the past, with that vacant lot. And in fact, we gave the auto museum the land that we owned under representations that they were going to be investing on the other side of Museum Drive there. So we wouldn't have that large vacant property there. Who's to say that a lot of the problems, or some problems, aren't spillover of this large vacant lot? I think urban theory does support that a lack of investment leads to criminal activity. The mayor likes to say that a safe city is a prosperous city, but I think a prosperous city is a safe city. And what I'm seeing in Reno is really a problem of a lack of economic investment. The vacant land, not boarded up buildings, lack of economic investment. And I feel like the focus here is on those who maybe have economic investment, they're going business concerns, and we're hanging it on them with very flimsy evidence that's not supported. And so I am very troubled about this. I think in our downtown plan, there's a lot of solutions to downtown revitalization, and the key is how to get economic investment. You know what I would say? I'd start to look at all these properties that don't have sidewalks around them, that are vacant and been vacant for a long time. I put a special assessment district on them that is sidewalk and lighting, so they have to start to pay for some public resources to make their properties safer. That's something I've argued for 10 years. But here we are saying, with not evidence supporting, in my view, that these businesses that are at an economic investment of sort, they're the problem. I don't see that. I think the problem is different. And the last point I want to make is, what if there's a homicide next week on the bus station or on the vacant lot I'm talking about? Is that going to be used as evidence to say then, no, it was not right to support these? I wouldn't bring that forward. I would look for other issues and very detail into what is happening on every single incident.
Go ahead,
Thank you.
Councilwoman Ebert. Nothing?
No, I have
You have no
nothing further.
discussion? None? Okay. Anyone else? Okay, I do want to say,
I have a really hard time with hearing that liquor stores are economic investment. I'm just curious, Mr. Gordon, you are in the audience here, and we talk about economic investment. I want to know how much have your clients from Harrah's, when we talk about the city of Reno needs economic investment. I want everyone to hear these numbers. I don't know if you know off the top of your head, but I see you sitting back there. Mr. Gordon, can you tell me any idea how much your client at Harrah's has spent on economic investment downtown? $150 million? Okay. Is that just in Harrah's? What about Mr. Jacobs? How much money has he spent in downtown? Over 200 million. Okay. So we're not comparing apples to apples, right? So when you talk about that and you deny those projects, getting the lights on, creating jobs, revitalizing our downtown, and you vote no against that, but you vote yes against this, I'm sorry, I'm offended. I also want to say, apologize to our police department. One thing is, I support my men in blue, and when you tell me that you've got issues, I know you got issues, and we've got your back. So thank you so very much. I appreciate it. All right. Nothing else? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
Opposed.
Opposed.
Motion carries. Take note. Thanks. Thank you so much. All right. Madam Clerk, I'm going to send it right back to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I believe we're getting back in order of the agenda, so we're moving back to item C. Oh, nope, Mr. Manager is making a face. Okay, we're gonna move on to item D1. D is in David, 1. No, Doug, then nothing. All right, Ms. Van Buren, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
Hello.
Good afternoon. Vicki Van Buren, Director of Finance. I want to go ahead quickly over to our auditors. They've been waiting, signed on virtually from the beginning of this meeting. So I want to go ahead and instead of doing my presentation first, I would like to have our auditors do her. She has a few slides that she'd like to go through. Her name is Amanda McCleary Moore. She is a partner with Moss Adams. She was our managing partner for our audit, and she did present the same presentation to our financial advisory board last week on the 8th, and we addressed any questions that they had at that time. So I do want to kind of turn that over to her. She's available virtually.
Thank you. We're moving the consultant over at this time.
Hello, everyone. Can you see and hear me okay?
We can. Thank you.
Okay. Am I okay to share my screen, or do you have my presentation loaded?
Give us just one moment, please.
Okay.
All right, Ms. McCreary, you should have access to share your screen so that you can run your presentation.
Okay, perfect. Okay. Well, thank you all for having me here today. I'm here to present the audit results of the City of Reno for the fiscal year 2021. We were engaged to audit the financial statements and express an opinion on whether those are fairly stated in accordance with the accounting principles that you follow, which are the governmental accounting standards policies. So we complete our audit under the auditing standards under the generally accepted auditing standards, as well as the governmental auditing standards. Under the governmental auditing standards, you're required to have that because you do receive well over $750,000 in federal awards, which requires you to have an audit of those federal awards under uniform guidance, which then requires us to follow those additional set of rules under governmental auditing standards, which just means that we have to have more CPE. There's a higher level of independence. We are auditing entities under those standards. So I'm here to present our results. We completed our audit of last Friday and issued our reports and provided those to management. And as Vicki mentioned, we presented to the Financial Advisory Board last Thursday. So this is just a quick presentation to give you the results. So when we audit, we issue a number of audit reports that are then put together with your annual comprehensive financial report. The first report is over your financial statements. So these are the many pages, well over 200 pages of financial statements that management puts together and us to express an opinion over those financial statements. Because you have multiple opinion units, we do express multiple opinions over those financial statements. So as you can see on the screen here, we were able to express what is called an unmodified or clean opinion over those opinion units. Now, while I realize this is something that you have come to expect with the city, it's still worth mentioning that it takes a lot of work and effort into putting together that very large document. So to receive a clean opinion is still something to feel very proud of. The next two reports are the governmental audit report as well as the report over your federal awards. So when we are auditing under those governmental auditing standards, it does require us to take a little bit closer look at your internal controls. So as part of that, while we do not express an opinion over your internal controls, if we identify anything that considers to be a gap, so in internal controls, which essentially just means that an error could slip through the cracks, we're required to evaluate the potential error that could slip through the cracks. Now, if it was something that we believe to be significant, but not necessarily material, we would call that what's called a significant deficiency. And that just means that we think that it's important enough to let those charged with governance, so in this case, City Council, about those types of deficiencies. If we identify a control deficiency that we believe a material error could slip through the cracks, that would be something that additionally we would be required to report to City Council, and that would be called a material weakness. As you can see here on the screen, the top report is our governmental audit standards report, and we did not identify any control deficiencies that rose to the level of significant deficiency or material weakness. In addition, if we identify any sort of compliance findings that would have a material impact to your financial statements, we would be required to report that to you and include it within this report. And as you can see on the screen there, we did not identify any compliance findings required to be reported within this audit report. The last report there on the screen is related to our audit over your federal awards. This year, we audited 5 federal award programs because you've received so much more funding under the CARES Act and then the American Rescue Plan Act. You've had a lot more to be audited within those federal awards. And so we audited 5 programs this year. We audit each one individually, and we express an opinion over each program. So it's similar to your financial statements, we expressed an unmodified opinion, so clean opinion over each one of those federal awards that we audited. And similar to your financial statement audit, we do have to look at internal controls. However, instead of looking at internal controls over financial reporting, we look at internal controls over federal compliance. And if we identify any of those control deficiencies, we have to evaluate, and those would be, again, reported within this report. And as you can see on the screen there, we did not identify any compliance findings or internal control deficiencies that rise to the level of significant deficiency or material weakness, which would be required to be reported. So those are the reports that we issue as part of our audit. So those are the ones that we have to issue. In addition to that, our audit standards tell us that in addition to providing your opinions over the financial statements and other communications, we believe that there are some other things that are important to communicate to those charged with governance. And so we'll go through a few of those items. I kind of want to just high level caveat these items as areas where if we identified something, we would let you know about it. So there's kind of like this negative assurance within this letter. So for instance, if we had any disagreements with management, that's something that we would report as part of this letter or communication that, yeah, that we completed the audit, but we had these disagreements. So as you can see on the screen there, we did not have any disagreements with management. If we identified any significant difficulties in completing our audit, that is something additional we would communicate with you. As you can tell, this year we have completed both the financial and single audit together, which I don't think has been done in a couple years. And we were able to complete that within the first week of December. And that is really as a result of all the hard work that your finance and accounting teams did in order to make it so that we could complete our audit on time. Additional information that we would communicate if we had any is if as part of our audit, we identify some sort of error. So we have to evaluate that error under the internal controls, but additionally on what that impact to the financial statements is. Because not all errors must be corrected in order for us to issue an unmodified opinion. If the error were to be immaterial, that is something that management could decide to not record, given that they would have to push that adjustment through over 200 pages of financial statements. So it's something to consider. However, as part of that, if management decided to pass on that adjustment and not record it, there is a threshold at which we would then still report to you as those charged with governance, but it did not impact our opinion. Now, if we identified a material error that management in fact did have to correct in order for the financial statements to receive that unmodified opinion, that's another instance where we would communicate something like that with you. As you can see on the screen here related to audit adjustments, we did not identify any adjustments that management did not record. We also did not identify any adjustments that were material that management then had to record. So, but it's just important to know that if we did identify those items, that we would communicate them with you. I've talked a lot about internal controls and what that would look like and get communicated in your reports. And so this is just a slide to clearly show that as part of our audit, we did not identify any of those control deficiencies that rise to the level of significant deficiency or material weakness. And I know that was a really short presentation. That kind of sums up how the audit went. I just want to give a special thank you to everyone in finance and accounting that really came together to make this happen and get the audit done timely and before year end. So I appreciate that very much, and I'm sure they're happy to be done as well. I'm happy to entertain any questions or comments on the audit, how it went, or what we do. I realize it was just a very short presentation, but I'm open to questions.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I appreciate the work that goes into it. I know it's a sort of a year-long process, not a couple of week process. Ms. Van Buren, I'll see now if the body has some questions, and I'll start with the member from Ward 1.
Yeah, thank you. Congratulations to all on a clean audit. That's great. I have a few questions. I mean, it was a very unusual year. as, you know, and this is, you know, for the new members, this is really one of the touchstones of the year for our finances, and our responsibility is really the purse. 29% grant revenues, so it's a year unlike any other we've ever seen. What's our norm for grant fund revenues in? Ms. Van? Okay. Have you ever seen a year above 20%? Yeah, 29%. So I noted, because the letter just got written today, I did notice the $500,000 overspend of budget under general fund for the public safety function. Did we rectify that through the last augmentation? Did that come through on the last augmentation that we rectified?
I did have a real quick presentation. Could I do that before we get into the questions real fast?
Oh, okay, okay.
I just wanted to let the auditor go first because she had been waiting all day.
Okay, okay.
And so if you have any questions for me, I do have to log off here in about 10 minutes, so I don't know if you have any specific questions.
Well, let me start there. Ms. Breckus, do you have questions for the auditor?
I don't have any for her.
Does anyone on the body have questions of the auditor?
Okay.
Okay, let's do this. Let's thank you, Madam Auditor. We'll say goodnight to you wherever you are, and we'll come back to you, Ms. Breckus, and restart your time, because I apologize.
Okay,
I didn't realize,
Sorry.
Ms. Van Buren, that you had a presentation as well, and I'm happy to receive it.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, everyone. If you have questions, you can always reach out to me.
Thank you, Amanda.
Bye.
Okay, so Vicki Van Buren, Director of Finance. I do have just a few slides just to kind of summarize where we were at, why we do what we do, and what the timing of that kind of is. Before you today, you have the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. We call it the ACFR now, and it's as of June 30th, 2022. And it does contain the single audit report, the auditor's opinion, the auditor's letter, and then a plan of corrective action for some of the items, and for just a few items, and one of that Councilmember Breckus just mentioned. So as a discussion, we have to provide the financial statements annually. It's required by NRS, and we also have to have them audited. Title II of the U.S. Code of Federal Regulations also requires that we perform the single audit, which is involved in the grant side of it. And if you remember last year, we did these separately just because some of the rulings for some of the large CARES funding and such that we got did not have guidelines out in time to get it done with our regular audit. So you received the regular audit of the financials, and then you received the single audit separately. And as Amanda mentioned today, she said that we perform the single audit at the same time as this, so you have both here together, which is the goal in doing it. You can do it all at the same time, but it is, as she mentioned, a lot of work. For results, the city received an unmodified or clean opinion, as the auditor stated earlier, and we do have a plan of corrective action that to address a couple of the items that are brought out in Note 2 of the ACFR. Included in here for corrective action is one function where expenditures were in excess of the budget, and then 6 other funds were noted, but they were covered by exemptions. So the one that was addressed as going over budget by function is the one in the public safety function, and that particular one includes the public safety function, which is police, fire, and dispatch as grouped as a function as far as reporting purposes. And it did go over by approximately $500,000. And what that actually incurred was additional retirements at the end of the year in the police department that we did not anticipate at the time we did that final augmentation of the budget. So had we known some of those were coming up, we would have brought forward an augmentation to council to augment the budget to cover those. And we do our best to anticipate all of the things that are occurring during the year. But since our augmentation does come at the beginning of June and it's prepared about mid-May, we try to anticipate the things that are going to occur in those next 6 weeks until until the books close as far as ending the year. But we don't always catch everything. And there's sometimes we can't anticipate when someone's going to retire. And with this, in this particular case, with public safety, when they retire, they have accrued leave balances and such, and so they get paid out their vacation and sick time and things. And some of those can be a little hefty. So that's what's occurred in this particular case. We will continue to monitor that and try to analyze that a little better and make sure in the future that we don't go over budget in some of these, but sometimes it's unavoidable based on not being able to know everything. The other 6 funds that were noted but are covered under exemptions, 4 of them have to do with debt. 2 of them were the medium-term obligations that council approved. One was for the Axon agreement when they initially got the dash cams for the police vehicles, and the other one was the purchase of the Lear Theater. Council approved those items. The items were booked correctly. What we missed was actually doing the budget portion of it so that we would have the budget for the actual payments of those medium-term debt. As part of the corrective action, we are going to have the accounting manager do that portion when they do the booking of it to inform our budget staff that has occurred and prepare the paperwork for that, so we cover that. Those are actually pretty complicated transactions as far as booking those medium-term obligations, and so we will do a better job of that in the future. And the other 2 items for the debt, it involved the payment of additional principal and interest that was incurred and was not anticipated at the time we did our last augmentation, as well as some charges for that the general obligation debt that was issued for the 2022 bonds. That was issued in July, but we incurred some expenses there at the year end that were not really anticipated as well as they could have been leading up to that for the rating agency review, because that actually occurred prior to June 30, and then we actually issued the bonds in July. So there was kind of an overlap from one year to the next, so that's what caused that other discrepancy. The other 2 exemptions that I haven't mentioned yet are the ones for the risk fund. The risk fund had a rather large claims payout that was $1.2 million at the very end of May. That was not anticipated, so we did not know that that was coming at that point, so it was not augmented. And then also in the workers' comp fund, we only received the actuarial report for workers' comp. We received the draft in November, so we were still booking back some of that information back to the prior year, so that was the other one. So you have the one that was not an overage in the fund itself, being the general fund. It was just an overage in the actual function of the public safety function. And then we had the 6 others that were covered by the exemptions. So there were no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies that were noted, and the draft report was presented to the Financial Advisory Board at its December 8th meeting. And as Amanda said, she did present there as the auditor presenting that. It's over a 200 and some odd page document. It is a lot of work to put together. And as I get to this recommendation slide, I just want to say a big thank you to the whole team that came together to really put this together. One of the things that Amanda did mention when she presented to the Financial Advisory Board was that we did have a long-term employee retire. She had been here 20 years, and this was one of her main functions as accounting manager, was providing this report, and she retired last December. So this is the first time that this staff has prepared this report and led the preparation for it. We have new people to these positions, not to say that they're new to the city, but new people in these positions. I have Matt Taylor here. He is the Assistant Finance Director. He's done an amazing job of leading this as far as putting this report together, leading the audit with the auditors, and really bringing this all together. He's done an amazing job with it. We also have Crystal Dean, who was recently promoted to the accounting manager position just this fall. So she has taken on a lot of this work as well. They work together as a team to get this together. And then we have Robert Carson, who's actually new to the city. He came to the city in March. So he was actually helping with putting together a lot of the schedules and other things for this report. Again, all of these people came together and really did a fantastic job with this. Not only did they do this, they actually implemented a new software to do this. So when you have someone who's done this type of reporting and such for 20 years, sometimes you come into it and you say, there's got to be a better way to do this. Well, we had some software that we've had for a few years that just had not been utilized. We knew it was a good fix, but we didn't have the time to do it. And so staff has actually taken the time to make that software work. It's called an Act for Builder. And in basic terms, what it means is you map all of the accounts that we have to the reports that they go to so they can upload the data from our New World system and generate the reports without having to create a lot of different spreadsheets where you're linking these very large spreadsheets. So it's actually a data building reporting software, and they have implemented that this year. So I'm very, very proud of that. I wouldn't say it's been a smooth process, because with anything, when you implement it, you find the things that really work great and the things that are kind of a little clunky. But they generated the report that you have in front of you from this, and they verified it. They've gone through and done all the checks and balances on it. We do have some areas in it that we want to see work a little better, so we're going to work on that this year, and the team is going to work on that. And going forward, I think this is going to be, just a game changer for producing such a hefty document. So I'm really proud of that.
So, Vicki, on behalf of everyone else, thank you for keeping us on the rails this last year, and within the guideposts, and Matt, and to both of you, thank you for helping us take a significant step forward in the finance department, and enhancing our capabilities in the future.
Yeah.
Very much appreciate it.
And it's so nice. I love the team that you've built. Matt, you've been here. How long have you been here?
12 years.
Is it 12 years? So we started around the same time.
Yes.
And I'm so glad. I am so glad that you've moved up and done such an amazing job, because I know how talented you are. And it's just so cool to see that. And so thank you so much.
It's great.
It's nice to hear everyone on that floor and in your team. The culture is really good. People are really happy. And you know that sometimes that's not the case. And you guys have really stressful jobs, because you're trying to make you're trying to make the magic happen, all the things that we hope and pray for. Don't worry, Vicki and Matt will fix it. So phenomenal job.
Thank you.
Yeah, and congratulations on your new promotion.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Go ahead.
Madam Mayor, just so I can make sure that you know where we left off, I had inadvertently sort of truncated Ms. Breckis's commentary, because I did not realize there was also a staff presentation, so Ms. Breckis should have the full allotment of her time.
Go ahead, Councilwoman Breckis.
Yeah, and I'll reiterate, congratulations to all on the clean audit. And, for our new people, as, I mentioned, this really is a touchstone. Some years I go harder and deeper into it than others. And this year I did spend a little bit of more time on it. I know there are exemptions, but those expenditures over budget do give me a little pause for concern. Haven't quite seen those many come out before. What did you say what the room tax special revenue fund expenditures in budget were? Over budget were?
Thank you for that. It was the Lear Theater, the purchase of the Lear Theater with that medium-term obligation.
Oh, okay, that one was that one. Oh, okay, I thought that was the expenditure of budget in the general fund debt service function, the 227.
No, that particular one was the Axon agreement. So
okay, that was the Axon
between
agreement.
those two, those were the two medium-term obligations.
Okay, and earlier I mentioned the, the citation of the large decline due to the drop in the change value of our investment portfolio, where, we changed our investment parameters, and I just, we got to be very cautious on that. That's why I didn't support that. The sewer fund. a 17% decrease in charges for service in the building permit. Excuse me, that's the building permit. No. Sewer connection fee revenue decreased 14.4%. That is alarming to me. The decrease is not attributable to the number one issue I have, which is growth is paying $2012 for sewer connection, while rates are paying accelerated almost 40% since 2012 or 2013 rates. But you mentioned that it's because of what we're doing with waiving fees for low-income housing. And I know we've had conversations that we just can't have people walk in and ask this. We need parameters, how much each year we're going to give. I'm hoping we're going to see a policy solution on this, because you cannot continue to have what we have out in front of us in sewer commitments and have drops in our connection fees. So that's an observation, high-level observation I have. I also want to bring up subsequent events, note number 12, page 86. On September 1, 2012, the Stonegate Special Assessment District Custodial Fund became delinquent in payments. The developers were required to pay their second special assessment payment and missed that payment. That's the first I've heard of that. I didn't support doing that, a special assessment for Stonegate. I didn't expect it to fall apart this quickly either. But fortunately, we have not paid bonds yet. When's the third payment due? We haven't issued bonds.
I'm not positive. We have not issued bonds yet, so there's
Okay.
actually no payment on bonds at this
I
point.
just, Mr. Manager, getting this information on a 250-page document about something this big is alarming to me. I want confidence that this issue is a policy issue. Probably rescinding the resolution for Stonegate will come forward for discussion very soon.
I believe it's the second meeting in January.
Okay, okay. And that's the sort of thing that maybe can be incorporated into our monthly briefings, okay? Thank you. And then the last, I got two more. What's going on with the redevelopment debt? It looked like there was a shortfall in the redevelopment debt.
I apologize. I'm going to ask if there's other, you've exhausted your time, so I'm going to ask if there are other council members that would like to speak. Councilwoman Dewar, I haven't checked in with you for a while. She's still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh,
I
okay.
just, while they were showing the screen, I just had my screen off. No, you're doing fine.
Okay, then I'm going to give it to Councilwoman Breckus for
Okay.
3 more minutes and
Yeah,
then ask
thank
for
you.
a motion.
Page 123 of redevelopment debt. What's going on with the we have redevelopment agency every other meeting, but we don't talk about the financials. Was there something notable about redevelopment agency debt?
There was something with the redevelopment debt. We brought it to council last year regarding RDA 1 was not going to have enough funds to move forward to pay all
Yeah,
their debt.
yeah.
And so council approved us loaning funds from RDA 2 over to
Okay, RDA 1, okay.
And so for last year, we loaned $1.2 million
Okay.
over to cover the debt. I believe there's 3 years left on this debt in
Okay.
RDA 1. And we
Okay.
have a plan for that. Council approved up to $3 million
Okay.
to be loaned. It has a 2% interest rate to be paid back.
To the, okay, okay.
correct.
So that's that, that's how that wrote out. And then the last question, because we did have discussion, how much came out of the general fund to pay the debt service on the event center, ballroom, and bowling stadium debt?
None.
None. So they made their
Yes.
charges this year.
They did.
Are we budgeted for them to make their charges this
Yes.
calendar year?
Yes.
Okay, okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Mayor, for letting me ask those questions, and I look forward to the Stonegate discussion in January.
Okay, I'm going to send it right back to you, Councilwoman. Will you please make a motion? Unless, Councilwoman Dewar, do you have any comments?
Not at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Acceptance of the ACFR for the fiscal year June 30, 2022, and approval of the plan of corrective action, but there isn't a plan, correct?
That's the letter that goes to taxation.
Oh, her letter to taxation.
correct.
Okay, and we send the minutes, and all my comments are for the record. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I have a motion from Councilwoman Breckus. I have a second from Vice Mayor Reese. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay.
All right, now we are moving back in order to item C1. C is in Charlie 1.
So C 1, 2, and 3 should be open
Together? Okay, so
contemporaneously.
we're going to be opening items C1, C2, and C3 at the same time.
Okay, thank you so much. At this time, Madam Clerk, let the record reflect that the City Council is opening the public hearing. Madam Clerk, was proper notice given and any correspondence received?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Proper notice was given on items C1, C2, and C3, and at this time, we have not received any correspondence for any of these items.
Okay, thank you so much. So I'm assuming you have no public comment?
I have none registered.
Okay, thank you so much. So I'm gonna send it right back to staff for staff presentation. Hi, Grace, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. So let the record reflect C1, C2, C3. All right, thank you.
All right, good afternoon, council members. Grace McAdin, Associate Planner for the record, here to discuss the Panther Valley Flex Park Master Plan and Zoning Map amendments. All right, the subject site is 4.41 acres and located in Panther Valley, just north of the corner of Panther Drive and 395. So here's a closer look at the site where you can start to see a little better the surroundings with industrial on the east and west, residential on the north, and the railroad on the south. Access is provided by Panther Drive. So this is a unique area. You can see here the subject site circled on your screen, and that this white dashed line is the railroad tracks. So the neighborhood is currently surrounded by the tracks with residential zoning primarily on the outskirts of the tracks, with primarily industrial interior to the tracks. And you can see that this area is primarily industrial with some residential on that northwest corner. And so I wanted to provide this image to really give you some context of the area. So this area was originally designated as for manufacturing type uses in the Panther Valley Neighborhood Plan, which was about in the 90s. It's since expired. And so today, the applicant is requesting a zoning map amendment from general commercial to industrial commercial. The industrial commercial zoning is intended for light industrial and warehouse uses, flex space, and light manufacturing. So although this site is adjacent to residential on the north, the subject parcels are characterized by the neighboring industrial to the east and west, the railroad to the south, north, and east, power lines throughout the site, and US 395 directly to the west. Additionally, any development would require a discretionary review through which site-specific standards could be applied. So the applicant is also requesting a master plan amendment from suburban mixed use to industrial. The industrial commercial zoning district is not compatible with the suburban mixed use master plan, which is why this amendment was necessary. The industrial master plan is intended to support industrial and commercial uses such as manufacturing, warehousing, and flex space. This master plan designation is the most compatible with the proposed IC or industrial commercial base zone. Here is a Google Street View of the site. It demonstrates it's relatively flat with the freeway above the site and power lines on two sides of the parcel. Here is a comparison of the development standards and uses allowed in the existing general commercial and the proposed industrial commercial base zones. So the industrial commercial does not allow for residential developments and is generally more restrictive with the development standards. Any future development will trigger a discretionary review for the residential adjacency where we can ensure appropriate buffering and mitigation for the neighbors to the north. Here are the findings for a zoning map amendment. This project does not conflict with state law, and it is in conformance with the proposed master plan as well as many of our master plan policies. Here are the findings for a master plan amendment. This project is compatible with the industrial nature of the area, and it is substantial conformance with the master plan policies. The Reno Planning Commission recommended approval based on compliance with applicable findings. The recommended motion is on your screen, and I am available for questions. And I would like to point out the applicant and the representative are here for questions as well.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to send it to Councilwoman Ebert. It's your word.
So I do have questions. I mean, with this zoning change, with it being right up against residential neighborhoods, what kind of action would be taken to ensure that they won't have a warehouse in their backyard that's operating 24/7, shining light into their back windows, having beeping noises from trucks delivering? What kind of assurances do we have that this won't negatively impact not only their quality of life, but also their property values?
Sure. So as I mentioned, there will be a discretionary review required with any development. So any disturbance that's not residential with this new zoning, that means anything, will require a discretionary review, and we can implement things like hour restrictions, height limits, setbacks, buffering, lighting restrictions, etc., through interactions with the neighbors and just to ensure that it is compatible, because that can be a difficult relationship.
So what, in your opinion, why would this be a better asset to the community than actually continuing to use this as a commercial area and putting in shops for the residents that live there? What would be the benefit to this community?
I don't necessarily think one is better than the other, but I will note that it's been commercial for about 35 years. Nothing's been developed on this site since then. I think that this area is more residential in nature just due to the railroad tracks, the existing development, the existing industrial in nature in this area. I don't necessarily think it's one is better than the other. And I will note that industrial commercial is generally more restrictive with the development standards. And so I think that that's also plays a part.
Okay.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Ms. McAdin, first of all, thank you. I appreciate now knowing your, it sounds like married name. Is that what I'm supposed to take that to mean?
Yes.
Ms. McAdin, thanks for being here tonight. We have a couple of things in front of us, and maybe that's the starting point for me, the master plan amendment and the zoning map. I don't know if you or if Dr. Romeyer wants to speak to it, but ultimately we're trying to figure out the best way for this land to be developed. And so I appreciate the concerns that the Ward 4 member has because she's facing it every day out there in the North Valleys. And so we're trying to be responsible and respectful. But of course, with master plan amendments and zoning map amendments, we're not necessarily thinking about what will be there eventually when it's built, right? And so I want to make sure I understood your response earlier, which was that there will be a discretionary review. Anything that would come there would have to pass this body again at some point in time, or I suppose would it go straight to building, or where would it go?
It would be a site plan review, which is administrative.
Okay.
And we would do a public noticing.
Great. So there would be a public noticing component to it. Is there a difference between what could be built there now versus what could be built on the new changes? Meaning, is there an intensification, a densification? Just words that I think are important to consider when looking at the type of process where we are today.
Yes, absolutely. So I'll bring back up this table. Some of the most notable differences, I think I'll draw your attention to height. So in general commercial, you have that 65-foot height, and industrial commercial, you have 45 feet. Something else that I think is notable is the allowed uses. Generally, industrial commercial obviously allows for more industrial uses. General commercial also allows for some of those uses, as well as allowing for single family or residential type uses.
Well, it seems like the small flexible spaces that you're talking about, though, could be, I don't know, commercial kitchen or indoor sports facility, or maybe a small local contractors, right? I mean, we're talking about smaller footprint items that would provide, amenities and perhaps the services that our North Valleys is really looking for. Is that a fair assumption?
Correct. And just due to the size of the site, it's not going to be compatible with a large industrial warehouse type use.
Well, and of course, you've heard people here today in the audience perhaps who complained about the lights shining too brightly or the beeping of car traffic at odd hours. I don't think that's what this site is intended for. My guess is just based on the size, 4.4 acres. It's got some adjacency to the highway, but also the rail spur, some overhead. I guess it would be high voltage transmission that is there. So it seems like to me that it's going to have to be smaller footprinted items, kind of like what you see out south, maybe that fronts the freeway where there's like a tile place and a cabinet place and just different kinds of small businesses that are operating, but having smaller footprinted places so that they can be able to conduct the type of business that would be successful in the North Valley. So it sounds like a great project. I appreciate the presentation. I don't know if we'll hear a presentation from the applicant as well.
They do have a presentation if you guys would like to hear it. Otherwise, I can continue to take.
Madam Mayor, I have a
Ask
question.
a couple questions. Hold on, Councilwoman Dort. I'm going to send it to Councilwoman Breckus.
Yes. You know, there's a few things I'm hearing. First of all, it was originally neighborhood commercial, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that is very neighborhood serving and allows apartments. And then now it's community commercial.
General commercial.
General commercial,
Translated from-
which is
correct.
more intense commercial, but still allows apartments. So
Yes.
it's a residential area. And you said it's a residential area, right, surrounding?
I don't know that I would characterize it as that. Majority of this neighborhood is characterized as industrial. The residential is towards the
Yeah,
northwest.
let's bring that on, because I heard part of the justification for it happening this way is, well, it hasn't developed in a long time. That's usually not a consideration, well, let's try this. No, it's usually the zoning code is presumed correct, and it's been neighborhood and commercial, which allows residential, higher density residential, which is a good transition from the large lot. But you do have, it saddles up to industrial. And, the master plan policy, I know you wrote in your staff report, we have competing master plan policies, but one that said is generally residential is not appropriate next to residential, and now we're inching even more industrial in there. That's an issue for me. Where in the master plan, I'm not really seeing the support for it. I'm seeing a transition to commercial that's neighborhood supporting, business supporting, and I'm also seeing a transition. We lose if we go to industrial, the opportunity for apartments and multifamily on the property, correct?
Correct.
Okay. The next question is the 24-hour operation. Is the IC by right 24 hours?
Yes, but due to those discretionary review that we would have, we can restrict the zone or the hours, and we do so frequently.
That's a conflict I've heard since we've adopted our new code. What I've heard since we adopted our new code is that the conditional use permits is very narrowly tailored to the trigger, if you will, of the conditional use permit. So you have out here 24 hours. I have not seen, so have you done that before with the new code? You've had something that allows a 24-hour operation and you've nailed it down to, what would be normal in this district is, I think, 6 to 10.
Yes, we've done that before, and I will note that the triggers are very specific. So site plan review triggers are typically very specific to the site, whereas use permits are the triggers are very specific to the use. But since it's discretionary, we can restrict hours, lighting, and things of that nature.
Okay, and then the last thing is adult uses. We recently had an adult use license in this zoning district administratively. Are adult uses allowed in this zoning district?
They are, but they also have those locational requirements and restrictions, and so the location of this area would restrict those types of uses.
Well, I'm not so sure. And I'm not so sure because we had locational requirements last time, and those were not followed. And so it seems like there's a different interpretation. It says 750 feet to residential. Well, you could parcel that out 750 feet and still have 2 or 3 acres to put an adult use on this property with freeway visibility. That is a concern to me that I'm seeing. So I just want to understand, if you had an adult use come in and we just licensed one administratively at the corner of Mill and Terminal, what thresholds would it go through? Would it still go through a residential adjacency if it's still, if that parcel isn't carved up?
So any development will go through a discretionary review, even if it's parceled, it's due to proximity. And so we would have that, since it's not built out and there is no building there yet, we would have that ability to review a discretionary permit prior to any development.
I'm going to send it to our city manager. Did you want to?
Oh, I can clarify for the record's sake that just a few meetings ago, we did ask the council to update Title 18 to make sure that those locational criteria were reinserted as it relates to this zoning district. So that concern, I do believe, is addressed in Title 18 as it exists presently.
I don't understand. What are you saying?
We asked for an amendment as part of the cleanup actions in Title 18 just a few meetings ago to make sure that the locational criteria for this zoning district and adult businesses were cleaned back up because of some of the changes that had been made previously.
Has that been adopted yet?
Yes,
So it's in the code.
it is now, yeah.
And what is the difference? It's
Ms. Fuchs will come up. and
750
walk us through.
feet? Because we've seen, and I think Ms. Fuchs was involved at one time, in parceling out a property to then not have to go through that proximity to residential. So that,
Hi, good afternoon.
Yeah.
Angela Foos, Assistant Director
Nice to
for
see
Development
you.
Services. The change that we just made to adult business was related to a different zoning district. The IC zoning district has always had the same requirement. So you cannot put an adult business here due to the adjacency requirement that Mr. Thornley just brought up.
well, I thought I had the code here, and it said no adult business may be located within 750 feet of residentially zoned district. Is
That's
that correct?
correct.
Okay.
Specific to this zoning district, IC.
Well, we have a 4-acre parcel. Is it possible for a property to be created by parceling that's 750 feet from the residence there?
If they did create a parcel, we would measure it and see where the 750-foot mark would land.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councilwoman Taylor, do you have any questions?
I just have a quick question. Does anybody know what the planning commission vote was on? What the planning commission?
Unanimous, right?
It was unanimous. The planning commission voted unanimously on this. Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, I'm going to send it to, hold on, Councilwoman Dewar.
Okay, thank you.
I forgot, I'm
just a-
sorry you're up there, sorry.
It's okay, I just didn't want to interrupt. So, conversation. Could you go back to the zoning table? I think it was a couple after this slide. Right here. I just wanted to understand, under IC, it says office general. So where does commercial fit here in terms of like retail, the things that you would find, whether it be a restaurant or, a grocery store or a retail outlet? Is that allowed in both general GC and IC?
Yes, so I did kind of generalize the uses that are allowed just for sake of this slide. A full list of what's allowed in both zoning districts is provided in the staff report. So generally, offices are permitted in both zoning districts, and then for retail, general retail is allowed in both as well.
So I'm looking at the table. I mean, I have it, it's pages and pages of table, actually. It's about 10 or 15 pages, so I thought you would just know. And I think you answered that yes, retail's allowed in both.
Yes.
And grocery store would be in both.
General retail, yes, we would be allowed in both.
Would restaurant be allowed in both?
Let me look. Yes.
Okay. So, and then I wanted to understand, what is the flex space that is planned? I mean, it's called the flex park. What is that? What is a flex park?
We don't have development proposed today, but I can give this over to the applicant's representative and they can give you a general idea of what is planned, if you'd like.
Well, while they'll do a separate presentation, you said, but let me just understand on the development standards, you made the comment that IC was more restrictive. And that's why a second reason I wanted you to put up this table, and just go over it. You started mentioning the height is lower, the stories are lower. The building area, what does it mean NAGC doesn't address it, whereas IC does address it, but you have to have a conditional use permit? Is that it?
Correct. So GC doesn't have the maximum building area. Industrial commercial does. And so with the CUP, that's kind of one of those triggers we would see.
Okay, and is that like per acre, 500,000 square feet?
I believe it's just generally.
So if you have a 4-acre parcel, you could just have, whether you had a 1 acre, 2 acre, 4 acre, you could have 500,000 square feet?
And then with more of that would require the conditional use permit.
I see, I see. Is there anything on here other than that? I wasn't really sure what this 10-10-10 and 10-0 really referred to.
So those would be the setbacks. And so they are situated front, side, and rear. So IC does allow for that 0-foot setback on the side and rear. However, with that discretionary review, we could implement, we would most likely implement larger setbacks.
I would be mostly just worried, and I know the buzzer went, but I think what you're saying is the 0 goes to side and rear?
Correct.
Like the front would be 10 feet and the 0 would be side and rear?
Correct.
And the side and rear is where the residential properties are. And so I just want to make sure that if we do allow this, it seems like it still allows commercial uses, which might be of interest to people that live out there. However, it looks like there's 0 setback, which is from the property line, right? Which is very unusual.
Correct. And so with that, because we have that residential use, we would increase that setback through the discretionary review.
Well, I've seen us go as much as 300 feet over in other parts of this area in North Valley's setback from residential. That was a very frequent conversation we had before. So I wanted to make sure we have this on the record, what this means going from one zoning district to another and how it might affect the residential, because we have discussed it over and over and over here. And so I want to make sure, since this is a staff issued permit, would follow this, that the staff would understand the precedent that the council set by requiring fairly big buffers between residential and industrial.
Yes.
Okay.
Madam Mayor?
Thank you.
I have an additional question.
Okay,
for staff.
and then I don't believe, actually, Councilwoman Ebert, you haven't asked any questions. Okay, go right ahead.
The ordinance attaches a legal description and it has 3 APNs associated with it. But when I go to the case map and the subject site, it may just be a mapping issue, but there's a hatched. Do you have a map that hatches over it? Do you have a, okay, so that shows, you showing it at the master plan.
Correct. Yeah, just because that, the dark color of that industrial, it blacks out those lines, but it is 3 parcels.
Yeah. And, you have 3 parcels, and I see a real easy fix to reconfigure lines to be 750 feet away from that large lot. That's a concern for me, knowing that we're opening up and introducing adult businesses, adult uses, and we've seen one license very recently into the IC.
All right, thank you. I'm going to send it to you, Councilwoman Ebert.
I don't see the benefit of changing this to industrial. I mean, my ward has plenty of warehouses right up against houses. It has yet to be a benefit to any resident. I don't see a benefit at all to this. And if the change is not that different when you did the side-by-side comparison, then I don't know why we need to deviate from the master plan on this. I see this being a potential issue for those residents that I will have to deal with my constituents later if a gigantic warehouse is built back there. I know that there will be issues with noise and light and truck traffic if a warehouse is built in there. And I don't see any benefit to my constituents by changing this to an industrial area where we could potentially have adult businesses or just fill it up with the gigantic warehouses. So many areas in my ward have done right up against residential neighborhoods.
Vice Mayor Reese, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, I was hoping that we would have a presentation from the applicant.
That would be great.
I don't know that we'll need all 10 minutes, but I think
Whatever you
Dr.
wanna do.
Romeyer, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Always a pleasure. I am happy to sort of give you a better understanding of what it is we want to bring forward. So if you want to bring up the presentation, I'm here on behalf of Sierra Developments. These are local entrepreneurs who have been building businesses in our community for decades. They also grew up in this location, so they are familiar. And just going forward, we're talking about a very small section of land. This is not appropriate for a large warehouse. Thankfully, this is something that's much more niche. So I just want to give you a sense of what it looks like there if you've had time to go out to the site. Currently, there's a large electrical pole right on Panther Valley, no sidewalk, no curb. You have the elevated freeway, you have the overpass, you have transmission lines, you have a fence contractor across the street. This is an industrial character of a place. Yes, there are some homes to the north. Right now there are 2, and then there are additional homes across from Western. Now we have worked with the neighbors. In fact, when we were at Planning Commission, we were applauded for working with the neighbors because historically it was industrial, and then a previous applicant wanted to come and do a mid-rise 5-story apartment complex. They couldn't make it work. The site didn't work for that. Then the parcels sat vacant. And so really what is a good fit is something that we don't have a lot of in Reno, which is these smaller spaces. They're not oriented towards the building. That's not towards the residents. We're talking about up to 60,000 square feet total. That could be divided into 4 units or 2 units. It could be a commercial kitchen. It could be somewhere a contractor is building cabinetry. This is a light industrial, light manufacturing, but it could be many other things. It could be the gym or the indoor ballpark. And so we think, given the existing uses around, that this is a nice low impact transition. It's much less vehicle intense than apartments, which the neighbors to the north were excited about. And, you know, with thoughtful architecture and good landscaping and new sidewalk and lighting, you know, this is a jobs housing balance. This is an improvement to this location, which is a small piece of land that I personally can feel as an infill project if you look at the expanse of our Reno today. I also want to point out that both of the property owner developers are here. If you'd like to hear from them, they can tell you that they are 100% committed to not putting adult uses at this location. Yeah. So with that, I just want to say I strongly ask you to, you know, uphold the vote of the Planning Commission, who really applauded our project as providing something different and very much needed. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Really appreciate that. First, I'm curious to know how much of what do we call this? This is more like a flex product. It's a flex space, right? This is not this is not warehouse. Usually you typically see entrepreneurs, those smaller kitchens, really sort of like this launching off point. And then I have seen where they do the indoor sports and all of that. So it's like you have a whole bunch of different sort of businesses. Even some are even like on the front end can be retail. They also do restaurants and these kind of flex spaces. How much of that do you have out there? Do you know?
Well, I'll leave that to the actual developers, but they were telling me it's not just a shortage in the North Valleys, but across the city, this is a shortage.
100%. That was another point that I was going to bring up. Like, these are the kinds of, like, this is sort of the next wave of maximizing these spaces, not just out there, but all over. And we're really, really seeing now more than ever, especially, you know, during COVID, a lot of people became their own boss. And so these are the exact types of spaces that are conducive to that. They're not, you know, big trucks of, you know, pallets and all in, you know, those 24-hour uses like that. So, but I don't know of very much of this, and it's becoming really, really popular because the demand is so high. Angela, maybe you would know how much of Like, are you seeing in these flex spaces? They're not very common.
No, and I think they're generally kind of hidden, right? Because we don't see a lot of semi trucks. I think we drive by and just don't even realize they're there,
Yeah.
unless we have a reason to go there.
Yeah.
And where we typically see these is for these small shops. Maybe you have a restaurant in there next to the tile guy, next to the gym, as you pointed out, right? It's kind of that happy medium between truly big warehouse space and a smaller parcel this size, with some of these other mixed in commercial / industrial type uses.
And typically, the reason why these are so great for entrepreneurs and startups, because they are typically more affordable than what you see in that traditional retail space that someone just starting out cannot afford. It's really hard to get into that kind of product. So I think it's really exciting to see something like that. Interesting, earlier we had, and Madam Clerk, will you make sure you keep the clock on me? Because I'm on everyone else, so I got to follow the same rule. Is that a lot of people came forward and say, we don't want industrial, and then it's really hard if you have retail zoning that sits there for 35 years. We don't build it. We have to have someone like you come forward and say, hey, I want to build it. I see the vision. I'm going to take the risk. It would be great to snap our fingers and say, this, I want retail here, and this, I want, housing here. If we could do it like that, we don't get really that luxury. It'd be amazing if we did. So whenever I see, entrepreneurs like yourself, believing in, kind of what your vision is and what you're seeing in other people, I commend you. So, thanks so much. I appreciate it. Is there anything you want to add, Angela?
I just add one other thing. So we did go ahead and check the distance of that parcel to see if it was possible to separate it and create a separate parcel and get an adult business, and the answer is no. The parcel is too small to ever be 750 feet, greater than 750 feet away. So there's zero opportunity for this to ever be an adult business.
Well, and I highly doubt they're here trying to throw the wool over our eyes, trying to get an adult business. Let's just be honest. But thank you for the clarification, because people sometimes do. But just throwing it out there. I don't think you'd be sitting in front of us. Usually those people don't come to council. So,
Madam Mayor.
Go ahead. Councilwoman Taylor.
Thank you very much. Angela or Grace, I think one of you mentioned, how long has this been vacant?
Well, it's never been constructed.
Forever?
Correct.
So I'm just trying to reconcile one of the comments I heard from another council member. I believe the benefit could possibly be seen as having an economic investment, which we just heard on our last item is something that this council is very supportive in this piece of vacant land, which is something that we also heard in a previous item that we don't like having. So if we have a vacant piece of land that there's an opportunity, which we're not looking at a project yet, but it sounds like there might be somebody who wants to invest in our community to create some economic synergy, this would be something that is positive, creating a benefit to the community. Is that accurate to some extent?
Correct.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, Councilwoman Dewar, go ahead.
Couple things. One, the kind of space I think that's been described, I believe we have in South Reno in the Double Diamond area, where we'll have a series of, as you said, Madam Mayor, tile business interspersed with a restaurant, interspersed with a, gym, actually. I can think of a scenario. What I would like to hear from our staff is that allowable under general commercial, or what drives the need to go to IC to achieve what they want to achieve? What is the piece that's missing?
So the key pieces that I guess are allowed in industrial commercial but not general commercial would be that manufacturing and warehousing. And so key with a flex space that we keep talking about is that warehouse component in the back that you would see in those South Reno areas.
Okay, so my question is this. Totally support the concept, but we've been here before where a zone change is requested, and then the use that is planned for that site, maybe the parcel sold, a different person comes in and they want a different thing or a different vision. They want one massive building, even though you say it's difficult, but maybe it's triangle shaped or whatever. So what I wonder is what we've done before is we've sort of put on the record that we're okay with this kind of use and we understand, but an example was somebody told me they needed a change of zoning because they needed a restaurant, but then no restaurant was planned. And they went forward with a different kind of use with a different kind of height. And so those are the challenges of just sort of this zoning. And so often the way we've dealt with it, either they bring a package together or they do an SPD. So you understand that they need the master plan, the zoning, and here's their project, right? And they all go together. And so just the concern I can understand is that it does open it up to warehouse, and maybe that isn't the desire of the residents, and that isn't the plan of the current owners or developers, but it could be a future plan. Maybe economic conditions change, the flex space plan doesn't move forward, it's zoned IC, where are we? And so just if we could go on the record, I mean, does the council, if the project doesn't come forward, have the ability to go back to what it was, GC, or where are we?
Nope, we can't do a conditional zone change, so we would have to go forward with that industrial commercial zone.
Right, but my knowledge, my information is that council is allowed to initiate a zoning change themselves.
So that, I guess that would be a separate process. It wouldn't really be retroactive or taking that zoning back. It would be a separate process.
Action, right? I mean, there is somewhat of a fail-safe that if this type of project doesn't move forward and doesn't come to fruition, I guess the council can initiate, or a council member can initiate a rezoning. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So I just wanted to get that on the record that there are some potential fail-safes, and it'd be good to include that in a motion if there was a concern about that.
Madam Mayor, I do have a comment.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
Hold on. Councilman Reese, go ahead.
Thank you. I wanted to say a couple of things. One is that Dr. Romeyer, your presentation was excellent. We don't get to see you enough in this building, and so when you're here, it's always a privilege because the work that you do is just exceptional. So I want to thank you for helping us to better understand the project. Your clients are very well served by having the opportunity to work with you, and I always know that when you're involved in the project, it's coming from a good place. So I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I also want to, I don't know if Ms. Foose, did she step out? No, there she is. I had looked down, well, maybe you'll come forward, but I had looked down for a moment and then I looked up and you had swooped in to stop the madness from the city manager over here. I appreciate your sort of level-headed approach to planning. Planning is a difficult concept, and it is sometimes easy for us on the dais to get off on a tangent. Sometimes it's a rabbit hole, sometimes it's a red herring. I try not to ascribe ill motive to either one of those things, but I just think it's important to point out, especially as to this project, is just keeping it on the rails, understanding what the criteria are for approving different kinds of planning changes, and you're just always calm and cool. I just appreciate that about you. And again, like I said, I was looking down, pulling up something, and all of a sudden you swooped in to put it back on the rails, so thank you for that. Madam Mayor, when the time comes, I'll be supportive of this project. So.
Okay, I'm going to send it to Councilwoman Ebert.
So I just wanted to address some other concerns. I'm not opposed to economic investments in my ward. I absolutely am. But am I understanding correctly that this is just a vote on a proposed zone change? This is not a vote on an actual project plan, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so this looks nice, but this has nothing to do with what will actually be here. I mean, it might, but it could be something completely different, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so my concern is it could end up being anything after it's zoned to be industrial. And I am concerned with contributing economically and just to quality of life of my residents. I feel that the community could be better served with commercial use where there could be shopping, restaurants, whatever it may be. I don't think that a warehouse area would necessarily serve the community. It would probably generate jobs, but I don't think that commercial would actually enrich my community. We have plenty, or I'm sorry, industrial. We have plenty of industrial areas. I don't shop in the Sherwin-Williams warehouse or the Makita or the Uline or the Marmont or any of those. I would like to see actual businesses that my ward can use that would benefit the community. Small independently owned businesses, we're starving for those out there. If we had a plan come before us that wanted to do that in my community, I would absolutely get behind it 100%. But again, my ward has plenty of industrial areas, and I don't really know why we have a master plan if we're just going to keep changing it to rezone areas for industrial areas. And I don't really understand why this continually needs to happen in my ward. I think there's other areas that could be investigated for industrial use. This is, again, right up against houses. I realize that it's against railroad tracks and a road, and there's a power line as well, but that doesn't exclude commercial development from happening there. I just feel like commercial would be a better use of the land for my community. It would be better resources for my community. It would be better opportunity for small business, and it would also support economic growth for my ward as well.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, any other questions? Okay, I think we have exhausted our rounds. Hold on, there was a couple things I just wanted to ask you. Angela, explain again, because you can do retail here, you can do restaurants, so you can do commercial and residential or commercial. Go through that again.
Yep, so under the proposed IC zoning, you can do very similar uses. You can do retail in both, you can do restaurants in both, you can do, again, these tile shops, more of the indoor manufacturing in the new proposed zoning. So the big one that we keep hearing is commercial. You can do commercial in both of these zoning districts.
Right. And the spaces are not large enough to do industrial.
This is it's a tough shaped parcel, and it's not a very large parcel. So it does make it challenging to do any real industrial sized development that requires big trucks coming in and being able to turn around and park.
Mm-hmm. And I assume that you're going to eventually come in with this project.
And do you know how soon?
Good morning.
Good, yeah. Yes, good morning.
Jeff.
I am so sorry.
No, it's okay.
So
Jeff
sorry.
Lynch and Dan Allen is here as well, partners in Sierra Development and the owners of the land. So I'm sorry, what was your question again? Just to clarify. I'm tired.
Oh, I wanted to know, it sounds like you're coming in for a project.
Yeah.
How soon?
We should have preliminary drawings in 60 to 90 days.
Okay.
Yeah, so we've been working with industrial realtors, commercial realtors, trying to find the best use of this. It's purely a speculative building at this point in project. And I think the flex was the best. When we bought the property, we were planning on putting up a 4 or 5 story storage unit. That's what our plan was. Fully, it's within the current realm where we can do that. That's 65 feet. You know, the neighbors, we've talked to the neighbors. We had zero pushback on this project from the neighbors specifically, because we can go 65 feet high now.
Sure.
And we'll bring that down to 45. We bring that down to 45, maybe even lower.
Yeah.
Try to bring in some businesses.
Thank you.
I think there's great advantages to the North Valley's less traffic, employment base. You know, hopefully some smaller businesses.
Yeah.
So.
Thank you.
It's a good
And
project.
unanimous at Planning Commission. That doesn't happen often.
And especially from that ward as well. So they love the project.
All right. Thank you so much.
Madam Mayor?
Okay, go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, I have a question for staff. You know, Ms. Dewar mentioned the SPD, which is a custom zoning change that we had for many years. We got rid of, we brought it back. I think this is tailor-made for an SPD because it's a very unique, sensitive parcel all over. Did you have conversations with the applicant about going the SPD route? Or are they just not as fine-tuned as they could be on this second go-around to commit to a custom zoning?
So we didn't receive a request for a specific plan district, and I don't know that they are far enough along that road to submit for something like that for this type of parcel.
Yeah, and that kind of thinking, knowing they had one project going and they're not ready to tailor means that, we do really have to look at the broadest allowance. And of course, it's not going to be 1 million square foot or 350,000 square foot, but it could definitely be one large industrial building with truck bays. The design could be for that. I see in the commercial that the maintenance buildings and repair and renovation build use is allowed in the general commercial, and so is the wholesale. So, and I've done a lot of the classification of uses in these flex areas, and some of them do classify as this. It's an indoor contractor's yard who's just going to pull in and leave his cars there every day, and maybe someone's answering the phone there. So I see the design having uses that I know have occupied in those sort of design that are not the big warehouse to open it up for this speculative, way that you could get a full coverage industrial. So I can stick with the GC. I think it's the right way to go. I agree with Ms. Ebert, and I want to call attention to everyone, and you didn't bring it up in your staff report. You mentioned competing master plan policies, but the real big one to me that is most applicable is the one that industrial is rarely appropriate next to residential. I think a fair analysis of all sides would have brought that master plan policy in, and I hope that you all will be bringing that in these sensitive areas. Industrial next to residential is really a strong, warning from our master plan policies. And so for that reason, if the motion comes to not support the master plan resolution, I'll point to that policy and be in support.
Let me ask you, Angela, just out of curiosity, here you have Planning Commission that gives you a unanimous vote. What do you do next time? Because don't love that it's industrial, right? I think that's what I'm hearing up here. There's a lot of misconception about industrial. So kind of give us a little idea of what that might look like, because I think sometimes we play Monday morning quarterback up here saying, oh, you should have done this, and you don't. And a lot of times you're trying to, help get it through the process and get it to a point. And then it gets this cloud over it, especially with this kind of use. So tell me how you get there.
I think one of the challenges that we're seeing today is that we are voting on a zone change and a master plan. We are not voting on a project. And when we start talking about a project, it brings up, well, what about this and what about this, right? That is not the stage we're at. That is a future stage. So the question for this council today, is it appropriate to have an industrial commercial zoning, knowing what types of uses are allowed? Also knowing some of those standards that Grace pointed out, right? If you compare a general commercial zoning to an industrial zoning, it's a shorter building. General commercial allows taller buildings. Those are the kind of things, big picture, that we should be looking at today. Now, any project that comes forward in the future has to go through an additional review process. And that's where we look at things like, where are the lights? Where's the parking? What are the hours of operation? So that discussion, there's another place for that down the road, regardless of if it's general commercial or industrial commercial. The specific project is not before us today. So it always makes me nervous when we look at a project and say, that would be really great if that went there, because there's no guarantee that that great project will go. So bigger picture, that's, I think, what the Planning Commission looked at is it appropriate for an industrial commercial type of use, given what we know about what uses are allowed? And they unanimously felt it was appropriate.
Okay, so I think I understand now. We're getting a little ahead of ourselves. That makes sense. And so I appreciate you getting us back on track. Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask again to Angela while she was up there, and I tried to ask this question to Ms. Whitehead earlier, was what does this allow? Since she explained it's more restrictive, it's a lower height, this and that, what does it allow that would enable something like a flex space, what are they lacking with GC? That's what I'm struggling with.
Yeah, and Grace, can you come back and kind of walk through the use table and find maybe some of the differences?
Well, I mean, can they build a flex space in GC? That's my basic question.
So as I had mentioned, one of the biggest differences is the manufacturing and that warehouse component that they cannot do in GC that they can do in industrial commercial.
But is that what they want to do? I mean, when someone comes in for a zone change, they have something in their mind. I mean, they don't just, hey, let's go for a zone change. They want to build to something. And if the something that they want to build involves warehousing, involves, what else did you say? The
manufacturing.
That's not allowed in GC. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay, so manufacturing would be like component parts or batteries, or is that what you're getting at when you say manufacturing in this case?
Yeah, it's a fairly broad description. So manufacturing of any products we see sometimes with construction of certain businesses where they do their construction and manufacturing at this location and then they might sell out of the front. Things of that nature. And I can also defer to the applicant of what really they have in mind to see why they went for that. I see what they're really looking for, but
it sounds like what they have in mind is very appropriate. And the only thing is that, I mean, being on council for 8 years, I've also learned that plans change, ideas change. And to Ms. Fusa's point, you have to think of what is the most intense use of that zoning category and be prepared for that. I mean, it's reality. So we have to be prepared for that. And so when we make, if we go in this direction, we have to understand it could definitely be that. So it's very hard to get what you think fits in a small space, 4.5 acres or something, with residential, with the railroad, with this, with that, with all these constraints, and make sure that we can move forward effectively. So that's where I'm struggling. The other part is just the additional review. I know it comes to staff, but it won't come back to council. It won't come back to planning commission. And I think, let's say the residents, like they thought, wow, this is great. Because if I was them, I'd be thinking it's great too. 45 feet, the lower intensity in some areas, but the zero setback, big concern for me. I mean, you've got your house there and it could be zero setback really. And what if staff says, well, we think 50 foot is a good enough setback, and they don't agree. It doesn't come to us, I guess, unless it's appealed. And so those are just the struggles. I'm sure that Ms. Ebert is challenged by. This is one of the first big projects that's coming to her. She's advocating for residents. And we at council all too well know what, that we have to think broadly. So I'll just leave it there.
All right.
But that's correct, everything I
Thanks,
said, right?
Councilwoman. Thank you. I'm going to send it to Councilwoman Ebert. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I heard some comments. I'm sorry.
Oh, we're ready for a motion.
Oh, is it okay if I say something?
No, please do. I just wanted to let everyone know we've already went through our rounds, so that's why I'm sending it to you.
Okay, thanks. So I'd heard some people mention that there's a lot of overlap in the use allowed between general commercial and industrial. That just kind of reinforces my question as to why the change then. If we can do the same things, then keep it the same. I also have a copy of the master plan here with me that was adopted in December of 2017. It's not that old. I don't understand why we're not sticking to that. I assume that there was very intelligent people that worked on this and came up with a plan for a specific reason. I'm not sure why we're deviating from this again for an industrial use area. I just, again, don't think it's appropriate, especially if so many of the uses are overlapped. And again, because what's being presented in this little map, this graphic here is great, but it has nothing to do with what the plan may actually be. This is just a zoning change. And since we don't have any way of knowing what's gonna end up there or how close it's gonna end up being to residents' homes, I just don't think it's a good use to deviate from our existing master plan to change it to an industrial space so close to residential neighborhoods.
Okay, thank you. So I have a motion from Councilwoman Ebert. Do I have a second?
Yeah, is this on the master plan or the zoning change?
So
I guess you have to clarify that as a motion.
before we
And
get
that
there,
wasn't a motion,
motion
right?
I need
to-
to read this ordinance. real
Oh, go,
quick.
sorry,
All right,
so sorry.
Under C3, yeah, we've got the 3 items open. So
Case number LDC 23-00001, Panther Valley Flex Park Master Plan and Zoning Map Amendments Ordinance Introduction, Bill number 7222, Ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.02 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning, Rezoning, a plus or minus 4.41 acre site located directly north of the intersection of Panther Drive and US Highway 395 from general commercial GC to industrial commercial IC, together with matters which pertain to or are necessarily connected therewith, Ward 4.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, now I can send it back to you. Sorry.
So I'm
Sorry,
assuming-
Councilwoman, go ahead.
No, that's okay. So do I go through each one individually and we vote, or are we doing?
Because we have all of them open, you could just do one motion.
Okay. So motion to deny, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I have a motion from Councilwoman Ebert, and a
Yeah, I'll
second
second.
from Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, I'll second on inability to make the findings.
Okay, thank you. So I have a motion and a second.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Yes, you have the motion, right? And the
Yes, I have a
second?
motion and a second discussion. Would you like to say something? Okay, go ahead.
Yes, I would. I'm gonna operate on principle here, and I want to lean into the ward member. I don't presume to understand all of the moving parts out in Ward 4 and what the layout is. She raised some concerns, and so I am planning to support the motion on the basis that she's most familiar with it. It doesn't mean that's necessarily the motion I would make, but I just wanted people to understand. I know this is important to that community. I do think the lower height from the IC is a good idea, but I do understand the lack of certainty. And if this motion does pass, I think the applicant could certainly, and I want to make sure this is true from the staff, come back in with a SPD where they could tailor the project, the zoning, everything together, and provide some certainty to these residents out here who've had a lack of certainty. And is that correct, staff? And I
Yes.
can't see from your back who is speaking. I'm sorry.
Yes, Grace Mackinnon again for the record. That is correct. They can come back.
And is there any time limit on when they could come back?
I believe since with an SPD, that would be a pretty different proposal. When we have specific development, we have time constraints in how much they change the project. That would limit them on when they can come back. But because this is so different, I don't believe there is.
They could turn right around and come back and maybe provide a project with a, an overall concept, perhaps?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman. All right, Vice Mayor.
Madam Mayor, I'm not going to support the motion as moved and seconded. First of all, a couple of things about the master plan. The master plan is 200 pages. You can find things in it to pick apart any project. It's a sort of a document that has a living, breathing nature. It is not something that is like the 10 Commandments set in stone. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of ways in which the master plan would be supported by this particular project. We could go through each of one of them, but we've already been here for nearly 6.5 hours today. So I'll just say that the Planning Commission has already made those findings. They have unanimously held that it is in the best interest of making the master plan amendment and that it conforms to all the criteria that are listed in the statute. So on that basis, I will not be supporting the motion. I want to say something about something Councilmember Dewar said about leaning into the ward member. Two things are true. Number one, I'm not sure I agree with that comment, and I think it's somewhat theatrical. I am the at-large member, of course, and have to deal with all of the wards. I don't have the privilege of focusing on one particular area. And it feels like there's a lot of learning that's going to have to go on. And so here we have an applicant whose very livelihood and project relies upon the good decisions we make. And so having your cake and eating it too, I don't think is a very good or appropriate way to conduct the business of this body. The applicant was very clear that they have rights to do a certain kind of development there on this project site already. I would prefer not to see a used storage there. There's enough of that out there. I think that the residents of North Valleys tell me what they're looking for is indoor space for their kid to play baseball in the winter months. It could be a small commercial kitchen. It could be someone who's developing skis, small ski manufacturer. It's not going to be a Makita-sized thing, although I think Makita has a valuable place in the North Valleys as well. So this particular project site is, very constrained in a number of ways. And a lot of the things that have been said negative, I want you to understand, the applicant, from my perspective, are really just sort of, they're not real concerns. They're just sort of a one-off about a talking point about growth. And I don't think that that's correct. You've brought forward a reasonable request, and I think it should be approved. As the Planning Commission, who are an apolitical body, including the planning commissioners who've looked at this item, who are oftentimes very challenged by the things that are going on in this community. So a unanimous from Planning Commission is a very good sign that this is in conformance with all of our master plan policies, that it meets the requirements of the various code requirements that Ms. Foos and Ms. Mackinnon laid out. And so I will not be supporting the motion, and we'll look to see if my body, what they do with it, and then perhaps we'll come back for a second motion.
All right, thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I may have a 1-minute response.
Nope, I'm
No?
sorry.
Okay.
No.
Well, I'll just say I'm not being theatrical. I
Okay.
think most of
All
the
right,
things can be
Councilwoman
done
Dewar.
under GC.
Councilwoman Dewar, thanks so much.
Yeah.
So first of all, I would say Planning Commission, not easy. They are not easy. I have people that know that are sitting here going like this, right? So it tells me, especially when you get unanimous, I'm always like, wow. And you're sort of looking over it. And again, I want people to understand that it would be so great to say, gosh, I want to see a Cracker Barrel out here. I need this or that. I think people think that that's what the council does, and we sort of build it and develop it ourselves. I want to remind everyone we don't. If we could, we would. And I love that you are thinking differently. And again, I think it's always funny how you come to the podium and then we tell you, oh, you should have done this, and you should have done this and this and this. You guys are the experts. It's so easy to get up here and do our own theatrics, which does happen up here, to be honest with you, regardless what anyone says. It's a real thing. And matter of fact, it started off this morning where we were all yelled at because we, it was all our fault putting industrial out there. Well, let me tell you something. That was zoned way before I got here. Councilwoman Breckus before she got here, Councilwoman Dewar before she got here, and so on. And so I know it's easy sometimes to take it a little bit personally, but none of that happened when any of us were here. And people came forward, they had property rights. You talk about, getting sued because having property rights and then those uses that they can do on those. And then obviously if someone doesn't like it, then, they're upset. But people do have property rights. And a lot of that happened, that zoning happened before we even got up here. So I know that it's easy to take it a little personal, but looking at something like this, it does make a lot of sense. And it's a product that we typically don't see, but right now we're just talking about zoning, so you're right, we gotta stay in our lane, zoning. I got it, but I won't be supporting either, so. All right, any further comments from Councilwoman Taylor, Mr. Martinez? Nothing? All right, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? No. I would like a roll call vote. Madam Clerk, please.
All right, Madam Mayor, we're going to do a roll call vote for item C1. Councilmember Breckus,
Aye.
Dewar,
Aye.
Martinez,
Nay.
Ebert,
Aye.
Taylor,
No.
Reese, Sheevy,
No. All right, 4-3. Thank you so much.
motion fails 4-3.
Yes. Councilman, or Vice Mayor, give me a motion.
Madam Mayor, I move to uphold the recommendation of the Planning Commission, thereby moving to adopt the master plan amendment and referring the bill for a second reading and adoption.
Second.
I have a motion and a second.
Madam
Go
Mayor.
ahead.
Yeah, I want to go into some of the commentary on, well, the Planning Commission was so unanimous, that's so rare.
It is.
I think it is rare.
It's rare.
I don't think the Planning Commission is being well served in this instance. there is a reference that part of the general criteria for finding is looking at competing master plan policies. Now, wouldn't you think in something like this language under specific to the employment, to the industrial master plan land use would have been called out to the Planning Commission as a policy? And it reads, generally, industrial areas are not appropriate adjacent to residential development. However, small commercial activities may serve to transition between industrial and residential development uses. Don't you think that policy that is global in nature related to industrial, says don't put industrial next to residential, would have been called out to allow people to balance their decision-making? It wasn't. So I think it was a one-sided staff analysis supporting their recommendation that took the Planning Commission to a place that, perhaps they might have had more competing thoughts. And I read their minutes, and it didn't seem that they were well-served by this staff report. Thank you. Bring the motion.
Thank
Madam
you so
Mayor?
much. Yes. Go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, I am going to support the motion, and I want to explain something. I support what the developer is trying to do. What I am trying to also do and balance for myself, without, as been said, some drama or something, is I am trying to put some bookends around what can happen and provide some certainty. And I think that that's important no matter what ward you're in. And I'm always going to support that principle. I'm not against any developer. And I think that this particular developer has a good idea. So, and I hope that the idea comes to fruition. But there are other ways to get to the same result. And I think virtually all of the uses that were identified by Mr. Reese can be done under general commercial. I support all of those uses. So that's what I just wanted to be clear about, is what I didn't support was opening the door to warehouse, and I guess incidentally, the manufacturing. But I, again, want to lean in and support the body since the previous motion didn't pass. And I wanted people to understand my thinking on this. So thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate your clarification. Okay. Go ahead, Councilwoman.
I just wanted to agree with Councilmember Dewar that that's where I'm coming from as well. I'm not opposed to development there. I'm just very concerned about changing the zoning to industrial, given the things that have happened in my ward. If you guys had a plan today and it was exactly this, I wouldn't have the problem. It's the uncertainty and the things that have happened in my ward. I'm not opposed to smart development. I need to be protective of my ward, and I'm protective based on things that have already happened. And it's my duty to make sure that I cover my bases and I make sure that I do everything I can to protect them.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I had a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed.
Opposed.
Motion carries 5-2. Thank you so much. I would like for everyone to take a break. I'm so sorry, but we've got to get up for at least 10 minutes.
What's the next item, Madam Mayor, that we're going to take?
C8.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Okay, thank you.
No, council gets 2 rounds, and then also, then we go into a motion, have to do public comment. Sometimes you have an applicant, because people are wondering why it's taking so long. But then also, you can do a motion, then discussion. If you get into discussion, then I believe council rules, clarify for me, Madam Clerk, council rules are 3 minutes, another 3 minutes.
For discussion?
Yes.
Yes. And
So-
just one round. So everybody gets to make one last comment associated specifically to the motion.
Right.
So your discussion is
theoretically,
related
just
to
for
the
public
motion.
to understand.
Understood, yep.
Each council member could get 9 minutes on an item. So, and then do the math. It can take a long time. So I apologize, but that's the process. And so I'm going to
Okay,
keep everyone
so
down to 3.
Madam Clerk, can I just ask for clarification as to item 7.5 of our rules? I think we have 3 minutes and a second round of 3 minutes after motion, but it's at the discretion of the mayor.
Mayor.
Correct.
Okay, so just clarify, if a motion is made and there's a second, and then I can say discussion, and then when discussion happens, it doesn't necessarily mean it's 3 minutes, it's at the discretion of the mayor? Okay, all right, good clarification.
Okay, so we're reconvening the meeting at 5:20. And at this time, all members are present except Councilmember Ebert. And we are moving on to, oh, there she is. She's just having a coughing fit. So all members are present and we're opening item C as in Charlie 8.
Okay.
And
Okay,
this is an ordinance introduction.
go ahead.
Bill number 7223, case number LDC 23-00005, Highland zoning map amendment. Ordinance for a zoning map amendment from plus or minus 112.6 acres of planned unit development PUD to plus or minus 48.31 acres of multifamily residential MF14, plus or minus 44.39 acres of parks, greenways, and open space PGOS, plus or minus 16.17 acres multifamily residential MF30, and plus or minus 3.73 acres of general commercial. The plus or minus 112.6 acre site has plus or minus 1,981.32 feet of storage on Lemon Drive, or frontage on Lemon Drive, plus or minus 476.82 feet of frontage on Sky Vista Parkway, and plus or minus 732.1 feet of frontage on Vista Knoll Parkway, with a master plan land use designation of suburban mixed use, SMU, and a special planning area, SPA, Ward 4.
Okay, thank you so much. At this time, I will now open the public hearing. Let the record reflect, Madam Clerk, has proper notice been given, any correspondence received?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Proper notice was given. We did receive correspondence on this item. I'm sorry, we did not receive correspondence on this item, but we do have one public commenter in the audience.
Okay, thank you so much. So let's take public comment, and before we do that, I just want to ask any council members if you have any disclosures. Seeing that there are none, I'm going to hand it right back to you for public comment.
Thank you. Mr. Ken Crater.
Can you put this on the overhead, please? Good evening, and thank you. For the record, my name is Ken Crater with Crater Consulting Group, and I'm representing the owner applicant on this project. I am very pleased to introduce Alex Sakakis back here from Capstone Advisors. He's the owner and developer on this site, and I can tell you that I feel very fortunate that we have somebody of Alex's caliber investing heavily in our community. I've gotten to know him over the last 14, 15 months. He's a great guy, and he cares about building value and building communities. And so he has allowed this great team of engineers and planners and traffic engineers and electrical engineers to put together a project that I think will very well serve the North Valleys and the Reno community. And really the only controversy in this project has been the fact that we're eliminating commercial zoning. And there's been a lot of discussion in the North Valleys about we need more commercial, and I fully agree with that, but we need the right commercial. And I think a lot of people on the council know how I act. I've kind of grabbed the bull by the horns. I've actually started setting up some key meetings with all the experts in the area as far as retail and land use brokerage. I've met with a couple of key business owners, and now I'm reaching out to individual folks in the community that have a vested interest in working on a plan to create strategies to bring more of the right commercial that the North Valleys needs. And I go back a long ways in the North Valleys, all the way to the days of Dorothy McAlinden and McAlinden Park. She turned out to be one of my closest friends. I met her when I worked at the city of Reno, and she was actually one of the people that got the city going on establishing neighborhood advisory boards. That's some old history of the city. But this photo right here, one thing I want to point out, this general area of the Lemon 395 interchange has about 381,000 square feet of commercial. A plan unit development was approved on this site, which wraps behind the Walmart where you can see the white lots. But they somehow managed to get approval for this theoretical 487,000 square feet of commercial. But when you dig into the details, you can't fit that amount of commercial on this site. You can only fit 180,000, and that would obliterate the hillside, the rock outcroppings. So when Alex approached me, I evaluated the site, and I quickly realized that residential was the highest and best use. And not only residential, but that missing middle housing, a mix of small lot detached apartments, along with some commercial that actually works at the intersection of Lemon Drive and Vista Knoll Parkway, where we can get that nice restaurant, the Bullies type restaurant, where you can go after work, you can have lunch, you can take your kids for sports events. That's the sort of thing that we need out in the Lemon Valley. So I don't really have much more to say other than one thing's very important, big concern. This site will 100% sewer to the Truckee Meadows Water Reclamation Facility. We made sure that no flow whatsoever is going to the Reno Stead plant. And I'm going to leave it at that. I'm going to save any time that we need for questions. But I am confident that we're bringing before you tonight a great project that will serve the North Valleys well, and hope that we have your support. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Ken. All right, bringing it back to the body, I'm going to start with you, Councilwoman Ebert, your ward.
I've looked at the project, and I was actually in the room when it was presented to the Planning Commission, and I don't have any issues with this. I love that you guys are leaving natural outcroppings out there. I love that you're putting in residential areas. That's what we need. I love that Lemon Drive's already been expanded to accommodate the additional traffic and the signal being put in. The sewer, I'm really glad that you brought that up. This checks all the boxes for me, so I don't have any concerns about this particular development.
All right, thank you so much. All right, council members, go ahead. Councilwoman Breckus, take it away.
Yeah, I do have a question. Could you take this and put it on the screen, Mr. Winter? This is a copy of the plan unit development for this development that's being asked to be erased by this action. And a part of it's already been developed. I think it's called Vista Hills, and even it's copy, so it's not draft. And Mr. Winter, your staff report to us on page 5 did say that it said it'll be an extension of Reno Sewer, but it doesn't say which plant. And that was approved in, I can't remember what year, 2011? And it says very clearly, the sewer is proposed to take into Washoe County's water reclamation facility, which is the Lemon Valley plant, instead of the city's Risworth. Each phase of development will have to be approved by the county and city prior to construction. So what is, if it doesn't go to Washoe County, it'll go to Risworth. So what has happened out there in less than 10 years to allow this property to go over to Tumworth? Is it through the shave? And what does the Walmart shopping center do?
All right, hold on, Councilwoman Breckus. I'm going to refer this to our city manager, Doug Thornley. Go ahead.
No, we're going to
You wanna?
have Dustin come up.
Okay, Dustin.
And talk about it.
Madam Mayor, council members, for the record, Dustin Waters, Assistant Director, Utility Services. So what happened a few years ago, a project was constructed called the Buck Sewer Improvements, and we intercepted flows. You're correct, this development would have flowed to the Lemon Valley plant. And what happened is with the Buck Sewer Improvements, it intercepted the line that drains to the Lemon Valley plant and now takes those flows to the Buck lift station. And so the flows from the Buck lift station pump to the Golden Valley lift station, which pumps to the North Virginia interceptor and drains to the Truckee Meadows Water Reclamation Facility.
Okay, so it's not part of the shave, which is...
Correct, it is not.
It's going its own, okay.
Yep. It's, different mechanism to get it over to Tumworth.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions from council members? Seeing that there are none, I'm going to send it right.
Madam Mayor.
Oh, go ahead. Councilwoman Dewar.
Thank you.
Do I have it?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank the developer and their representative for reaching out to me. They really described the project well in a pretty detailed meeting, and I really feel like I have a good feel for it, and that really facilitates our decision making, I think, when we have an opportunity to spend some time with the project and understand it and see how it works. So I just wanted to thank them.
Okay, thank you so much, Councilwoman Dewar. Okay, sending it right back, Councilwoman Breckus, any more questions?
No, I don't have any more questions.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm gonna send it to the ward representative. Go ahead. Councilwoman Ebert, give us a motion.
Motion to approve? Yeah.
All right, so I have a motion from Councilwoman Ebert,
Second.
a second from Councilwoman Dewar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries. Motion carries unanimously, which is also very rare, like the Planning Commission. So thank you so much. Good job. Thanks. Thank you for putting up with us all day. You get a gold star. All right, take care. Thanks so much. All right, Madam Clerk, sending it right back to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We're moving on to item C9. An ordinance introduction to be read by Carl Hall.
All right, I'm going to send it to our infamous city attorney, Carl Hall.
Thank you, Madam
Take it
Mayor.
away.
Ordinance introduction, bill number 7224, case number LDC 22-00050. Sierra Senior Care PUD amendment, request for an amendment to the Sierra Senior Care Planned Unit Development
Good job.
Zoning District Design Standards Handbook to allow for 96 multifamily dwelling units on a vacant northern plus or minus 3.26 acre portion of the PUD. To accommodate the proposed use, various additions to design standards are proposed, including building architecture, setbacks, lighting, landscaping, parking, etc. The plus or minus 5.09 acre PUD is generally located north of the terminus of Beck Street and south of Mountain View Drive. The site has a master plan land use designation of multifamily neighborhood, MF Ward 1.
All right, thank you so much. Take it away.
All right, I think now we can say good evening.
Good.
Grace Mackinnon again for the record, here to discuss the Sierra Senior Care PUD amendment.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, before Grace goes into hers, can we just state for the record that there was proper notice given on this
Oh, yes,
item?
I'm sorry. Let the record reflect that we are now opening the public hearing. Was proper notice given, any correspondence received? And I shouldn't have jumped past you. I'm so sorry, Mickey. I think it's
That's
just,
okay.
we're out of practice. It's so long today. And how about public comment?
Thank you. Madam Mayor, proper notice was given for the record, and we did receive correspondence as 14 letters directly associated with this item prior to 4 p.m. yesterday, December 13th. These have been distributed to the Reno City Council and are a part of the permanent record on reno.gov. 1 in favor, 11 in opposition, and 2 letters of concerns. Additionally, we do have 2 voicemails, but I'm going to wait to, oh, I'm sorry, we have 3 voicemails, but I'm going to wait to do those after our live public comment. So first we have Bruce Gamino, followed by Alicia Powers, followed by Kara Van Valkenburg.
All right.
Can I have the overhead, please? My name is Bruce Camino. I live at 300 Mountain View Drive, which would be somewhere right about here. The problem with the way that all this is done is that there's a matter of equity. We as the homeowners have to come back after the fact to dispute anything that the applicant says. In the Planning Commission, they completely misrepresented what was going on. They gave the Planning Commission this map, which basically shows or kind of infers that everything around it is MF30. That they
Sir, you've got to make the microphone work for you. You can, it moves all over the place, very bendy, but it helps us to keep the record clean.
So this, they're inferring that this is all MF30. The only reason that this is MF30, but all this MF30 is also owner occupied. This is all condos. These are not apartment buildings, but they misrepresented to the Planning Commission that these were all apartments and that they deserve to have MF30 because everything around it was MF30. And the problem with that is we have been in negotiations with these guys for almost 14 years. 14 years ago, I was here doing this exact same thing. I've been in front of Ms. Sheevy and Ms. Breckus and Councilman Dewar. That was 8 years ago. They have basically come back
after we had come up with this PUD that was low impact, that fit all the criteria for being a transition zone into the neighborhood, to come back and basically ask for what they started for in 2008. They're talking about how it's been kind of a bait and switch thing with the developers around here. This is exactly what this is. They got us to approve, the thing I should show about this map is everything in yellow here, which is, so you can see that one's in yellow. Let me swap this around here real fast. So everything in orange, which is what their plot is, was SF9 or SF15. That's a 15,000 square foot lot that they had to go with. They talked us into going with a low density memory care, which would have been a fine transition into the park, and that's what we went with. And then the Christie company came along and bought this property, knowing full well that this had a memory care facility on it, and now they're acting like, for some reason, because of COVID, the city should change their planning. I'm not just talking about we as in Country Club Acres, which is part of where I come from, but the Beck Street owners, condo owners association down here, the other condo owners, everybody agreed to this. We all worked on it for years. It's too bad Ken Crater just left because he was the one who did this all as a unit. But anyway, I just want to point out that yes, you guys, apparently you guys have the ability to take this back. If he doesn't want to live by his PUD, how about we put this back to the single family 9 that was 95% of this lot? And I can actually prove that because this is the original flyer that he sent out. The only thing that was MF30 was 0.42 acres of it. The rest of it was single family lots. For him to come back is disingenuous, it's bait and switch. It's dishonest to us, it's dishonest to you guys.
All right,
So anyway, thank you.
so much. Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Alicia Powers, followed by Kara Van Valkenburg.
Hi, my name is Alicia Powers. Madam Mayor, council members, thank you for your public service. Also, thank you for the public art at Virginia Lake and the current project to add sidewalks to Watt and Mountain View. My home sits on the corner of Mountain View and Sunrise Drive. I am a member of the Virginia Lake Park community. I love our neighborhood and the vibrancy of the park. We have multi-generational families walking around the lake and children playing at the children's playground. We have folks walking their dogs who have been carefully dressed in little doggy coats. We have joggers and cyclists and folks practicing martial arts. We have folks sitting on their walkers watching all the activity. We have geese who slowly parade their goslings across the street to go from the lake to the playground and back again. All these are stakeholders of this proposal we're here to discuss today. Councilmember Dewar is familiar with these stakeholders because she has kindly met with us as a very large group of over 100 people years ago and throughout this process, as Bruce has mentioned. I am here to express my concerns regarding the proposed amendment to construct a 96-unit multifamily apartment complex embedded in a residential neighborhood and a beloved children's playground. Observation 1, the proposed amendment request creates a dangerous interface between children, dog walkers, and vehicles. The proposed use change includes providing access to an estimated 647 average daily trips from the main entrance of the development to Mountain View Drive across the street from a children's playground. There is no good way to get traffic from the proposed development to arterial streets. Please refer to photo of Mountain View. It's photo 1. Mountain View Drive posted is a 15-mile-per-hour speed limit. It's a narrow lane with a blind rise. Right now it's icy. People walk down the middle of the street in order to get down to the dog park and the children's playground. Country Club and Watt, if you could go to photo 2, are streets that in order to avoid the 15-mile-per-hour of adjacent streets, folks speed up Country Club and they speed down Watt. And I actually saw a fatality at the intersection of Watt and Country Club caused by a person escaping the 15-mile-per-hour speed limit, running up Country Club, T-boned a guy and killed him. Observation 2, please go to photo 3. The proposed use change harms the existing neighborhood by adding 96 units to an already congested area. which is Virginia Lake Park. We already have the highest multifamily density south of the park in Reno. The use change will impact parking, photo 4. That's a photo of the dog park area that parking is going to be impacted, and safety, next photo. That's the children's playground. Children run into that street chasing their ball. We as residents have all seen that multiple times. It'll also raise the ambient temperature for those little houses that are adjacent to the proposed development due to the heat island effect. Observation 3, the existing approved PUD was carefully designed to fit within the 1940s era architecture. Please just scroll through the next about 5 photos. The master plan designates MF14 as an appropriate transition from single-family to multifamily homes. The proposed use change will completely alter the integrity of the neighborhood. Once we get to photo 14, I'll just point out that we've had some construction go wrong. If you can see right there, just freeze it. There's complete shading. That's a horrific project. I feel so horrible for those people in that apartment that has the apartment right next to them. And the next photo, please. The Reno red, which is an amazing future for our city. And it's for these reasons I respectfully respect that you disapprove the use change. We can do better. Thank you.
Sorry, you were referring to red. What did you say about red?
It's fantastic.
Oh, okay.
So my contrast was just
Oh,
little
yeah, you were
tiny
showing,
development between
okay.
this and that. Because
Okay,
we can
good.
do better.
Yeah, I was just wondering about the tie-in and I missed the end part. So I wanted to give you enough time to finish your sentence. Thank you so much. Great, great questions. Okay.
Kara Van Valkenburg, followed by Curtis Whitaker via Zoom and Donna Keats via Zoom.
My name is Kara Van Valkenburg, and thank you for listening to our concerns. The senior care PUD stated, "It is the intent and purpose of this PUD to provide a project which will be developed to a higher standard than would occur under standard zoning and development standards." You're going to hear the developer tout about housing and infill, and those are two really great interests for the city, and they're greatly needed. But the appropriateness of this infill project in regards to PUD and zoning standards is just as important. So I've compiled some, a list of several master plan policies, development and land development and zoning codes and PUD standards that this project really does not meet. So the frontage of the property, which is right there, is within the single family neighborhood, and the rear of the property is adjacent to the multifamily. And much of this multifamily is actually like fourplexes, duplexes. There's a couple single families, and as you said, there's condos. A lot of the properties are smaller. They're not 3 acres. They're on a portion of an acre property. So, it's meant to be a transition area from that single family to the multifamily, and putting a large 3 acre project is not doing that transition. So as a infill project, there are certain standards that the master plan wants to meet, and one is, does it fit in with the surrounding? And so we have these cottages, and they that are next to the project, and then you have a very blocky, no angles, no ridges, no gables buildings. And when you're going across that, that's all you're going to see, and it's really going to block the mountain view. And the final concern, which has been gone over a couple times, but it's because we're all concerned about it, is traffic. So it's really going to increase the traffic. It's a 20-foot wide street, which is the narrow street it can be. It only has sidewalk one side, and it doesn't have parking as a buffer. It has a very steep hill, about 12 to 13%. And so it's also used as a thoroughfare between Plumas. And so they're going to add, crosswalks 2 places, but there's 3 blocks that there's no improvements, and that's where it is the skinniest. So, so safety is just a huge concern on this street, so.
Thank you for your excellent presentation.
Thank you.
Did you say we're transitioning to Zoom? Okay, thank you so much.
Our first commenter via Zoom is Curtis Whitaker, followed by Donna Keats. Curtis, please unmute, state your name for the record, and begin speaking.
Sure. Thanks very much for giving us an opportunity to speak via Zoom. My name is Curtis Whitaker, 1919 Watt Street. As far as I know, the specific financial data justifying the amendment to the PUD have not been presented to the public. This week, I've called a number of assisted living and memory care facilities in Reno, and many have no availability. One memory care facility told me there was probably a 6-month wait or possibly longer. So it's just not clear to me that there's no market for new senior facilities in the Reno area. Perhaps the developer, Christie Corporation, can't bring in as much of a return as they anticipated, but this doesn't seem to me sufficient justification for violating an agreement. I would just like to see more hard evidence that this amendment is necessary, that no other alternatives are possible, especially as we come out of the COVID pandemic and demand for senior living increases. Just one additional point, as many others have been, I'm also concerned about the playground and about liability to the city if the projected increase of almost 650 automobile trips a day next to the playground leads to a demonstrated increase in pedestrian accidents. Who is liable for that? It seems as though someone should be if a harm can be avoided, yet a decision is made not to avoid that harm. It seems just very questionable planning to me. Thank you.
Donna Keats.
Unmute. We good?
Yep, Ms. Keats, we can hear you if you'd state your name for the record and begin speaking.
All right. For the record, my name is Donna Keats. I live in the Country Club Acres neighborhood. I've lived here for, 25 years or so. And as so many people have probably more eloquently than I'm about to say, state the obvious, which is this has been a long and horrible process from beginning 2007, 2008, when it was denied because MF21 was too dense for the access off of Mountain View. So if we just start there and say, Planning Commission refused it, council didn't really want it because of the Mountain View at MF21. Now we're at MF30. So if you take a little walk through time, we had in 2011, when it did finally get approved, that's like, 6 years, 7 years from the beginning of agglomerating these parcels, we had at that point with the 3 related things, meaning aged care, we had a total number of trips of about 258, I think. Then we go on to the First Amendment with the stuff on the south, which has been built out, Hillside Meadows. That is the only part of the property that was MF30 originally. And so that added 194, it didn't add it, but it changed it. But what happened was then the rest of it ended up just adding 167 ADTs. So take out Hillside Meadows. Then we go to 2016, where there was the affordable housing was already approved. Then they wanted to do skilled nursing. Okay, that got denied, but then we're up to 200 trips on that one. So this one, 2017, the currently approved, which is, I think, a perfect project for this location, for all kinds of safety, impact, perfect place for ambulatory people to take a stroll around the park. It's just really a great spot for that. They had, on Mountain View, 58 trips. And I'm talking 58 trips. I'm not talking about peak hour trips, 58 trips. The 3 changes of staff and then an occasional lap over. So that got to 100, say. Now we come along to 2022, and they will have a total for the PUD of 841. This is the secret number nobody's telling you about. 841 ADTs for the entire PUD. The applicant is just talking about 647 because, oh, we're not really related to the south half, which has 194 average daily trips. So we're really talking about 841. The extra impact over previous is 529 ADTs. At least 60% of that traffic is coming on Mountain View. Mountain View is an undersized local street, as you've heard, up the yin yang. The service threshold is 1,000 ADTs. So in 2006, a regular traffic study, not just an entry point study for 2 hours, showed 474 over 3 days, average daily trips, right? So you take that, then you take the 375 additional trips on Mountain View, and golly, you know, you're already up close to 900. So when you start adding the cut-through traffic, the stuff that can't happen now in Watt because there's no more, because they've changed the street, you're gonna hit 1,000 ADTs. And it's already undersized. You already can't pass, you already can't park. I've almost been hit several times.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, we don't have any additional live public comment. I do want to note for the record that we had 2 individuals who were in the room earlier but were not able to stay. There was a letter of opposition from Michael Arrington and additionally a letter of opposition from Matthew Chisholm. With that, we'll transition to the 3 voicemails at this time.
Okay, thanks so much.
Hi, I'm calling about Virginia Lake. I don't think that we need a 96 dwelling structure there. We do need more affordable housing in the Reno area, but not right there. Leave the dog park alone. I am totally against building more apartments in that beautiful area. Please do not. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Catherine Andriata. I'm in the Beck building, and the apartments you allowed to go in next to our building, you said there would be no problem with parking, and my family has to walk 2 blocks to get to my condo because there's no parking. The building that you allowed to go up is now, taking up all the parking spaces. And you lied, as you probably are lying about LDC 22-00050, Sierra Senior Care PUD amendment. I know it's past November 17th, but November's been a hard month for me, and I just wanted to comment that even on Mountain View, where people will be able to park, where they're parking between this proposed spot and our spot on Beck Street, you've made it so that it's horrible for residents to be able to park. You said that, there'd be plenty of parking in the I can't remember what the name of it is next door, but there isn't. And my family is not happy with having to walk with a lot of things in their hands 2 blocks to get to my home. Yeah. Right. Okay. So, I won't hear anything back. I want to hear something back. My number is 826-2202-775 area code. I want to hear something back from this department, since you seem to be lying about most everything you're putting out there.
Yes, my name is Tricia. My last name is Murray. I am calling about the dog park, case number LDC 220050. Please leave the dog park alone. We've got so much building now. It will be nice to have a dog park so the dogs can run and play. Would you please leave the dog park alone for this area? Again, my name is Patricia. My last name is Murray. My phone number is 775-746-1566. And this is for case number L as in Lima, D as in Delta, C as in Charlie, 22-00050. Thank you. We just need a dog park. We don't need any more building. Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, there is no additional public comment.
Okay, thank you so much. At this time, Grace, we're going to have you come right up.
All right. Grace Macadin again, Associate Planner for the record, here to discuss the Sierra Senior Care PUD amendment. Wait for my presentation to come up. All right, so the subject site is located directly south of Mountain View Drive, southwest of Virginia Lake, and east of Washoe Golf Course. Here is a closer view of the site where you can see the existing dog park to the east of the site. You can also see here the 44 units, affordable units on the south end of the site that are also part of the PUD, and these were constructed in June of 2017. So the applicant is requesting an amendment to the existing Sierra Senior Care PUD handbook. This amendment will allow for 96-unit multifamily residential development at the northern portion of the site with associated design and development standards. Surrounding the site consists of multifamily to the south and single-family to the north. The northern portion of the PUD is 3.26 acres in size. If this amendment was to be approved, it would allow for a density of approximately 29 units per acre, which is consistent with that surrounding 30 units per acre. This handbook has been through a number of amendments, which becomes confusing. The PUD proposes 3 separate phases. The first phase was that 44-unit affordable multifamily, and that was built in 2017. Phase 2 was proposed to be a 48-bed memory care facility on the northern portion of the site. And Phase 3 was proposed to be 12 independent living cottages. Since then, the developer has proposed alternatives for Phase 2 and Phase 3 since they have not yet been built out. The first alternative was a 32-bed memory care and an 82-bed assisted living facility. This would take the place of the 48-bed memory care and the 12-unit independent living. The amendment proposed today is to introduce a second alternative. This would be a 96-unit multifamily development. So just to be clear, only one of these options could be developed. So the northern portion of that PUD is still undeveloped. It would be allowed 3 development options. This proposal would add option 3, you can see up there on your screen, which is 96 multifamily units. Here is the proposed site plan for the multifamily development. A few things worth noting here that the applicant changed based on feedback from the neighbors. They have 137 parking spaces for 96 units, which is above and beyond what our code requires. And they also changed the orientation of their buildings to have less of an impact on some of these adjacent neighbors. The buildings will be approximately 3 stories with some step-down techniques used for some compatibility and transitions. It's also important to point out that this project's proximity to local transit, it's less than a quarter mile from Route 6. That gold star up there on your screen is the approximate location of the site, and those black dots on that blue line are all transit stops. Here are the findings for a zoning map amendment. And here are the findings specific for a PUD. The recommended motion is on your screen. Staff believes all findings can be met. Planning Commission recommended approval of this request, and I'm available for questions.
All right, thank you so much. Go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, go ahead, take it away. Do you want, actually, let me ask you this, would you like a presentation from the applicant first and then?
I think it would be good.
Okay.
Well, I want to ask staff questions first.
I'm gonna let Councilwoman Dewar have the floor, or her purview,
Well,
because it's her ward. So
It is my
It's
ward.
not in my
Oh,
ward.
Oh, it's not in there
It was
anymore.
moved out. It was my ward for 8 years, but it is no longer my ward.
Okay.
But I am very familiar with the site, and we'll have questions and comments later.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead, Councilwoman.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. Now, you came to our NAB, and I think, you know, it was kind of phrased as this is just temporary, we may change it, we're gonna come back to your NAB, and they didn't come back to the NAB. And that was a problem to the NAB. But the questions for me were always about Mountain View Drive. And so the question that was asked about Mountain View Drive was, what is its width? Curb to curb, or, you know, gravel to gravel. What are those?
I believe it is 20 feet.
20 feet. And the standard for a local road is?
I can't speak to
Is
that.
there, do we have a traffic engineer here who represents staff? Okay, no. I think they're about 32 feet. Now, do you know the grade? Do we have a
No.
standard for local roads on grade?
I'm sure we do, yes.
Okay. It would always be good, Mr. Manager, if we had technical staff for some of these issues, particularly ones that were asked at the NAB 4 months ago. I think the grade is about 25% increase to what, and this was just a calc off of some memory, of what the code allows. So you have a undersized road with inadequate facilities, and you have a grade that exceeds our standards for local roads. So we have some localized infrastructure deficiencies. Now, we may get a traffic engineer coming up representing the developer and saying, oh, there's plenty of capacity. Yeah, you could shove a lot of roads through there, cars through there on any given day. But we also have master plan policy about cut-throughs. And someone did mention cut-through from Plumas to Lakeside. And so we got behavior issues on a road that is of concern where, this is where maybe, you know, I'm hoping you can answer, is the driveway cut for this option 3 of 96 units is going to be intersect right with the Audubon Way? Is that what you're understanding?
I believe so, correct.
Yeah, so, okay. And then also, the park. Is Mountain View dedicated across the street from the park? Do you know if it's an actual street that's been dedicated?
Yes.
Okay, because when I see the maps, I see that it looks like Mountain View is a part of the map. Can we bring up, see your map there where you don't have zoning on the park?
Yes.
Why don't you have zoning on the park? Do you know that?
So I believe because the park is city property.
Yeah.
So there's no zoning on that park.
Well, you have zoning on the lake.
Yeah, I can't speak to that.
Yeah, I think, and I don't know, but there's something going on with Mountain View that's reflective in this scenario of it not being a dedicated substandard street. I just want to understand that. And the 96 units are going to access right off of Mountain View onto Audubon, onto this substandard road. So we've established the access issues. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, Councilwoman Dewar.
I would like to hear the presentation from the developer. I don't have questions for our staff right now.
Okay.
I spent so much time on this project, or this area that I pretty much understand what's
Okay.
going on.
All right, if there are no further questions from the body, then we're going to go ahead and go to round two. Do you have any questions?
I did.
Okay.
I know there was some concern about the park being right there. Do we have like any kind of numbers on accidents or fatalities involving children or pedestrians accessing that park or anything like that? Is that something that we should take into account?
We don't have hard data on that right now. I can say that our police department gets all of these development projects and they have no noted concerns. I will also notice that, bring to your attention that we had the applicant work with Safe Routes to School, which is through Washoe County, to ensure that they're providing, enhanced pedestrian sidewalks throughout the site, and then the new sidewalks, which would help to any transit stops.
Okay. I did have another request about, hold on one sec. Sorry, I've just been writing a bunch of notes here. Oh, parking. Do the other surrounding areas with parking, I know this is, plan has parking included. Do the other residents just have to park on the street, or is there permitted parking? Like, is there any way to ensure that the residents of this project will just use the assigned parking, or will this have a greater impact on the residents surrounding it?
So we don't have, to my knowledge, and this system was run through our Public Works Department, we don't have a residential parking permit program in this area. And so residents can park on the street, they can park in their driveways or garages. There's not a way necessarily for staff to ensure people visiting this apartment complex are using this dedicated parking.
Okay.
The only way to ensure that is to have ample parking, which is why we did that.
Yeah, and how many spaces are there per apartment?
137. We went from what code would require is one per unit to one per bedroom.
Okay, so there should be adequate parking. Okay, so there shouldn't be too big of an impact to surrounding areas. Okay, and then the other thing I wanted to ask about is the road condition. Somebody in public comment had a picture of the road. I presume there will be additional traffic. What condition is the road in? Is there any plan to improve, paving or anything like that?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked. It was actually just redone. And so our Public Works Department, they're either just wrapping it up or it is completed construction of Mountain View. And so they did add those sidewalks and they did some resurfacing as well. And so we worked with Public Works to ensure that if they had any concerns, they were met at this time since it was being ripped up.
Okay.
Grace, can I ask you, do you have any more questions, Megan?
I think that's it for me.
No, she's
Thank
good.
you.
Okay. Curious though, the improvements, I didn't notice them unless that was, really recently by the dog park. Were the improvements there?
Yes, I believe it was the whole length of Mountain View. So I went out there a couple weeks ago and it was under construction. And so I did confirm with our Public Works Department kind of what those improvements are. I think that they are just wrapping them up. It was this summer that they did those improvements.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, I guess I do have a question.
Sure. Hold on one second. So
sure.
The other thing is like, I remember when this was zoned to that care facility and people were irate about that. They were on level 10. This whole place, I think, was packed when that happened. And part of it, and I understood that very well, they were really concerned about the noise of the lights. It was about the fire and police or REMSA at all hours of the night because, they need a lot of assistance and those type of things. And then I thought there were more units on top of that.
So I can go back to this, maybe. No, that's okay. So these are kind of those three options. And so that affordable multifamily is just 44 units, and that's already constructed. The memory care was going to be 48 beds with the addition of those 12 independent living cottages. Definitely a different type of traffic, though. When you're talking about a memory care facility or an assisted living facility, you will have increased ambulance trips. As
and
opposed
they were afraid
to
of them, speeding right through there, with rightfully so. And I thought it was incredibly problematic. And you can see that. So I was just kind of surprised to hear when people were saying, oh, we'd much rather have that. So I don't know what happened, but I mean, this place was packed whenever that, when that came up. I remember that. So I was just trying to figure out like how did we get here? The other thing I think someone brought up, and I think it's a really good point, and I do want to mention this because it does give me concern, is sometimes how it doesn't conform with, you know, some of the older styles that we see. And you can certainly do new builds that look a little bit more traditional and fit the neighborhood. I don't love seeing a super modern structure in the middle of, you know, a very old neighborhood. It's just, and maybe that's taste, but I think there's a name for, is it functional obsolescence? Is that, what's the name for it? There's a name for it. You know,
I'll look it
and
up.
also like when you see a McMansion in a neighborhood, I hate that too because it just looks really out of space, right? And so, and it doesn't conform with the neighborhood. So I think there was someone that brought up that, and certainly can understand the concern there. But you can absolutely do a new build to make it look more conforming to sort of the date and the era of sort of what's transpired there. And I think that's one of the reasons why people really love Virginia Lake, because it is more of an older area and more mature area. The other thing I do also want to know, and just for the record, and I think this is really important because when projects come before us, people start to say things and it becomes a telephone game, and then by the time it comes around, I have heard a lot of rumors about how half of the dog park is going away. Can you please address this?
Yes, and we did get a number of public comments concerned about that, and that is not the case. This does not include the dog park. The dog park will remain.
Okay, all right. Because we're working a lot on that dog park. I want everyone to know we're going to continue to improve the dog park, make lots of improvements to the dog park, because the dog park is very important to me. We just put new benches in there and a couple of other things, but we're going to make it absolutely beautiful. So I just want a lot of people concerned about that because that's what happens when, you know, they haven't seen the whole project. Okay. That being said, I don't think there are any more questions or
Madam Mayor, I did
Go
have
ahead. Oh, that's right. Sorry, go ahead.
questions or comments. Okay, just really quickly, I think everybody touched a little bit on some of the issues. So if you look at this chart that is up here, the memory care and the independent living, I think the reason that the residents were satisfied with that is that both of those uses have very little traffic. The 12 dwelling units that would have been facing out a mountain view would have been, to your point, Madam Mayor, designed in a more traditional style. So it would have been a transition from the residential area back to the memory care, which would have been between the veterans housing or affordable housing and the independent living cottages. So I think that's why residents accepted this version. The third version, and I'm not sure I see here, was the 82 beds assisted living. It had done away with the memory care and the independent living. I didn't support that version because it was so large, took up the whole site. But it did pass. So that's what's in the PUD, you know, as an alternative. Just really quick on the issues, and it may take me 2 rounds on this. On the parking, I'm really pleased to see the increase in parking to 1 per bedroom. And the reason being is that we've already heard the dialogue that there is very limited parking. A lot of people, this is a destination. Virginia Lake is the 3rd most visited park of our 87 parks. So after Idlewild and Wingfield, this is the most visited park, and that means people are driving here. It's a destination. They need to park. I do it myself. It's a great place to come walk or walk your dog or just hang out. You see families doing that all the time. So I'm glad to see the additional parking. I will have a question later for the developer about visitor parking. I'm not sure how that is incorporated. The second issue has been the road and the general traffic. One of the proposals that I would have if this moves forward, and I have discussed this with the developer, if this moves forward, I would like to see no left onto Mountain View so that people would not be driving up this very steep road that Ms. Breckus identified. and this narrow road. At one point, I proposed making it a one-way downhill to the east. That did not go over well with the residents, so we left that alone as they began rebuilding this road. They ended up putting sidewalk on just one side of the road, but it did take out some of the width as well. And so I think it's a question whether any park is going to be allowed on this road, but that will be up to our public works staff. But the challenge is if there's no parking there for the people that live there on the street, where are the visitors parking and where are visitors to this site parking? So those are questions that we'll have. So my recommendation would be no left out of the site so that we distribute the traffic into other parts, distribute it so there is no everyone going up Mountain View. The other thing, finally, I think is that to your point, Madam Mayor, same point I was going to make, the dog park is not going away. This is city-owned property. And it is not owned by a developer, is not going away. In fact, what I've asked is if this project does go forward, that the developer actually make an investment in the dog park and in the adjacent playground potentially. And that would really be up to the Parks Department on how that might be used. But I think it's very important that this developer, if they're bringing impacts to the community, they also bring up ways to mitigate those impacts. And one of those would be a contribution to our parks. And then finally, I would recommend, since if this does move forward, this will throw off about 75,000, I believe, roughly, in residential construction tax. And I would recommend that that also be invested within a mile of this project, whether that's at Virginia Lake, Robin Hood, or even to Moana Pool area. But I think it would be very good to understand the impacts if this does move forward and how to mitigate those impacts. So I'd be looking, and I hope the developer would propose some mitigation to our park system. And then I would ask use of that RCT in this general area as well. I think that would bring some improvements. That would really help the residents. And I think the no left out would really help the residents too, because it wouldn't encourage the apartment dwellers over in the, I will just call it the affordable living, from cutting through this development, trying to take a left on Mountain View as well, which doesn't happen today because it's blocked off. So
okay,
in my few minutes, I hope I addressed, a variety of issues.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, that being said, we're gonna give it to the applicant. Thanks, Grace. Good job.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. Perfect. Good evening. For the record, Garrett Gordon, tonight on behalf of the applicant. The property owners are here tonight with me as well. Also, Lisa from Christie Corporation and Lauren Chilson from Traffic Works. So tonight is a simple amendment to the Senior Care Plan Unit Handbook. We are asking to add 96 multifamily units to an existing handbook. We've already talked about the project site. Here's a couple pictures of the existing location. You can see, and you saw in some pictures shown by staff, there's currently some staging on this site. That's City of Reno staging to improve, to Ms. Ebert's point, what's going on with Mountain View. It's currently being improved by the City of Reno. They've added sidewalk on the south, they've added curb, they've added gutter. The question came up at the Planning Commission, well, while the city was there, should they have also widened it? Or is it sufficient? And Mike Michelle, on the record at the Planning Commission, said it's sufficient as is, and it's sufficient to accommodate the trips by this traffic, which is on the record at the Planning Commission. Current PUD, as you heard, was approved in 2011. The first phase, the multifamily affordable housing phase, was completed. The additional allowed uses are memory care and assisted living. The request tonight is to add 96 units. That number was specifically selected to make sure it was under the MF30 that surrounds this site. So we're under MF30, which is compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. We're updating development standards, building heights, setbacks, retaining walls, landscaping, architectural standards, updates to parking standards. And also, this was important, not just dumping all trips onto Mountain View, But you'll see in the site plan, we actually split the buildings up with trips going to Mountain View northbound, but also sufficient amount of trips going southbound on Beck that can exit on Lakeside. So did our best to spread out the traffic throughout numerous points of access. This is important, as you saw earlier, the City of Reno zoning, it's a PUD. We're surrounded by MF30. If approved tonight, we would be at MF28. So it would be sub the density that surrounds this property. Community input, obviously very important. There were several meetings with concerned neighbors were held prior to designing the site. Parking, traffic, and design were the issues, and I'm gonna address those tonight. 2, we went to the NAB, and to Councilman Brex's point, we didn't go once, we did go twice. So we went on March 14th, we solicited input from the neighborhood, then we held our own community meeting on March 29th at Moana to go over some design changes as a result of those communications with the neighbors, and then came back to the NAB in June and presented again. So I'll hit all those changes we made as a result of those neighborhood meetings. And of course, the Planning Commission did approve this 5-2. 96 units compatible with MF30, another attainable housing option. Infill, which is certainly supported by the goals and policies of the Reno Master Plan. Development standards, you'll hear in a second on the site plan, that really do minimize impacts to adjacent properties. Parking exceeds the city, the APA, the ITE, and the ULI parking demand estimates. So we do not expect any spillover for parking whatsoever, given we have 1.5 times what parking City of Reno code requires. So after meeting with neighbors and going to the NAB, what did we do to amend the plan? Currently, city code requires 96 spaces for parking, 1 per unit. That was not enough according to the residents around us, and we agreed. So we increased from 96 spaces. I've initially proposed 136, and now we're at 147. 147 spaces, that's 1.5 times required by code. That includes 1 space per bedroom, not just 1 space per unit. And also, I think Councilwoman Dewar asked about guest parking. That also includes 9 additional spaces for guests. So 1 per bedroom, 9 spaces for guests, 1.5 times required by code. Landscape plans will include a plan to save many of the existing trees on the site. An additional walkway has been added to connect the clubhouse to the playground. Bike parking areas have been added to the site, as well as disposal receptacles for dog waste. Height reductions, so you'll see the next site plan on the east side of the property that's adjacent to the dog park. We lowered the buildings from 3 stories to 2 to make sure that there was no shadowing on the dog park. In addition, the clubhouse elevation, the clubhouse, first of all, was located next to the adjacent residential to the east to make sure it was 1 story to 1 story. But it used to have about a 5 or 8 foot truss. That has now been taken off. So it's a flat roof. So you can see when we talk about transitions, which are very important, here is the existing residential to the east. We strategically placed the clubhouse in this location, again, in order to try to maximize the number of parking spaces, which is 1 story, and then took the 5 to 8 foot truss off the top to make sure that there was minimal impact to the adjacent residential to the east. So not only do you have a 1-story clubhouse with no truss, but this first building will also only be 2 stories. It was originally slated for 3. So when you have transitions, you have clubhouse 1 story, no truss, 2 story, great. Then if you're looking from Mountain View southbound, a transition from parking lot to 2 story to 3 story. And then if you look where the dog park is located up here to the east, these 2 buildings were initially planned for 3 story. They are now 2 story based on a shading study to make sure the dog park is not shaded. You can also see how the site plan is laid out. We've split the buildings up, so significant number of trips from these buildings head down to Beck, and the trips from these buildings will head up to Mountain View. So we really did focus on parking and on design of this site to accommodate the neighbors' concerns. As staff mentioned, public transit options, a big master plan policy of this body in order to build multifamily and housing around public transit options. And again, there's a bus stop located within 1,000 feet. One of the I think most telling slides that I have, and this certainly was important at Planning Commission, was traffic. And as all of you know, acceptable level of service by RTC and City of Reno is a D. So I could stand up here and say, this is a C or this is a D, it's acceptable. It's very rare I stand up before you and say existing is A. Again, these intersections on Mountain View and Audubon, Lakeside Drive and Beck, where we were asked by staff to study these. They weren't arbitrary, we were asked by staff. What happens then when you take the existing levels of service and add the project? No change whatsoever. A. As far as level of service, zero impact whatsoever to Mountain View, to Audubon, to Lakeside Drive, or Beck, given its 96 units. Pedestrian circulation. This was mentioned a couple times in earlier discussions. Sidewalk access to RTC routes in the south on Brinkby Avenue. New crosswalk with pedestrian flashers. I'm going to jump ahead here. This is pretty important. I'm surprised, certainly been born and raised here and spent a lot of time around Virginia Lake, that there are currently no crosswalks that go from Mountain View over Lakeside to the lake. So we're going to add a crosswalk and pedestrian crossing flashers to make sure we're improving the pedestrian experience. We're also adding a pedestrian crossing at the existing crosswalk with some flashers here across Mountain View from our project side of the street over to the park. So we definitely think that that pedestrian circulation will improve with those pedestrian improvements. Bicycle parking access and circulation will be provided internally, and then surrounding neighborhood is highly walkable and new improvements will further enhance that. Architectural, contemporary craftsmen, rustic architecture, they're calling it, Madam Mayor, trying to not go too modern or too contemporary, but bring in some elements of the neighborhood. And you can see this is the clubhouse here, and the truss used to be located on top. It's now flat to make sure we're compatible with the one-story residential to the east. So infill, your master plan. This is designated as multifamily neighborhood, MF. City master plan policies, housing options, geographic diversity, innovative design, infill and redevelopment, mixed of housing types. Those are all policies and goals that support this master plan designation. And I think this master plan slide is very telling. This is all multifamily master plan designation. Our entire site is, everything to the south is, everything to the west is, up to Plumas, and everything to the east over Lakeside. We are absolutely compatible with the master plan goals and policies of this area for multifamily, and our zoning certainly does not exceed the MF30 that surrounds us. So we respectfully request that you uphold the city staff's recommendation of approval, Planning Commission recommendation of approval, but we have two additional conditions. First one, Councilmember Doer mentioned, as she explained to me early on, she used to represent this ward for 8 years, knows the residents well. She suggested that we prevent left-hand turn movements on Mountain View Drive. Our traffic engineer says not necessary in his opinion. Your city engineering department at the Planning Commission said not necessary, but that said, we're happy to go above and beyond to be a good community partner and prevent left turns. And then finally, here, Virginia Lake is an important part of this community. The dog park is certainly an important part of this community. Our tenants are going to be using the dog park. We want to contribute to and beautify the area. So myself and the developer is standing up before you today and are saying we're going to donate $1,000 per unit, which would be $96,000, but we'll round up to $100,000 to improve Virginia Lake and the city dog park, give that money to the city, let city park and recs do what they want to do with it to beautify that area, and we'll pay it at the time of certificate of occupancy, again, to try to be a good neighbor to this community. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you so much. Really quickly, how long have they owned this? Because it was someone else before that.
Correct. My clients have owned this since 2017.
2017.
Correct.
Okay, it was right before that. I think I saw something before the pandemic. Correct me if I'm wrong. It was 3 stories, 4 stories, a lot more units, 300 units. That was originally, I sat down with someone and it was it was almost 3 to 4 stories and it was 300 units.
There's been a lot of talk about this parcel with trying to jam in as many units as could go. And these guys who bought it, you know, that's not how they wanted to approach this.
I was just shocked.
Correct.
Thank you so much for the information on the traffic. I've never seen that where it's an A and then it stays an A. How does that happen?
I think I can answer that, but let me get Lauren Chilson up here.
I mean, I'm so happy, to be honest with you, and I think, thank you, Councilwoman Dewar. I think also putting in that element of only, what is it, right-hand turn?
No left out.
There'd be no left
Yeah.
out. So we'd only, folks who were leaving or exiting on Mountain View could either go straight on Audubon and then hit Lakeside, or take a right on Mountain View. There'd be no left turns up that hill up to Plumas.
Okay, thank you so much. So how does that happen? I've never seen that before. I mean,
Sure.
at Lake Ridge, we saw an F and I was like, oh no, not happening.
Yeah, it's Lauren Chilson with Headway Transportation. It's a pretty simple answer, really. You have a very low volume street in Mountain View, and the project generates very low trips at 96 units, less than 50 in the peak hour, which technically doesn't even require a traffic study. We did one to go above and beyond and make sure we covered the bases here and do the right thing. But when you add very low volumes to a street with very low volumes, the level of service is A and B. It's that simple. It truly is. So especially when you have 2 driveways, right? Half the traffic's going to go out to Beck. That's been somewhat misrepresented in that all the traffic go to Mountain View. That's simply not true.
Right.
We've purposely plan to construct and put in the plan a very good driveway access to Beck and Lakeside, which has more capacity and is more appropriate for traffic. And we did that very intentionally. So we've done what we can to spread out traffic. It's low volume and it's not a traffic issue, quite honestly.
And I remember the other one was controversial. Councilwoman Dewar, you would remember, and I think you actually voted no for it. And it's a veterans house right there.
Oh, I didn't vote no. I was fully supportive. In fact, they had 3 units that were going to be for veterans, and I recommended that they consider the entire property for veterans, and they did. All 44 units have a veterans preference. So no, I was very supportive of this project. It was one of the very first ones that came in as soon as I got elected.
Okay, thank you. I'm so sorry. I don't know why I thought that, but I remember there was, well, I know why, because in that area, it becomes very controversial. And I remember when we went to the opening, we were so happy with the results of that project.
Yeah, I mean, I was an advocate for the project. Mr. Fleming did a great job. Mr. Crater owned the property at the time, so.
Right. No, thank you so much for reminding me. Okay. Questions, Council?
I did have a comment.
Go ahead.
All right, I just wanted to thank the developer for these proposals. While they said that no left out doesn't seem warranted, actually our Public Works Director went out there and looked at the streets along with our traffic folks, and they said they thought it would actually improve the circulation to still allow, all the streets would remain as they are, 2-way streets, but just leaving this site, it would discourage traffic from cutting through from the veterans to go up Mountain View. So what we want to do is not, we're trying, I would think all of us on council is trying to increase housing, but minimize impacts to existing homeowners or apartment dwellers in the area and maintain parking. And I think that with the amendments that they've made, I think they heard the residents and are keeping all the parking on site. I think that's huge. I think this no left out, I mean, they can always change it later if for some reason it's not, doesn't have to be a permanent thing if it's not working for some reason, but I think it's a good way to start. And then thank you to the developers for offering this extra funding to our desperately in need park facilities. I actually looked at the playground not recently and asked our our parks director what it would take to improve the playground. Just there's 2 sets of play facilities, and they said $600,000. So that's going to have to be a separate project, but I think $100,000 would go a long way to improving that dog park. and potentially even fencing portions of the play area to keep kids from running out into the street. I also like the addition of the pedestrian crossing. That's something that the city often does, but somehow we haven't done it here. But with the additional traffic and attention on the site, I think it would be a useful addition. I want to remind folks that when there was a development on the east of Virginia Lake, and Mr. Witt donated some funds. This is almost 8 years ago that was approved. And we used those funds to match a grant that Mr. Flansburgh got to improve water quality in Virginia Lake. So I think we've seen when developers do bring additional money to the table to help improve an area, it can really have a big impact. So thank you.
Okay.
Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, I have questions for Mr. Chisholm. Mountain View is a short street. It just goes from Plumas down to Lakeside. What is the dedicated pavement width right away?
I don't know the right-of-way width. I know the street was just reconstructed, as you've heard, and I think the pavement width is 20 feet, but I don't know the right-of-way width. The width is certainly constrained for compared to normal city standards.
Yeah, and that can be a good thing and it can be a difficult thing. But 20 feet of pavement width, is it installed the whole length with sidewalks, curb and gutter?
It is now.
On both sides of the street?
On the south side of the street, it is the full length from Plumas to Lakeside. On the north side of the street, sidewalk already exists through the park, but is not constructed from Autobahn to the west due to that narrow right.
Okay, so we have a half street connecting to collectors or arterials. What is the grade? Did you do that analysis?
I did not. I've like many people heard numbers thrown around. I think it's around 13%, and just intuitively that looks about right to me.
13%?
For that one section.
What's our standard for a local street?
I don't know that I can speak to that. I think 8 to 10% range, and
Okay.
I'm going to say range.
Okay, so we're a little steeper. That is a concern for me. Let me ask you another thing. I don't see that left-hand turn has great compliance. There's one at the Wells Fargo here at California and Arlington, and no one complies with it. You know, maybe me because I'm law-abiding, but people are turning left all the time out of that street. Do you think signage is a compliance, you know, or is it suggestive like speeds, you know?
Well, regulatory signage carries along with it law.
Yeah.
Is it complied with? Sometimes.
Yeah, and it's not the same law. It's not MUTCD law, right? It's not traffic law. It's just a sign on a property.
Oh no! Once you put up a regulatory sign, it is state law.
Let me ask you also about, you know, presuming the sign is a public sign and not a directional sign of the property. That's what I'm meaning.
Sure.
And I'm not certain how this is being considered. Why did you match up the driveway to Audubon? What was the thinking there?
It's always good access management policy to construct roadways opposite each other so you don't get conflicting left turn lanes.
Okay,
or
okay.
left turn movements, and so that people are able to go north on Audubon if they wish, or south from Audubon into the project without making a zigzag.
Yeah, but, and I have a lot of experience with this, is then you are really directing traffic coming out along where there is parking along that west side of the street. And a lot of those parkers, you know, and I lived in that neighborhood for 7 years, are those who are parents with young kids. You know, I'm getting out of the car myself or getting something in and the kid is moving around. I just see friction issues. You know, you don't have as many friction issues on Mountain View because you don't have any parking there. But the safety is concerns are for the existing residents and the residents of this project. And I am very concerned. I'll tell the council many years ago, we had a plan for the Neal Road area. If you just let me go for 3 seconds.
No, hold on. I'm going to let someone else go and I'll come right back to you. So that's one round. Go ahead. Councilwoman Taylor?
No, I think it's a great project.
All right. Councilman Reese? Councilman Martinez? Okay. All right, go ahead. Councilwoman, 3 minutes, and then.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
thank
send
you,
it back
Madam
to
Mayor. So Staff mentioned earlier a neighborhood plan for the Panther Valley neighborhood. We had a plan for the Neal Road area. And there was a comment in that plan about a street across from Miguel Ribeiro Park on the south side. I think it's called Nutmeg. A lot of concern because there was apartments and a street and a lot of free flow going back. A kid did get hit and died on that street. I couldn't believe the city had a plan, policy that said, fix that street park conflict. Someone was killed, a child from the apartments, and no one ever brought that up through any proceeding I know, but there is danger, in my view, of having 96 apartments across the street from this park where the central access is off of Mountain View. And I have a lot of history with this property too. I'm sorry, did you change your name? Is it Macklin?
Macadon.
Do you mind bringing that and putting that under the glass there? And then this is what the map looked like in 2008 when the prior council approved this initial zoning. And could you just kind of zone into the property a little bit? You see it right there? Yeah. See that north to the Mountain View where it says subject site? Those were 3 lots. Those were just 3 lots. It was going to be 3 driveways. That was the condition when the discussion at the city council went with changing this area as infill, because the existing condition was this post-war era neighborhood. Do you mind going to the next photo I have there? You'd have to, there. Can you turn that and blow that up? This is a letter that Mr. Crater wrote about that property at the time. And I don't know if you can bring it in, but he says, I get the concern about putting MF30 up against Mountain View. What I'm willing to do, and how, what I think it's a reasonable agreement, is to put these cottages to have access off of the Mountain View Drive. These cottages, 6 or 7 cottages facing Mountain View Drive. So 6 or 7 households would be going up. Now in 2015, do you mind coming and taking this? In 2015, when the discussion went to the memory care, and I supported the memory care, because my understanding was memory care isn't running as many trips. And here's what the minutes said there. Councilmember Brecka stated she can support the project, but it raises questions about the process. The PUD will be stuck with a very narrow product specification. A preferred approach would be in 5 years, if it doesn't get built, the developer would give their vesting rights, the PUD would go initiate a zoning change. But what's going on is they're coming in and requesting, and staff is supporting 96 units where access is completely flipped over to Mountain View. And here's how I understand, and this is a question, because what I read here, and if you don't mind bringing my paper back, the multifamily residential development shall take primary access from Mountain View. Gated secondary access, thank you very much, shall be provided from Beck Street. Gates will be remotely controlled by residents, will be installed at the primary access gate in Mountain View and the secondary access from Beck Street. The Beck Street entrance gate shall physically separate the development and the parking lot for the housing with a lockbox. So we have gone from 2008.
You're over
Okay.
now.
Okay.
So let me circle back with everyone else. Hey, Councilwoman Ebert.
I do have a quick question.
Go ahead.
Do you think that crosswalks with flashing lights would address that? I mean, they did say that they're adding 2 of those. Do you think that would help with the pedestrians, or?
I think that the incrementalism of now we have 96 units coming right out across the street from a park that may be used by these tenants is problematic. And I don't think that it was ever the way it was conceptualized, because you have a very underdeveloped road there that is used for cut-through traffic. And the old master plan used to say discourage cut-through traffic and be worried about cut-through traffic. And now we have more cut-through traffic, conflict potential. I'm very concerned. I think that
Councilwoman Breckers, hold on.
Okay.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
So
yeah.
that was just my
Yeah,
question,
no,
that
I don't think.
would this help? And, they said they're putting in two, maybe, I don't know, if additional ones. I don't know. I'm just,
And that, I think, she makes a really good point there. So let's address that. And then the other thing is, I'm just curious about fencing. I can see the concern, but I also want everyone to know that that area is incredibly dense. And so you can't say that if this were not to be developed, that wouldn't happen anyway, right? So that's another concern. And then also, if this doesn't get developed, I assume they sell it and then we're back at the table possibly with a much bigger dense use, that kind of thing. So can you address some of that?
Yes, so they are putting in some crosswalks with flashers, and I can go back to that map where he addressed where exactly that would be to increase some of the safety for pedestrians going to and from the park. Additionally, I would like to point out that when you have a planned unit development, or a PUD as we call it, every time they make modifications to that planned unit development, they have to come back through this process, and we treat it as a zone change. And so because they're making amendments, it feels like, we keep having to come back, we keep having to go through this, but that's because there is that restriction of that planned unit development on there. And so if it was just base zoning with our Reno Municipal Code, they'd be allowed to do a number of things by right. And so there is a lot more restrictions because of this PUD, but you're correct. If this goes away, they might come forward again, and we'll be back here again with a different development.
Thank you so much. Councilwoman, did you get your question sort of asked?
no, I did have one more thing I wanted to add. So I'm not that familiar with the park there. Is there a fence around the park? No?
No. And
Would
that's,
this is just an idea. What if a fence was put in on the side facing the street and there was only openings where the crosswalks were, to kind of encourage people to only cross in areas where crosswalks are, because they could only access the park at those points? I don't know if any of the money that we're collecting of that $100,000 to be used towards park improvements, if that would be something that's helpful.
I don't know. I mean, the area is so natural.
Councilwoman, hold on a second. Go ahead.
And I think to Councilmember Dewar's point, collecting that money would give you guys the opportunity to use that for what you see fit.
All right. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to sort of go back. First of all, some of the history lesson by the Ward 1 member is helpful, but not instructive. I think that we have a master plan. Our master plan was considered by the Planning Commission. I went back and watched it, as well as have read the notes or the minutes from it. Even Commissioner Johnson, who ultimately voted no, was one of the 2 no votes, noted that he believed that the infill checked all the boxes for good infill, that he struggled with the decision to have to vote no. Commissioner Villanueva, who is a frequent no, was an absolute yes, because we're always balancing competing concerns about the need for housing. And so we have placed some emphasis on increasing density in the urban core, meaning within the McCarran Loop. And so the difficulty, of course, comes with balancing the needs of existing residents, and we have struggled at times on this body to make sure that we're trying to do that. I think that many of the changes and the modifications, concessions that have been made on this particular project lead me to believe that we're getting as close to the balance as we can. It may not be perfect for either of the positions of the parties that are in interest of it, but we have some obligation, of course, as a region to provide housing, because I think Councilmember Dewar frequently says all the easy land is built. And so now we're looking at infill, and infill always impacts existing residents. But of course, we have more people moving here who want to find housing, and we have a shortage of it. And so the particular need for it, I think, is why the Planning Commission, including the Planning Commissioner from Ward 1, ultimately supported it. One of the things, too, I note is that it's not all of the traffic being forced out onto Mountain View. There's also a second entrance. When I look at the staff report, which identifies the project in terms of having a map with it as well, it looks like the majority of the project exits out onto Beck. I mean, I don't know why someone who's living on the Beck side of the project would go around the circuitous route to get out onto Mountain View. It would seem to me they would exit on Beck. And so perhaps that's ultimately why there aren't the concerns by traffic engineers about a massive increase in the number of persons accessing it from the Mountain View side. For my part, it looks a bit overparked, but I'm not going to disagree with the way that the Planning Commission or the additional emendations have been made by the developer. You know, we have, in some parts of the city, we've eliminated parking requirements altogether. We are moving to a society in which driving cars is not as frequent as it once was. I don't think we're getting away from being a car-based society, but we are certainly trying to move away from that. And the reason why we have in the code allowed for density bonuses when they have smaller units or micro units aligns with that principle. So all of those existing principles, again, I think it's a small lot. It's a difficult decision, but I think it is balancing the competing needs of different interests and stakeholders. So thank you for the presentation.
Madam Mayor.
All right, Councilwoman Dewar, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to address a few of the points that were brought up by my colleagues. Originally, when the developer visited with me, I had proposed a right out only. And what I realized that would do would put all the people going out right in between the dog park and the playground. And so that's why I changed my thinking. That would have had a curb that would have directed people to go right out. So to Councilwoman Breakfast's point, it wouldn't be signage. It would actually be, it only turn right, you know. But I thought it was a good point that getting some of the traffic away from the dog park would probably be a good idea. And that's why I thought aligning it with Audubon was a good idea. The next point I want to make is, to my knowledge, all of these streets are 15 miles per hour. The street in front of the dog park, the street along Audubon. And I've heard Mountain View as well. I'd love confirmation of that, but that's what I've heard. All of Mountain View, not just the part right by the park. And then finally, one thing I'm confused about is Ken Crater, when it was his development, was required to put in some speed bumps, which were put in to slow the traffic down coming down Mountain View. It's very hard, you know, ride your brakes the entire way down, but the speed bumps added to that. And I was unclear when the city came in and redid the street, whether those speed bumps were going to stay. So one speed bump is right there, just to the east of the project entrance on Mountain View. And I wondered if the developer or Mr. You know, one of the consultants could address that issue. But I just wanted to explain that my first thinking was just do a right out, only put people onto more major streets like Lakeside. And that's why I kind of fell back to, yeah, Audubon might make some sense too. And also I want to just make sure this is left up to our public works staff and that they're comfortable with whatever is ultimately decided, that it's a discussion between our public works staff and the developer. Make sure it'll work.
All right. Thank you, Councilwoman Dewar. So we are on 2 rounds. That means I'm going to send it to you, Councilwoman Breckes, for a motion. I did want to just include in there, because one of the things that we get calls for service over there is the lighting. And so additional like string lighting, I've seen it done in other cities and it looks absolutely beautiful and it adds an element of safety. So I think lighting is really important. It looks absolutely beautiful. It's stunning. But I do think that's another amenity that needs to be put around the lake to provide, I mean, because it's really, in some areas, it's really dark. And I don't think for safety, I mean, we hear that a lot about the safety, so that would be another area. All right, Councilwoman Breckes, go ahead.
Yeah.
We're on our final rounds.
The 15 mile per hour does not give me a lot of confidence. I was there a month ago, walking as I often do, and someone came barreling down Lakeside around someone who's going 15 mile per hour. We have very antisocial, dangerous driving behavior in this town right now, and a lot of it's cut through and a lot of it is non-compliance with regulations. We had a pedestrian fatality today, another one. But I want to talk to the council about, in 2008, what Ken Crater said. You know, we would be willing to have the strip of land located along Mountain View Drive, zone SF6, to create.
Are you giving me a motion?
No, I'm having my other last minute.
No, you already had 2 rounds.
Well, then I get one more minute, I thought.
a lot of due process provided here to have truncated times, we would be willing to have the strip of land located along Mountain View Drive, zone SF6, to create an additional buffer, between the other higher density. That was going to be the perfect solution to only have about 6 drive cuts, residents going across this park. Now we've got 96 households, and the standards for vehicle circulation are very split. There's almost no contact, only for emergencies, over to the Beck Street access. This is a fully 96 units going right across from a park, teeing into another street where they can go straight along people using the park, on a street that has an inadequate right-of-way, inadequate pavement width, and an excessive grade. It is problematic. And so I'll leave it at that, then I will make a motion.
All right, and I appreciate that. I just gave you an additional 3.5 minutes, so I want that on the record.
Okay, thank you.
So you got 3.5 rounds, so now I'm asking you.
Okay, thank
please
you. And all
just
my
give us a
comments are for the
motion.
record.
Please just give us a motion.
I am not going to support this. I don't believe that it meets the standards for neighborhood safety, particularly for park users on this street condition. If it was a different street that had 34 standard width, local street, good site visibility, it'd be okay. But here, it really is not a good option. It's not a safe option. So I will not support the motion or uphold the recommendation of the Planning Commission to amend the PUD as specified in the design hand plans.
Okay, thank you so much. Councilwoman Dorr, did you have your hand up?
No, I think a motion was made. I think a motion was
Yes.
made. I'm not sure if there was a second.
I'm
not
going
sure.
to accept that as a motion. Are you seconding? Second?
No.
No. All right, so I have a motion from Councilwoman Breckus. Do I have a second? I do not have a second, so I'm going to send it to Councilman. You want to make a motion?
Sure, I'd love to make a motion. I move to uphold the recommendation of the Planning Commission to approve the minute order attached here to as Exhibit A and refer the bill for a second reading and adoption.
All right, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I'll
go
second it for discussion.
Yes, please, go ahead.
I'd like to, I'm going to support that motion, but I want to make sure that it includes the amendments that the developer made, which have to do with traffic patterns and a contribution to our park system in that area.
All right.
And was that included in your motion, Ms. Taylor?
Yeah, I think it was part of the record that the applicant read into, so that was a yes, with the added 2 conditions.
Do you understand? Yes. Okay. All right, so I have a motion and a second. Councilwoman Breckus, you have 1 minute.
I have 1 minute. So I'm not going to support the motion. I want to see this property develop very much because it's a headache that keeps coming up. But this is the wrong project. But in and of itself, it is emblematic of this council. A 2008 decision for a very mature neighborhood of, certain transitions, certain safety considerations. Another bite of the apple. I supported it in good faith. I thought it was the right thing to do this. Low traffic generation, people didn't have cars, memory care. So what happens? Once again, the market doesn't work for someone with their investment, so who loses out? It's the neighbors. We've had neighbors here who have been involved in this project. Someone even brought the original notice. They've been at it for a long haul, so who loses? It's neighborhood concerns again and again. This is how this council has operated in the 10 years I've been here, and it's wrong. Maybe this won't be a big deal, whatever, but incrementally, time and time again, the stability of neighborhoods, the transitions, and the safety, most importantly, loses. And we're all going to wonder why in January when we see what our traffic fatality numbers are, why we have high traffic fatality numbers.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
I just want to say a few things in closing. The history of a place is a very important thing, but what Councilmember Breckus continues to fail to acknowledge is that the historical redlining that has happened in this community is not something that we should continue. So the idea that a place should always be what it always was because you've got yours and no one else needs theirs, that's what's wrong. So the idea or complaint that somehow this council has incrementally withered away. I've been on the body now for 3 years. I think you've been on the body for 11. The Ward 1 member has, or approaching 11. What have you done about it? Your NAB was here. The NAB had opportunities to make changes. It is a very unfortunate thing that you have decided not to be a part of the solutions that are affecting this community. This community has time and time again in the master plan said, let's have urban density so that we don't have to go out to areas that you've also voted against. And so continuing to rail against your colleagues, I think, is equal measure of hubris and really it's anathema to good policymaking. And from a planner, I think I would have expected better. At the end of the day, this planning decision is one tied to a planning decision, not to my desire to see Reno be what it was when I was born here in 1974.
Madam Mayor, may
All right,
I?
no,
may I?
no.
Because I've been
I have
attacked.
a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
I've been attacked.
Wait,
Madam Clerk? Okay.
Councilmember Dorr had a discussion. Her hand was raised.
Councilwoman Dewar, you already had your discussion.
I
just wanted to make sure, all I did was ask the motion maker a question, but I wanted to make sure that those conditions, the no left out and the 100,000 appended to the PUD as a whole, not to this version of the PUD.
All right.
Does that make sense to people?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Thank you so much. And
that's
I
all.
keep trying to keep us on track because our attorneys always tell me we have to do so. It's a process. I want to make sure everyone understands that. Go ahead, Councilwoman Ebert, did you want to
I did have a comment. It's just that I think it's valuable that Councilwoman Breckus is bringing up public safety, and I don't think it's fair to insinuate that she's not trying to be part of the solution. I think it's very valid to question the safety of the residents and the people that use the park, and I think that that's why we have a council and we have these discussions, and I think that it's unfair to make that assumption.
All right. Well, I would just say I've sat up here for a long time, and that's one of the things as a council member, you do have to step forward and say you're going to do something about it. Okay, that's really important. We knew that this project would come back. We knew this for a long time, and the fact that nothing has been done about it, and the chances that we also do take, something will get developed here, and it could be the 300 that I saw, which was really disturbing. Don't always love it. It's always so difficult. And then also when you build housing, people are upset that you're building housing. And then we always say, hey, we should be doing infill, right? All those people that are mad at us for doing housing, they're always screaming at us saying, do infill, do infill. Then when we do, then we're in trouble for that. And I don't think it's about that. It's about what are the ways in which we can make something work, make it better. They have property rights. Someone else will come back in, but we've known for 8 years this is coming back.
Yeah.
And I was always worried about, I don't know if I supported, but I don't remember, but it got very controversial with the senior care because we would have ambulances just flying through and the loud noise. And so I don't think that that's what it is, but it's really hard whenever you know that you've got to be at the table and you've got to be meeting with people and making it better so you can address the safety concerns, because that's always a concern. None of us up here want anything to be unsafe, ever. That's not our job, ever. You heard us today. We were pretty adamant about some of the safety concerns with business licenses. That was a real thing. So I don't think it's anything has to do with this council doesn't want safety. I think all of us absolutely want some safety for sure. So I think you make a good point. Thank you. All right, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Motion carries.
I said aye.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, Madam Clerk, can you get us back on track?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We're now moving on to item D2, David 2.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. Trina Magoon, Director of Utility Services. Hi.
Nice to see you.
So much for coming, everyone. Appreciate you for sitting here all day.
Okay, you ready?
Yes, I am. I think this has been a long day. We're out of practice for sitting here for like, I don't know, how many hours?
Do we want to stretch?
We are so excited to see you. And you've been sitting here all day waiting on us. So you just take your time and just go be the rock star you are. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. So again, Trina Magoon, for the record, Director of Utility Services. Before I begin this presentation, I wanted to note that I'm here today to obtain the council's input on a potential proposed stormwater utility rate solely for the purpose of moving through the business impact statement process. I want to make sure and distinguish that we're not requesting a decision on the final stormwater utility rate today. So just distinguish there before we get going. And then I wanted to note that the business impact statement process is requires a potential rate to be included so that businesses can utilize this rate to evaluate the impacts to their business. This is the only reason we're here today, and I anticipate that the final rate will change based on this business impact statement process. So this has been mentioned a number of times before, but just to reiterate, the concept of a stormwater utility is that all properties within the watershed contribute to stormwater by way of runoff, and developed land places an even greater burden on the stormwater system through runoff from impervious surfaces such as roadways, rooftops, driveways, and other hard surfaces. The use of impervious surfaces as a method of calculating fees creates equity between runoff contribution and fees assessed. So the stormwater utility would be similar to a water or sewer utility as a fee for services, and will provide a dedicated funding source to address the bulleted points you see here above, and ensure we can finally complete the backlog of projects that have been identified over the last 20 years that have yet to be completed. So why is a stormwater utility needed, and what is the cost of inaction? On this slide, on the last slide, I mentioned the backlog of projects that need to be completed. This slide shows the intersection of Aquila at Sagittarius. And what you cannot see in this photo is the 3-foot ditch where this water is flowing and how fast the water is moving in that ditch. This photo was taken in 2017. A similar event occurred in 2008. This slide shows flooding just downstream of that intersection where residents could not safely exit their properties during or after the event. This is clearly a dangerous situation for this neighborhood, but also highlights another issue where the city spent nearly $4 million in emergency repair costs that did not address the problem and only repaired the damaged infrastructure needed to get people safely back onto the roads. The initial problem still exists today, and the associated capital improvement project to fix this area has not been addressed. As many of you may have experienced, this photo of downtown Reno is the flood of 1997. In 2018, UNR performed an economic impact study indicating that this flood cost our community over $2.5 billion in structural damage, loss of building contents, and loss of businesses while shut down. This study did not include the tertiary economic impacts that are even more difficult to quantify, such as the loss of economic productivity when residents are displaced. So as growth and redevelopment in the downtown area and tourist visitations increase, a flood event like 1997 would be even more economically damaging. So just a little history on how we got to where we are today. As you can see in the middle of this slide is today. Previous council, based on our backlog of unfunded stormwater CIP projects and recurrent flooding issues, council directed staff in 2018 to embark on a stormwater utility feasibility study. That study was completed in March of 2019. In July of 2020, council then directed staff to work with a consultant on the stormwater utility implementation. And in August 2020, staff brought that preliminary financial model to council. In January 2021, staff brought the public outreach and communications plan. So since January of 2021, staff have been conducting extensive public and targeted stakeholder outreach and gathering feedback. From that feedback, staff worked with our consultant, Raftellus, to develop financial models and proposed rates. And again, this is where we are today, where we are recommending to council the potential rate to move into the business impact statement process. The remaining items below are future actions required by council to implement the proposed stormwater utility. So again, where we are today, we're not actually asking for the final rate, we're just moving into the business impact statement. Next, I'll talk about our base model assumptions and how we arrived at our recommended rate. Sorry. Our stormwater utility program needs over the next 20 years capture our backlog of unfunded CIP projects that total approximately $365 million. It includes our current program of maintenance and operations and environmental compliance totaling about $105 million, and together these combined total of $470 million. Given these needs, our financial consultant developed a base model with the following assumptions: a 20-year duration, 5% inflation on CIP project costs, the rates tied to the consumer price index, and additional staffing needed to implement the program. So, sorry, I'm not moving forward. There we go. Okay, so ultimately through dozens of model scenarios that were run by our consultant, all of the scenarios resulted in similar fees within 10% of the base model. So as you can see above, the base rate of $12.45 is about 7.5% less than the scenario where we've included all the program elements at $13.46 per ERU. At this stage of the implementation process, we recommend moving forward with a higher rate for this business impact statement process, knowing that this process may change the ultimate rate selected. Once the business impact statement process is complete and we've collected comments, we will provide that information to this council. Again, this is really just the opportunity for possibly impacted businesses to tell council what the impact will be, and in order to do so, we need to give them a ballpark number so they can do their analysis and report back to us. I'm here today to recommend what that ballpark number should be for the purposes. And really, hearing from businesses is an important component of the stormwater utility implementation, and I look forward to hearing feedback through this process. Just two more.
Go ahead.
Okay. So for comparison, I wanted to bring some comparison. The city of Sparks, Carson City, and Washoe County have all had stormwater utilities for decades. And as you can see, our proposed rates that we want to bring into this business impact statement process fall within the range being charged by our peer cities. As well, 82% of states and over 2,600 cities have established stormwater utilities across the nation. For a city our size, we're behind the curve in setting up a stormwater utility. And with that, staff recommends council direct staff to use $13.46 per ERU for the business impact statement process. Thank you very much, and I am available for questions.
Madam Mayor.
And Madam Mayor, I apologize. We do have public comment on this item. We
Okay.
have an attendee in the Zoom meeting, so just
All
an
right,
FYI.
great. I'm going to send it right back to you then. Thank you.
All right, our public commenter today is Trey Abney.
All right, Madam Mayor, can you hear me okay?
We can, thank you.
Okay, thank you. For the record, Trey Abney representing NAOP Northern Nevada. For some reason, my son's name is on that square, so I'm not sure what's going on. Mayor and council, first, I want to thank you very much for your service to the city. I know you guys have had a very long day. And Mr. Manager, I don't have to tell you, but your staff, Trina and John, on this issue have been excellent to work with. So I just want to thank them for that. And we appreciate them meeting with NAOP and walking us through their thought process on this new stormwater utility. And they did take our initial concerns months ago about creating a credit system into consideration. So we thank them for that as well. Now, we know that a modern, efficient infrastructure is critical to our quality of life and economic success, and we know that commercial real estate development depends on it. But we do have a few concerns with this proposal, at least as it was laid out to us in a meeting last week. This would result, just to be clear, in a dramatic increase in monthly bills for commercial properties, which my folks are concerned will negatively affect lease and rent rates for businesses of every size. especially as some of my folks are looking ahead the next few months and fearing at least a slight recession. Now, as mentioned earlier, we do appreciate that there's a credit system contemplated here for parties and properties which have retention and detention basins and such. And we appreciate that. There was talk of maybe a 30 or 50% credit that is retained on the property, for the water retained on the property, not conveyed to the system. We would definitely like to be more involved in those discussions and figure out the math on that. And can we be credited for all the ERU credits, the equivalent residential unit credits, if we don't put water into the system in the first place? And then secondly, while the details are not completely baked yet, we were informed that in order to keep that credit every year, a property owner would have to submit a certified engineering report annually, potentially to keep that credit, which would probably cost more than the credit you would receive. And there probably aren't enough engineers in town to do that. So again, just a few things. I want to be clear, we are not in opposition here. We're not here to say hell no. We just want to respectfully request a deeper dive. We are ready to partner with you. We will be participating in the business impact statement process for sure. And I would just leave you with this. This is not happening in a vacuum. We've been working well with Mr. Flansburgh. There's a potential doubling of the sewer connection fee coming down the pike. In the past couple of years, we've been charged an extra assessment for the much needed police station downtown, the new station, and other entities in this area, Tumwa and others, have increased fees lately as well. So just want to put all of that on the record. Thank you very much for your time. I know it's very late, so I will shut up. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Abney.
Madam Mayor, we have no additional public comment.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, I'm going to start to the left.
Madam Mayor.
Yes. Was that who? Oh,
I just had a question.
Hold on one second. We're going to start with Councilman Reese, Vice Mayor. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Magoon, really a very comprehensive presentation. I certainly am aware of the lateness of the hour, and I wish that we had a full house. This is a very important discussion, perhaps one that will be the defining issue for the time that some of us serve on this body, because I think that as a region, we have for a very long time ignored some of the very real responsibilities that we have with regard to our utilities. At times, councils of past eras have been more focused on different elements, and I cannot fault them for that. There was a time when the train trench was the big issue, for example. There was later a time where we started building the event center, the ballroom, all of those things with public dollars. But perhaps we're at that moment now where we have some obligation to think about a very, we'll just call it adulting, as my young children would say, I suppose they're not young children anymore, but they're young adults, the stormwater utility. And so I know that given the time that you've spent and the time that this council spent, it's not unfamiliar territory. I thought it was interesting that Mr. Abney was one of the public commenters because he represents a number of diverse business interests and has for a long time, and that they have some legitimate concerns is no, it's no surprise to me, right? Every person in this valley should have a concern, and really maybe where I wanted to start with you on your presentation is this question of why are we forming a stormwater utility? And you have a slide there that's called the cost of inaction. And I wonder how many of Mr. Abney's clients were impacted negatively by the 1997 flood, the $2.5 billion in structures, contents, and business loss. I was in law school at the time, but I had come home for the holidays and then flown back out. So I didn't see the impacts of it immediately, but had to look at it on pictures and news and from my parents. But what I can say is that a stormwater utility is long overdue. And yes, there are likely to be pains to be felt by everyone, every user, every person who will pay a bill. And again, given that we have hundreds of millions of dollars of deferred maintenance and programs, and the cost of inaction is just too high. So I'm interested to work through some of the issues with my colleagues. I'll be interested to hear how some of the various public comment and outreach opportunities went. And I think long term, we've got some very big decisions to make. And so I'm excited to work alongside you. I know that you're a consummate professional. Your team has worked very hard on this. Everyone on the city staff team has worked very hard. And so I'll be looking forward to additional questions here this evening.
All right, go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, I too wanted to commend the staff. I think this is a remarkable moment. It's, I'm sorry that it's happening at 7:30 in the evening. But I think our director here, Trina Magoon, has identified that 82% of communities have already done what we're contemplating. And I know a number of us on council have asked to bring this forward for me for 8 years. It's incredibly important that we be able to control both the quantity and quality of water that is going to, draining to the Truckee River. We have water quality standards to meet. Non-point source coming through the Steamboat Ditch is one of the biggest contributors of pollution to the river. And downstream, we have water quality standards to meet by the time it gets to Pyramid Lake Paiute Tribe. They have set their own water quality standards. So in order to meet standards, we've got to take this step to enact a stormwater utility. What it looks like, what it costs, are all up for discussion, how fast we phase it in, over what period of time, how we define ERUs, et cetera, are all topics that we'll have to debate. And I'm just extremely pleased to see our staff here today. I see they've picked the higher end of a potential rate. And I think that's appropriate for an economic impact study because we need to understand what the impact would be on our residents. At the same time, to the point of the impact of no action, at some point, we will basically be foreclosed from discharging to the river, and everyone will have to keep their water on site because it doesn't meet water quality standards. So that's one of the costs of inaction, is not even being able to discharge at all because of the quality of our water. So whether it's a flooding issue or a water quality impact, all of them have to be addressed. And I'm just extremely pleased that we're here today to begin this very important dialogue with our community. Thank you.
All right, go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, and I want to echo, I do think this is really important. I wish we were doing it at 10 a.m. or on one of our lighter agendas. We've had very light agendas for the last month because I really find it important. I think sometimes when it's to the last, it's a sideshow, and it's not a sideshow. Those were my, my residents who got flooded up there on Akia, and I'm not alone. I want to be very specific, and so I'm going to ask some very specific questions. Number one, you're proposing a separate rate for airports properties. The Dermody Company has a lease, a development agreement with the Reno Stead Tahoe Airport for about 5,000 acres of industrial development that is up in that Swan Lake, Silver Lake area. It's industrial, just like what we've seen. Is the airport rate going to apply to that private development that's under a ground lease? Have you looked or thought about that?
For the airport, the only reduction we are looking at is the exclusion of the runways and taxiways.
Okay.
And then
Okay.
Separate.
Okay, that answers that. Now, you somehow in your staff report said maybe a 2 or 3 year tier-in?
Yeah, we're actually looking at 3 to 4 years rate ramp up. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it was 2 to 3.
We have 3 in there. Another alternative is to look at 4 that has been requested. So
by who? Who requested it?
I don't remember the exact entity, but it did come from the
is it NAOP?
Business community. It was from the business community.
Okay, I'd like to see if we're going to be doing that, what the implications are, and I think you did, to getting things fixed. I'm sensitive to 2 years, but 3 to 4, I'm not. I want to get going. Households need to get going. Privately held REITs, not so concerned about. Households that are experienced day-to-day, water inundation, they're my focus. The CIP, this came up at the Ward 1 NAB the other day. We've got 3 very large tentative maps at the terminus of Rock Drive going before the Planning Commission. And there's almost a cavalier discussion about the storm drainage going down to West 4th Street. Oh, it'll sheet flow here and go through these naturalized channels. Yikes. Does the CIP that has been built of needs go far enough that it can be a useful tool to understand as we go through some development processes? Well, that'd be great, but your natural flowing is going down to the NDOT road section that needs $5 million of drainage work. Does your CIP cover those sort of things?
So our capital improvement program really covers our existing maintenance and operations and environmental control programs that we currently have right now. And then it includes the $470 million worth of backlog that we have. New development should, by code, take care of itself with mitigation through detention, retention, and whatever storm drain improvements are required with that development.
I understand that.
Okay.
But does it show deficiencies in different areas? Okay.
Go ahead. Mr. Martinez, Councilman Martinez, go ahead.
Thank you so much. I do agree with my fellow council members that we have the opportunity to improve our infrastructure here in our city, and that's something that I've been very interested since I got involved in the council process. So as long as there aren't any more questions, I'm ready to make a motion if we're ready to move forward with this.
Okay.
I do have questions, actually.
We have one more round, so I'm going to go to Councilwoman Ebert. Go ahead.
Okay, so I agree this is desperately needed. Like, this should have started in 1998, right? Like, way overdue. And I think it's really great. I think it's gonna help with issues in my area, Swan Lake flooding. Like, I'm really excited for this to help my ward in particular, but the rest of the city and the Truckee River. I do have a question, and if you said it and I missed it, I apologize. But where will the water be diverted to? Like, I get, like, will be have an area like keeping it off the roads and stuff, but where is it going to go?
Okay, so we're not necessarily diverting water. We would be upsizing infrastructure or repairing infrastructure that currently causes a problem or causes flooding. Now, we have these locations known all over town. The one that we showed on the screen, Aquila Sagittarius, is a roadside ditch. That was an annexation from the county, so it doesn't have subsurface infrastructure.
Yeah.
That's what we would be putting in to safely convey that flow underground, as opposed to in front of those residents' houses where it's unsafe with their children and dogs and things like that.
Once it's underground, like
All-
it's got to go somewhere after it's
Sure.
underground, right?
And so all of our storm drain networks drain to streams, creeks, or the Truckee River. So eventually it gets to a creek, and then it gets to the
will
Truckee
still
River
go to
and
the
exits the Truckee Meadows. I'm sorry?
Okay, so it will still go to Truckee River without any kind of treatment or anything like that. It'll just be diverted as is into the Truckee River. Is that?
At this point, we do have some projects that involve water quality improvements, such as Chalk Creek, where we know we have a large sediment load going to the Truckee River. So it will help with those projects. Some projects will include water quality features, some projects will not. If it's just a capacity issue, sort of depends on the project.
Okay, is there any plans for in the future to maybe treat that water before we put it into the river? Because I know that's, it's a beautiful river. It's also where we get a lot of our drinking water. It'd be nice if we could, treat that before we dump it in. I don't know if there's any possibility of that.
Sure, we've actually anticipated increased environmental regulations from NDEP, and we've put a percentage in there that just increases what we're required to do as we move forward.
Great, good. Just wanted to ask about that. And then the other question I had is, oh, sorry, I know my time's almost up.
You have 26 seconds,
Okay.
25. You're fine.
I just got to go through my notes.
I think you can get your question in.
The bill, the sewer, the fees. So, our utilities are typically based on usage. Is there a way to adjust the fee in the way that we charge for other utilities? Like property taxes, can we do an assessment so that it's not a flat fee for everyone? I know in my ward in particular, we have some lower income residents that live in duplexes, multifamily homes. Can we assess their situation to have bill reductions?
So the fee is based on a single family, how much impervious surface is on an average single family residence. And then from that, we call that one equivalent residential unit. For multifamily, they're not going to actually be charged per unit in there. They're charged as a non-single family residence. So say it's a 10-acre parcel, they will be charged I don't have the math, but however many ERUs, the main property owner would be charged that, and then purportedly they would distribute that amongst all the tenants on that property. So those residents who are multifamily or apartment complexes should see a far less than the average cost per ERU.
Okay.
For those
Okay.
for those properties.
Thank you. Those were my questions.
All right, Vice Mayor? Go ahead.
I think this might be round two for me, just so for the record. Ms. Magoon, I want to ask, obviously, this is like step 5 of 987 more steps, and we'll have a lot more check-ins. I'm trying to focus narrowly on what's in front of us tonight as it relates to the business impact statement. One of the questions I have, and I think Councilmember Breckus is really onto something when asking about specifics about the airport, for example. So I'll ask about a specific one. I'm the member, as is Councilmember Martinez, to the School District's Oversight Facilities Panel Board. So it's the only place where we interact with the school board, okay? And so I want to understand, the school board faces some consistently underfunded situations themselves, and they obviously are going to have a lot of impervious surface. So the question is, how are we sort of taking that into account? Everyone has to pay is the true statement. I want to just make sure and understand where the impact is going to be felt, certainly towards our students. I want to figure out a path that we can, spread out the love, or I don't know how to say it other than to say, I worry about them as an impervious surface area, because they have a lot of it. And so what do we do there?
Sure. The Washoe County School District does have a lot of impervious surface. One of the program elements that, is baked into the full program, one of the models, the 1346, is a 50% credit for the school district based on them performing a student education program on stormwater and water quality. Of course, that's for consideration for council, but that's one of the things we've talked to them about.
So what you're saying is that 1346 number, and I think Councilmember Dewar mentioned it earlier, is on the higher end of a various number of the models that you've done. I saw ones that were much higher in the briefings. There were ones that were in the $15 or $16 range. And so we've settled, or you've sort of positioned us to look at this one. And I think Councilmember Breckus is also right about another point, which is I want to get going. We've got concerns. We don't know when the increase in flooding or risk of climate-related disasters is going to strike. And so the further we push it out, the slower we are to get off the ground running. And so I want to make sure that you have not sort of underestimated the cost factor, and you've also looked at a 20 versus a 30-year on the various funding mechanisms. What can you say about that?
Sure. We've looked at numerous models with many, many different inputs. Again, with all the models and coming back with the recommendation of 1350, that $15 range is within 10% and the $12 range is within 10%. So we kind of hit the middle of the road there, so we could capture that in the business impact statement process. Our base model is less if we don't look at any program elements but requested through our public outreach program. So we did kind of go on that higher end. There are opportunities that we can look at to extend it. However, as you know, or as you just mentioned, many of these projects that we have in our CIP, we've known about for 20 or 30 years. So the longer we sit on this, or stretch it out, the longer it's going to take to get those done. That's how we've arrived kind of at the 20-year horizon, the 1350 as the rate, all of those things.
All right. We are already on round 2, I believe, right? Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, this will be my second.
Okay.
I just had a question. Mr. Abney brought up an issue or alluded to the issue of crediting. I think you addressed it briefly in your presentation. I've also heard from South Reno developers who may have formed their own drainage district, proactively. And I just wondered how are you planning to address the issue of crediting? You don't have to answer in detail, but just, are you planning to do that? Have you already done it? Where do we stand on it?
Sure. The crediting program is included in that 1346 per ERU for this business impact statement. And again, all of those program elements we will bring back to council for consideration of which ones do you want and which ones do you not want. To Trey Abney's comment, we are looking at potentially every other year to have property owners come in to seek that crediting, not every year. And we don't want to make it onerous, but we also don't have the staffing to take that on ourselves.
Okay, great answer. Appreciate that.
Right.
Yeah.
Councilman Breckus, you're on two.
Yeah, the crediting concerns me. You know, earlier, Lance Ferrato said, well, we don't really want to condition privileges, create too much administrative, one-offs and burden, complexity. And the credit program sounds just designed for specialization to property circumstances, periodic review, and just very ripe for a lot of complexity. And I'm also concerned, but I'm not opposed, and I'd like the motion to say, show us 5 examples of what a credit program would be. Because if it is, say, this development in the floodplain, they're built in a very challenged topography. That was their own site selection. They had a lot of conditions laid on to them to meet whatever they had to meet. And now they're getting credit for it? No, you're building the floodplain. We're not going to back that out. There was a cost with that. And it wouldn't apply to the multifamily or the residential. You're going to give them a credit, give the French drain people on, certain areas their credit. So I am skeptical of it. And if we're going to do it, I'd like to see 5 very substantive examples of properties. Let him pick them out and show us where they are, work with them. Now, the drainage district, and I am familiar because I was involved in the permitting of some of that Damani Ranch and Double Diamond. They have going concerns of, entities. And so I think some of those were written to carve out, to roll into maybe our drainage ditch, stormwater utility when we built it, or merge in. I know we put a provision in a North Valley's conditional use permit, special use permit one time that said they wouldn't protest a stormwater utility. But those, because they've been paying and doing their own improvements, I could see some special treatment. But Makata, that, had to hold back a whole lot to Swan Lake when we increase the shovel, tipping, they don't get credit for that in my view. They're under a permit where they have to go get inspected, and we're inspecting them now, but that's a side site condition issue. This is the infrastructure. It's like there's the electrical grid, NV Energy is the electrical grid. Well, I want credit for the fact that I got tube and knob out of my house, so I've made it safer. No, it's private development improvements, and then there's the infrastructure. I think we need to look at that from that aspect. And so I am skeptical. I think it could be inequitable, and I think it could be complex. But back to your CIP.
Councilman Breckus, I gave you an extra 3 minutes.
Okay.
So I'm going to send it to Councilman Martinez. Go ahead and give us a motion.
Thank you. Yeah, I move to direct staff to use a $13.46 per ERU rate to be included in the draft ordinance and business impact statement.
Okay, thank you so much.
Could we amend?
Motion from Councilman Martinez, a second from Councilwoman Taylor. So discussion, 1 minute.
Could we please amend the motion to include, if this fleshing out this credit concept with specific examples so that we can know what we're getting into? I'm very concerned that we're not getting the full case study on what that would do. And I think it could have a financial hit to the utility concept. So I'd like to see that motion amended with that inclusion.
Vice Mayor?
Councilmember Breckus, I'm not sure I totally understand. I understood your request. It seems like a good idea. I don't know if that's more like staff direction so that Ms. Magoon is going to go back and the next time we're here making another step along the path.
Yeah.
I don't understand why we would include that in the business impact statement. I'm not being obtuse.
No, this is to direct you to be included in the draft business. Wasn't it an other direction? Didn't you ask for broad direction also?
We are asking for direction to use 1346 per ERU in the business impact statement process.
Okay,
why we're
that's
here
it,
today.
narrowly.
Yeah.
Okay, then I will withdraw that comment.
But I will say, Ms. Magoon, Ms. Breckus is correct. We need to see all of these elements, and we will, I assume. Is that a fair assumption?
That is correct.
Because I've asked some questions very technical, as has Councilmember Breckus. I would love to see examples. Examples always help me. So you understand that this is not part of the motion, but is part of what I hope will be an ongoing discussion.
And if I may,
Thank you.
the CIP document, is that available where you have all the 400 million listed by project name?
Yeah, both of those are available on the stormwaterutility.gov website.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Okay, so I had a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Good job. Thank you so much.
Thank you
Go
all so
home.
much.
Be with family. Okay, Madam Clerk, back at you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Now we're moving on to item H1, City Council comments.
All right, any council comments? Not like you haven't had any all day long.
Do I ever stop trying to talk, Councilmember? I just want to say, we were not able to attend the SAVE Officer Appreciation Dinner tonight. A number of us, I think, were invited to attend or did RSVP, and I wish we had been able to be there, but obviously we have the business we do here. So I just say thank you to all of them for their service. Merry Christmas to all of our SAVE officers. And next year, we'll definitely try to not plan it for a night we have a council meeting. So that's all.
They did such a good job. All right.
Thank you.
Go ahead,
No other
Madam Clerk.
comments? All right, closing item H1. We're now moving on to closing public comment. We do have some members in the audience. Additionally, if you are an attendee in Zoom and would like to make closing public comment, please raise your hand at this time.
Okay.
Our first public commenter today was Marshall Stevenson. He was not able to stay, but he did leave a comment, which I will distribute to the Reno City Council as related to, he is the business manager of Tonic. So I will go ahead and pass that along to the council as soon as this closes. Our next commenter today is Donna Klontz, followed by Bianca Dodov, followed by Oppender Dillon.
All right.
If I could get the overhead, please. Thanks. It's been a long time since I've been here. I
And
think
I'm
it's a
so glad to see you.
couple of months. I'm Donna Klontz.
thank you,
I am
thank you.
an elder advocate here in the community, all over these days. The county, city of Sparks, and here at City of Reno. I spent many, many years involved in trying to help make our community a better place for all of our seniors. And I know most of you welcome the new members of the city council. I bring greetings, Christmas greetings and Hanukkah greetings and holiday greetings of all sorts from the senior community. We were together today at a resource fair at the Sparks Library, and that's why I wasn't able to be here this morning to do first public comment, which I wish I had been able to do. But I appreciate the hours you guys have put in today getting a lot of things done. Anyway, the resource fairs are being put on generally by the Senior Coalition with the help of a small grant we got through the food bank and the age-friendly communities that are now at Washoe County. We started ours here. Thank you, City Council, for doing the process to let us do that. And thank you, Mayor Sheevy, for being our angel to continue the age-friendly process. And so we've planted the seeds at Washoe County, and they are in the process of becoming an age-friendly county. And Sparks has an age-friendly plan that they are now collecting data on. So we will be, all the cities in our, big cities anyway, real cities, in our county and our county itself, kind of unique among the age-friendly programs around the country. And there are closing on 700 of them now in the U.S. In any event, we're working together, all three senior boards and the Senior Coalition, to produce these senior resource fairs at our libraries. And we have found so many resources at the libraries that some of us were not even aware of. They are just wonderful agents for teaching people how to use computers, smartphones, sitting with people to help them navigate the application process, say to get on the Reno Housing Authority list, things like that. Because 40% of your seniors do not do computers. They do not do smartphones. They are at the mercy of, it has to be printed. I have to see it on TV, you listen to it on the radio, see it in the paper, whatever. So we are all organized to do outreach to that group at our libraries, live and in person. We had over 50 seniors today. We had free shots for them. They are out there and they really want to do well. They want to participate. They want to be part of the conversations that we have at our city governments and our county governments. So we want to be part of the solutions to everything that you all are working on. I wanted to bring two messages and go besides saying happy holidays. The ARPA funding that all of our local governments got is not really coming into the viewpoint of actually reaching the needs of the seniors that were so impacted by COVID. You all did a wonderful thing with $1 million, and I'm done. But that money has not yet been able to get out of the hands of the cities itself. Your board, your senior board, and all of us in the community would have some great ideas to spend that $1 million to help our seniors.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas.
Please, let's work on that. In the coming year, we want to be there to help you, and I wanted to let our new members know about that. So,
Can we get an update on that?
thanks.
Okay, that would be great.
Yes.
So I'm gonna get us a memo.
Perfect. Thank you.
On that would be good. And then the other thing is also talking to you about having the senior meeting over at RHA in Paradise Park. So that's another thing, because we're getting a lot of seniors now in that area.
Exactly. They want to participate.
I'll talk to you about that, but we will
Please.
get a memo.
Appreciate your help.
On the ARPA.
Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you. Happy holidays, Donna.
You all too.
Bianca Dodov, followed
job.
by Oppender Dillon. And additionally, we have one participant via Zoom, Dorley Martinez.
Hello again. I wanted to just speak one more time to humbly and respectfully request that this council reopen and reconsider item D4 on the agenda. Right Way Market has made several good faith efforts to resolve the issues identified. Substantial improvements have been made in a pretty short time, and we ask that you consider an extension on the renewal or a probationary period so that my clients may continue to improve the area. As stated earlier by Mayor Shivey, numbers tell a story, and they do, but numbers can also mislead. This council made a permanent decision without conducting inquiry into the data, the underlying data, although Councilwoman Ebert did make an attempt and received no response. And without clean, correct data considered in the right context, the information that you're basing this decision on is not an accurate reflection of that data. This decision offends basic principles of fairness, and it's arbitrary because the council is not adequately inquiring into relevant contributing factors. In just a quick preliminary review that my office conducted, we identified 3 big concerns with the raw data. Duplicates. Separate call numbers are generated when multiple agencies respond to the same call. So you'll have 3 separate call numbers for the exact same incident, one for fire, one for police, one for REMSA in some cases, which adds to the total number that you're seeing. There's a number of false positives in that data. There's issues outside of the store. Some of the reports were just the complete wrong address. There was one from Moana Street as an example, and then calls that were placed by the employees of Right Way themselves. I can elaborate on 2 other specific reports I myself looked at. Both of these are being counted against Right Way. In one report, an individual wanders into the store, suffers a seizure inside. The Right Way Market employees call 911 for an ambulance. This is counted against Right Way. After an Aces game, intoxicated individuals walking past Right Way Market get into a fight, and a bystander witness calls 911. This is counted against Right Way. I have records still coming in, one from the Sparks Police Department that was the result of an investigation into an individual for stalking and destruction of property in Sparks that was tracked to the 4th Street station in Right Way and was arrested in there and found to have drugs on his person. So again, this was counted against Right Way. Deputy Mayor Reese explained a logical fallacy earlier that I'd like to touch on, which is something happening after this, therefore it is because of it. And I believe the same can be said about the conclusions drawn by the 2-week suspension. There are other relevant factors, and I implore the council to reopen and reconsider the permanence of their decision, allow my clients more than a few weeks to improve the area. They're willing to work with the city. They're open to additional conditions. They'll limit operating hours. They don't have the resources to make a $100,000 donation, but they are willing and able to donate $20,000 to assist in the cleaning up of the nearby street. If things don't improve, take the license away, but please give them a chance to be part of the solution. Thank you.
Really appreciate that.
Oppender Dillon, followed by Doralee Martinez.
Hello, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and Council members. My name is Oppender Dillon. Again, I'm back with Right Way Market. The reason I'm back because I have a humble request. If I lose the license, I have to close my doors permanent. And my wife and myself, we've been working 12 years, and this was a warehouse we changed into the market. And it's a very neat and clean store. And if I close the doors, because I cannot afford the rent is $15,000 a month, which is $500 a day, plus the payrolls and other expenses. So what I'm saying is, it is a humble request, at least give us the chance to prove ourselves. It's a rehabilitation, whatever you call. I know people make mistakes. I'm not a perfect guy. If city can give me 6 months, and after 6 months you see they are not improving, you can shut me down because it's a privileged license, For example, in June this year, there was only 12 calls from my store. I'm not including the homeless people are fighting out there, calling to the ambulance. In September, there was only 9 calls. And October even got better, 4 calls. And like I think police department told you, from November 28th to on the 7th, only 2 calls, and they're not my calls. We did not even call. We are going outside the store and confronting homeless people that do not stand in front of my store. Go away. And we are doing everything we can, but I promise you personally, and my wife, we promise you, it's a Christmas time. My family will be very upset if we lose the license. So give us a chance, please, to 6 months, or don't renew the license for 6 months, we'll come back again. Whichever way you like, we are willing to work with the city, or whatever condition you want to oppose, we'll welcome that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Doralee Martinez.
Good evening. Can you guys hear me?
We can. Thank you, Ms. Martinez. State your name for the record and begin speaking.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Darlene Martinez. First, I want to thank all of you for sitting there. Happy holidays, Mayor Shibi and the rest of the council. I just want to say, Mayor Shibi, as you know, you are the face of mental health, and I was really concerned. Part of this meeting, when someone was attacking one of the councilwomen, I think it would be great to have a point of order so people are not disturbed. You guys are all there. People voted for each and every one of you. I want to also, I know I'm being timed, so I'm kind of speeding it up, and this is all going to be on record. I just want to thank and congratulate Ebert and Mr. Martinez. Mr. Martinez, I know you probably don't remember me, but I went there to MCC and you helped my son, and he is now at UNR. Thanks to you, he got the scholarship that you recommended. Not that he didn't want to go to TMCC, but he's there at UNR. So thanks to your leadership, I appreciate you. And I also want to thank you, Madam Mayor. Last meeting at the RTC, I was in a hurry and I totally forgot one of the accessible pedestrian signals. And you reiterate what we have talked about via email. I just want to thank all the public works staff, and I just want to remind there's a corner on 7th and McCarran. It's by the Dollar Loan Center corner. It's still low, and as you know, there's a lot of traffic and it's windy. We cannot hear it, and there's vintage hills for senior living home here, and they're hard of hearing, and sometimes they cannot reach out to feel the vibration of the arrows because their hands are cold, and they rely on the beeping noise. So if you could have somebody go turn that up a little bit, that would be very helpful. And I just want to say thank you for everything that you all do, and thank you, Councilwoman Breckes, for all your bravery and transparency and accountability, and everybody else. Have a good evening. Thank you.
All right, Dora, thank you so much. What was it? That was 7th and, did you write it down? 7th and McCarran?
7th and McCarran.
Okay.
You know how it has 4 corners and they all have audible pedestrian signal lights? And it's the one by the Dollar Loan Center corner.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And listen, Dora, we have a long way to go over at RTC, so it's so important that you just keep bringing up these issues. We will get there. We're going to make all of these a big priority. I mean, it's long overdue. I can't believe how antiquated we are over there. So just know that we're listening and keep bringing it up. So thank you
I know,
so
and
much.
also one more thing. I'm sorry, just one more minute. The sidewalk, I know that it's part of the businesses to clear, and sometimes it's not clear, and it's really hard to go to the bus stops. I just wondered if maybe we can change the ordinance where it's part of the city to clean. That's all. I'll see you on Friday. Thank you.
Thank you. No, just keep bringing it up. That's how it's going to change and get better. And some things that we don't, we're not aware of. So thank you. I really appreciate you, Dora.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, we have no additional public comment.
Okay, I'm going to send it over to Councilman Martinez.
Oh, I apologize. I need to read these into the record.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, there we go. For the record, we did receive letters of correspondence, either general in nature, received after 4 p.m. yesterday, December 13th. There was 1 various letter of support, 5 letters of opposition for a total of 6, and we do have 4 voicemails, which we'll transition to now.
All right, I would like to bring up a issue that's going to arise and is arising, like me crossing the street and crossing it as safe as I can possibly do. I'm afraid I'm going to get ran over by a road rage idiot or that's in a hurry to get somewhere and doesn't have any respect for pedestrians when coming home from work, coming home from CMCC, all that nice jazz. And when January 1st of next year comes around, the state's decision of making traffic laws no longer a misdemeanor and just a slap on the wrist is going to create a lot more accidents, a lot more issues. There's probably going to be a lot more pedestrians getting hit by cars because people are going to realize there's no consequences for their actions. And you guys need to fight that with the state. You guys need to force the Reno Police Department to do their job and enforce.
Hello, I was wondering if there's been any effort made to make use of the old West Hills Hospital for our homeless citizens. Please look into that. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Billy Sapien. Contact number is 775-304-1058. I'm calling in regards to the dog park right there at Virginia Lake. The park itself is wonderful. I've been coming to that park for the last 2 years. I was new to Reno and I'm downtown, and it is one of the places that I feel safe. And my dog loves it. It is probably one of the best things that I have found in Reno since I've been here. To see it go, I think, would be a great loss. There's so many people that frequent it with their dogs, and I think it's a great spot that the city and the community would definitely miss if we tore it down just for parking. It's something that I love. I would hate to see it go, and there's many, many people that I'm sure would feel the same, as the place is always busy. Biggest for me, like I said, is that as a single woman, it's someplace that I still feel safe and that I can go and not have to look over my shoulder and worry about what's going to happen. The new lights that were just put in, and it's clean and upkept, and that's all from visitors like myself that go to the park and putting people volunteering their time to do that. And I think the community would be a huge loss to the community. Thank you.
Hello, this is Deborah Gamino. I'm a resident of Mountain View Drive. I'm calling about LDC 22-00050, Sierra Senior Care Amendment. I'm opposed to the proposed development. There are 6 residences on Mountain View. This would increase that to 102 residences overnight. This is a multiple of 17 times. Mountain View cannot handle the traffic it has now. Speeding is a huge problem on this 1.5 lane road that has a completely blind hill going into and out of the park. The road is actually more narrow now that the sidewalks are in. This is the first time a project like this has ever been given serious consideration in Reno. No one has ever dreamed to build a huge apartment complex that lets out into a children's park, a dog park, and one of the only public lakes we have in Reno. It appears that the City Council is trying to keep opposition to a minimum by having a hearing in mid-December on a midweek day at 10 in the morning when most people are at work, not to mention that there is a blanket of snow and ice on the ground. Our neighborhood has been blocked to non-residences for months while the sidewalks were being installed on our property for your pet project. People have been blocked from the dog park as well. Not many people are even aware of what you're trying to do. This has been going on for over a decade, and I have never heard one citizen be in favor of this. A compromise was reached for a completely new PUD for memory care for that location. The traffic and safety issues were addressed, and all parties agreed. Now the developer wants to abandon that and go with something that should simply be out of the question. This is not a good idea. It is greed and big government at its worst. You are trying to shove this down the throats of the citizens of Reno. We don't want it. We do not approve. We will be activated and out in force next time. Please show some respect and have the City Council meeting at a time when more people can attend. Go back to the original zoning when it started back in 2008. Not that long ago. You may have forgotten or overlooked the fact that the majority of that parcel was zoned SF15 or SF9, not MF30. This was the zoning before the current PUD. So if you must go back before you go forward. Otherwise, this whole process is a farce. Again, this is Deborah Gamino, Reno, Nevada. Thank you.
With that, Madam Mayor, there's no additional public comment. We're moving on to item K.
All right, thank you so much. Which is Miguel, I was going to give it to you.
Sure. I move to adjourn.
All right, I have a motion. Do you have a second? Come on. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, there you go. Still, I've never heard anyone deny that motion. Jonathan, you better not be getting sick. Okay. Just checking on you.
Thank you.